operators in Oregon. It depends how you want to play. If you want to play aggressive, you can take Maru, Ying.
Of course, it's not banned, it's Dokkaebi, because if some people roams, you can like call for your team and your open fraggers will get info faster. In my opinion, Osa is so good because she is really good on almost every plant in Oregon. It will be so easier to plant with her shields.
If you want to play slow, you can just bring, as usual, a hard breacher like Thermite or Ace.
The best pick for me on Oregon would be actually Twitch, because people play a lot Fenrir, Goyo, Mira. I think it's a good operator to deny all that stuff. All equipment you need on Oregon actually has one set of claymores, flashes, smokes, or grenades.
Flash are really strong. The MPs, you have to bring them to open the worlds. You can flash pit, you can flash top white, you can flash close trophy. That's easy, like, except if they have warden, but it's the game.
The main spawn is actually pretty fast to enter the map.
Spawn street, but watch out, a lot of players are spawn picking, garage, main door, and master door.
If you like attack the basement, for me, 2 guys need to spawn on main and then go through the master bedroom. 2 guys spawn from small tower, so they will work together in pair. One will drone for his teammate.
Easiest spawn I think would be to spawn small tower, to get 3 people rushing into the green window with someone waiting on the kids to put pressure on the vert. The last one could cut white or push Zulu to get the cover from server.
Those are my first entry chips on Oregon.
Impact grenade, I'm gonna go for Melusi.
Rook.
Impact.
Goyo.
No, Goyo has no more impact.
Ah non, pourri.
Maestro.
Oh, Echo.
Wesh.
Echo.
Echo. Ah.
Let's go.
H.
IQ.
Oh. Nice.
Let's go.
Goyo.
Doc.
Fenrir.
Melusi. Oh là 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 là. Let's go.
No. IQ? No, IQ is earlier, maybe.
Sledge. Oh là 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 là.
J'ai pas trop bonheur. Warden.
Oh là 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 là.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
I was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof, and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement because of the COVID, so I start playing more Rainbow Six as the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level
when I used to watch the Brazilian league back in the days. There was players like Nask, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me became a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well. Like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat MCurse, and in Challenger League we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you're gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
If I remember correctly, it's Skies who was telling to Jack to run out because he was playing in the second floor of the big tower. He was just baiting them for Jack to run out, and he could get both of them, but he got only one.
And actually now they're like they lost a breacher. They have to rotate, so now we have like the advantage. We still have the top and stuff, so like we knew that they had like lost one breacher, and we knew that like they can't open anything. Just like they opened the main at the beginning with the ace, so we knew that they had or like to come on the top or to come like dining. So like that's why we were waiting them. They just pushed with the Osa. The Osa was like kind of like against us since we can't really kill the guy. And I think I just choked the 1v2. I just picked and I should not have picked.
We choked the map. It's okay. There is like three maps remaining, so let's just focus on the next map, and we will talk about it after the match.
Like we knew that like every time on attack they were like baiting outside with like Brava and stuff like Twitch and stuff like this, so we knew that we just had to wait them, and like we know that we are better in gunfight, so we just wait them and play together like in cross and stuff like this.
Yeah, we wanted to make them waste their time. We knew that they love to take CC control when they push on border, so I was just there wasting time, and then we fall back when we get a kill or 1 minute and stuff.
Like if we see like 1 minute, I just drop from T1 like just to waste time. I got killed like the wrong timing. So now they have top, but like we still have C4s, and they have only like 50 sec, but it's kind of like free for us.
Yeah, we just gave them space.
I think we had the Valky cam like on the we had the Valky cam I think on like office. That's why like we asked him to flank, and that's where like we win the run.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we are leaving top floor is that I can flank with Oryx on the hatches, so it's okay if we let them have top floor control.
Yeah, that was part of the like plan at the beginning.
We just sounds like we know how they play, we know what to do. Just do our basic stuff and we will win.
카메라에 인원이 있었네요. 혼자라면 도마. 시간. 카메라를 봐줄 인원이 있습니다. 하지 말고. 살아가요. 이러면 1대1 상황이고요. 들었어요. 들어서 살았어요. 사건이라고 사이트 들어갔습니다. 여기 보기 만들고 설치. 와, 포키드. 솔저가 뭐 해줄 수 있나요? 롤보이는 뭔가 하기가 어려운데. 야, 포키드. 키만 꽂혔기 때문에 위치. 와, 조성주.
3 versus 3, make it 3 versus 2. As kills continue to fly. P4, you've got to try and get that plan down and extend the clock. The C4 over the top shot with the DMR by Deadshot. A great play gets caught there in the FNAT Tyrant. Takes P4 down. The FNAT Remnants just dissipate in time for Deadshot to be able to get the trade. With the plan down, all he needs to do now is hold his nerve. There is a drone available. You can see his teammates are watching it. On the flip side, there's no info available for Fnatic, and Deadshot with the active swing there. They've not done anything, have they? We've picked up the kill onto Leon, but they've not been able to take control of Armory. They haven't even got into the bottom of main stairs. Mowgli is something to consider and definitely be mindful of here. Mowgli knows that he's going to be there, but he's going to get taken down on the swing. Jigsaw, surely his seconds are numbered, but look at what he's been able to do so far for Fnatic. 35 on the clock, and he's still stood inside of Armory. He gets himself another! That's 4! Is he going to go for the ace here? Oh, Beaver, he's going to walk himself up Armory stairs. He's heard the Q-mine hit. Jigsaw, you can see he's smiling. He knows it's on the cards. Beaver, 1 HP, goes for the swing. Can he land it?
Seconds remaining.
El buen Ragnar pone las cosas 4 para 4. Te dije que no se lo esperaban a Martín. Excelente la baja. Dirty también responde del otro lado. 4 en contra de 2. Cuidado porque se meten problemas. Nada, Soco del otro lado no lo veo. Triple para Soco. Tiene que plantar, pero claro, le tiene que dar la cobertura también. Le tiene que dar la cobertura con la pura pistol. Con la pura pistol. ¿No lo escuchan? ¿O cómo? ¿No lo escuchan? ¿O cómo? ¿Lo van a dejar plantar solo? Soco con la cuerda. Con Soco con el ace. ¿Qué? Este tipo es demasiado bueno.
Got Kino, Noodle, and Spoit awaiting these 4 players. Yogg gonna be forced to try and work his way in. He's gunned down from Kino on the swing. The timing there doing him no favors. And hey, make it double duty. You can just repeat the same sentence as another man loses his life simply on the swing, simply on the timing. The case is gonna go into the fate of Diaz. Now, oh my, just what is he? What is he? What is he? Kino! Like a phoenix from the ashes. Cameraman be the hero now? He'll need to be. G with the line of sight and with the glance on the block! To push them to not!
It's a brand new day. Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU League. And today, we get to qualify a team, one last one, to the major. Of course, we have to have like the turn to really make it exciting. But also, who is the #1 team in EU League for Stage 1? Where we're going to know by the end of today. Welcome. I'm Milosh, your host. With me on the analyst desk are Freshbian. There you go. You have mastered the turn, my friends. And many have been turning on their heels throughout the stage to see which teams will qualify to the Manchester Major and will represent Europe and the European League. Because, well, at least in Phase 2, pretty much every other region has finished. They're done. But we aren't yet.
Yep, every other region has determined their Phase 2 teams. Just Europe to finish off today. Obviously, with OS concluding today, sending Team Bliss into Phase 2. There's still a few Phase 1 teams to be established, but yeah, just Europe for the Phase 2 teams. We'll know all of them by the end of today.
I'm just so confused about that turn because you just started pointing in the studio when the camera's on gas, and I'm like,
I couldn't just tell you while he was talking.
What
I'm
are
like,
you doing?
Look that way, and we do a turn.
To be fair,
how would I know that? Our coordination isn't that good.
We were taking you're known for that, but we were taking a picture before we got started, and you were looking the other way. So I don't know what.
Just one of those days, is it?
One of those days. You know what? It is an eventful day. Let's be very honest, because our schedule looks like this. There are 2 best of 3s. One of them will determine who is the #1 team for Stage 1 in Europe, the champion of Europe, the grand final of the region. BDS versus Into the Breach. And had you told us that this would be the grand final 2 or so months ago, we wouldn't have believed you. We'd say you're blindly lying to us. But it's a secret. Are playing Wolves for the 3rd and final spot into Phase 2 of the Manchester Major. Huge for these squads. Let's look at things coming from the wide shot, right? We go to our brackets and we kind of show everything for people out there, just in case they missed the matches that we had last week and yesterday. Jack, please, can you help us out?
Yep, so we had the 6 teams into the overall bracket: ITB, G2, Wolves, Fnatic, BDS, and Secret as the 1 to 6 seeds. And then the bracket transpired how it transpired in terms of the games that happened yesterday, particularly. Secret lost to Into the Breach. Wolves lost to BDS. That means Into the Breach and BDS, both of them confirmed for the Manchester Major Phase 2, will play the grand final. And now we have that crucial 3rd seed match, because the winner of this match qualifies to Manchester from Secret and Wolves.
It's a very big game. Like, this is the one that you need to win, because mentality, if you have to go through that LCQ, everybody who has been sitting and waiting for you to go into the LCQ, they're preparing for you. And they're just sitting there waiting, and you have to start preparation all over again while they're already done with theirs. So it's a big game to lose, because I think it's more of a mental exhaustion on that one.
Well, let's look at things from a macro point of view, right? Reverse, look back at what happened yesterday to get to our grand final and 3rd place matchup here, starting off with BDS versus Wolves, Jack.
Yeah, so BDS Wolves happened yesterday. The big brother against the little brother. The French... Wasn't going to call it a revolution then, was I? No,
the
probably
derby
not.
in some way.
Yeah, maybe. The French derby. Apart from Gassan, derbies are supposed to be competitive. What's the scoreline now? 13 maps to 0 for BDS. And if we look at Wolves again, I think realistically, the big brother is in their head. They just can't get past them. They can't fight them. At some point they might, but it's not happened recently. So Wolves, who have been impressive, I think, across the stage. Yeah, sure, they've had some demons they've had to deal with. They've been impressive overall across the stage, but fell short yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, it was kind of expected. Like, we were standing here on the desk trying to make a reason for why Wolves should be able to win, but it was very hard to find it. BDS were just outstanding. We need to see a different Wolves today. I think we will. I think that they have reset, and as you said, it's a ghost within themselves.
Yeah.
They will recover from that, because we know how strong mentals that they have within that team, and the leadership within it can definitely pull them back.
Because they have improved. And again, we said it yesterday, and we pretty much say it every single week here whenever Wolves as a topic comes up, is that the reason why we have such high standards for Wolves is that because they have set them themselves and they expect better from themselves, so we hold them up to it.
Not only have they set those expectations on themselves, they've also lived up to them, because they've been to every single event almost. Like, they just keep going to them.
Yep.
And you will have high expectations of a team like that, because they look to do it consistently, and they constantly did it.
And this is the scoreline for Wolves yesterday.
Yeah.
So obviously they've had a better across the stage, and we can come on to that. But just yesterday, none of them positive against BDS. None of them with a high cost. None of them, realistically, we couldn't really find that many stats that looked any good for Wolves, to be fair. So this is like the best of the worst, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have talked a lot about the entry deals. And if you look specifically at Mowgli and Deadshot, the Deadshot we've been talking about having taken over more and started helping out a lot more. Deadshot had an atrocious game, and it just did not want to click for him whatsoever.
So we'll talk about Wolves in depth once we get to their matchup, but let's look at the other side of that bracket, right?
Yeah.
Into the Breach, playing yesterday against Team Secret, and Team Secret, unfortunately, were not able to carry it across the line, but they still had a tough game, and they almost pulled it the other way, Fabian.
It was very, very tight game, and it was super exciting. If you haven't watched it, I would recommend you actually go back and do so when you have your time, because it was a very exciting game. I think for the first time this stage, we saw Secret with nerves. I don't think we've really seen that from them before, because they've always looked very confident. And take players Adrian, for example. We've praised him over and over. He had a very rough time. This is something I only expect from them when I think nerves takes over from logic and they start making these mistakes that they don't normally do. We had a highlight, and this clip is perfect timing. Actually, this was not prepared whatsoever. This shield placement, and he doesn't turn 90 degrees into the wall, only 45. Those small mistakes, I don't think the Team Secret does on a good day.
Yeah, there was an accumulation of them across that border, and that was the border that they only lost 5-7 as well.
Yeah.
You know, when things got onto bank a little bit later on, and we'll come on to it, it kind of went from bad to worse. So Secret, despite showing us good things across the whole stage, Secret ended up having quite a bad day. And I think Kenny as a team and ITB as a team, to be fair, have a really good read on this opposition.
Yeah.
You know, they do the homework, they have a great read on them, and they understand what they're playing against. But I think Secret also, to be fair, was significantly influenced. You see even, you know, some of the kills that are coming in, was significantly influenced by nerves. And, you know, you've said it, I'll build onto it, Fabian, is that some of the things we were seeing on a micro level from the players, honestly, sometimes it comes down to being as simple as whiffing a shot because of the nerves, because of the situation. Maybe they're shaking a little bit, whatever it is. And I think that basically got the better of them.
And missing one of those duels, as you say, Jack, that can literally turn around away from being an absolute clear win with manpower advantage because you actually get the advantage in the round to an absurdly clear loss just because you missed that one vital kill. You would never miss it normally because the guy might even be turned away from you. But we saw a ton of it from Secret.
And you add to that, when you get shaky, especially on the attack, you end up picking Monty as kind of your fallback operator, but on bank, the second 7-5 in that. Well, what did ITB do? They correctly counter-stratted and banned the Monty, so it put Secret in an even tougher situation when they got into it. And that's reflected in the stats that you saw there. A bit better maybe than what we saw at Wolves, but still,
it was a tighter game, so you can kind of expect it. Also, going up against BDS definitely doesn't help Wolves on the numbers, because it's pretty hard to shoot back against those guys.
I could do it.
Yeah, Fresh and Friends, honestly, I think that we have decided to rebrand this to Freshbean and Friends. That team could potentially challenge them.
All right, let's start off then with our match for today. We focus up on the qualification game, Secret versus Wolves. And here is what things look like so far here. And you'll see third place game, Secret Wolves. Winner of that will qualify to the Manchester Major, whereas the fourth place team will have to go into the LCQs and play against Make Your Destiny. We talked about it through LCQs yesterday in the bracket team that yes, most people will not be familiar with.
I don't think there's a game with more pressure on it than this one inside of the current system. Win it at the Major, phase 2 of the Major, you are laughing. Lose it, you're one of 8 teams that's qualifying for one spot in phase 1 of the Major.
Yeah, and also just taking yourself to the second phase in the Major gives you extra SI points in itself. So it's not only about the placement of SI points now, it's also the ones that you get there. Because if you don't make it through the LCQ, you have a hard time making it to the 6th Invitational at the end of the year or start of the next one. So it's more than just, oh yeah, we'll be at the Major. It's a question, will we be at SI too?
Yeah, so we showed you what the teams overall performed like yesterday, but let's take a more macro look again at Wolves throughout this stage. Things have improved steadily. We get here, Deadshot does show up and get the numbers. Yesterday, a rough game. Like you said, you play BDS, everybody's going to have a rough game.
Yeah, again, we will just come back to the same points every time we talk about Wolves, I think, Jack. Because we have these absurdly high expectations on them just because we have loved watching them play. And I think we've gotten slowly but surely back towards the old Wolves that we've seen before. but we didn't see much in the start of the stage.
And pull up Secret again, average scoreline and actually numbers throughout this entire stage. Fresh. What we got here is quite clear. Adrian performing, Savage as well. Sometimes we didn't get to hear it in the interviews or any of the content, but the numbers speak for themselves. Both teams have the opportunity to make it happen today, but we talk about numbers a lot, and I think it's very important to put things into context with objective, I guess, numbers, right? They say they don't lie, but numbers alone do not tell a full picture. So let's do that. Let's try to do it, and let's judge based on that. Welcome to, I guess, what do we call it? Jury duty? We can call it something like that.
Sure.
So, as we say in Arabic, mahkama, which means courthouse, or which we're ready for our judgment for today. And for this, we have our two lawyers. What two better people and to represent Secret and Wolves? I see Fresh, you're representing Secret on this left-hand side and Wolves for Fabian on the right-hand side. Now, I want you both to tell me why we should support either one of these two teams. And for you watching at home, let us know why you support either one of them. Fresh, you may begin.
So we're going to be objectively biased here. We've got Secret and Wolves. We've got one key strength, one win condition, and then one player that you need to watch out for at home for your teams that you might want to support. If you're on the fence, we're going to argue, we're going to convince you. So the first key strength for me for Team Secret is going to be resilience. We saw them start the stage like a house on fire, literally 9 points out of 9. They then dropped off. Couple of losses, wasn't looking so good. They were, bordering on going out. They brought it back, they got second place. So the ups, the downs, when they're down, they get back up, they dust themselves off, and they come back harder than ever. That's what's going to happen today against Wolves.
For me and for Wolves, if you follow them on social media, you'll see a ton of them writing my key strength here. One pack. And it's because they are like a pack. They're like a family. All of these players have very, very tight bonds to each other, combined with the staff. Usually you don't have as tight bonds as they do. And it's what takes them through a lot of the hardships that they go through. So we move on from them and look at the key strength. And it's just they are such a lovely bunch of people together. And that's what makes them a super, super strong team. They might not have the flashiest players. They might not have the best players. But they make each other look absolutely amazing because of the bond that they have together.
So if we move through to win conditions, then we've got one for each team. Team Secret, I've put depth in there. We talked about depth of operator pool, depth of strategy, depth of players, depth of map pool. They've got it all. They can go deep. They can find whatever they need to. I know it didn't quite go good for them yesterday, but this is the big win condition. They've got entry players playing in support roles who need to remember that they're entry players and can just pop up and get these kills and win the rounds. If Secret find depth today, they will win.
On the other hand, for Wolves, it's consistency. It's actually something that is a win condition for them in my eyes, but it's something they've been struggling with this stage. Previous stage, we've seen so much aggression, so much team play and coordination that have just looked absolutely fantastic. They've also been able to show that events, maybe not going as far as some people would have expected of them. I think they've gone and done really good events, actually. But the consistency they've had this stage has been a little bit upside down. However, towards the late stage of it, they've started finding it again, and I'm expecting absolutely more, and I'm expecting an incredible game from them today.
Moving through to the players to watch, then I'm going to bring my first player, Humer, as Fabian might call him. He's a player that both me and Fabian have actually coached in the past. He hasn't had a great stage, but he is a star signing for Team Secret. When Doom activates, we've seen it on an international, never even mind a domestic scale, we've seen it on an international scale. This guy, when he was with Heroic, can work wonders. Not yet activated for Team Secret, but if he activates today, he is the key player for me to watch out for.
Doom is absolutely incredible. On my side of this table, we have Deadshot. We complained about him previously and now saying that he had a rough game against BDS. He did. But the consistency part we talked about in win conditions, this is something Deadshot has found this stage. When the rest of the team have struggled, he has shown up massively, and we've seen a player that has changed a little bit of his role, a little bit of his play style, but he can absolutely pop off when they need him. You look at the Virtus Pro game they had earlier this stage, 2-on-4, he decides that Virtus Pro should lose that game and the point should go to Wolves. That shot is absolutely amazing.
You know, I think in many ways you put down very convincing arguments in both of your defenses here, but I think the jury really needs to hear one thing, and it's one thing from the heart, which I have not heard yet. So please, find it within you, even you, Fabian, from the heart. Why should we support Wolves?
So if we look at Wolves as a team, I absolutely adore them because what they have is a very deep running legacy. They have players that have all the experience in the world that have been around forever. Same with Lune and the coaching staff, and Helby as well with that. They have players that have been around for such a long time, and we've seen incredible games from them. I am super excited about seeing them today, and I think that they will continue that legacy by going to the major.
Do you know what? I listened to that argument, and I'm going to dispute it. I'm going to dispute it. What did you say, Fabian? They've been around forever.
Yeah.
We've seen Wolves at every major event forever. What have they done? Nothing. Let's be honest, nothing. Who do we want to see at a major? We want to see Team Secret. We want to see.
There's a reason they haven't been to the major. It's because they suck. They're not good enough. They're not Wolves.
They're not good enough. They finished second, and that's the thing. They finished second with rookies. They picked up Doom. They picked up Adrian, who'd never played a Pro League game before, in a support role. One of the top-rated players in the league. This team, stick them at a major, watch them grow, because they've got the potential to go further than Wolves ever did.
All right. They're going to start the mud wrestle at this point. You know what? We're going to have to judge this together because it seems like both teams and both sides in this have a very good argument as to why you should support either Wolves or Secret. Let's take a look at those, I guess, the proof. It's all in the butter in this case for both Secret and Wolves. We want you to decide. Let us know in the chat. Tweet at us. Tag these teams. Tag the R6 Esports account and tell us why do you support Secret and or Wolves in this case. And for those of you that are attending the Manchester Major, well, who would you really like to cheer on once they get to that main stage? And if they do, we want to hear it from you. A call to action, as some would say. But from this spot on, it is time for us to move into the depths of this map. And moving through depth of the band phase, we get to our first Consulate for Team Secret. Fresh, what's going on? Get us through it.
So, Team Secret, actually, the map picks have gone a little bit funky again, where the teams are getting to choose the starting side on their own map pick. We can talk about that more in detail. Secret have picked Consulate and will start defense. Now, Secret love Consulate.
Yeah.
Wolves have actually been struggling a little bit with Consulate, especially the attack onto Consulate. We both actually have first-hand experience with that as well. So I'm not surprised to see it because Secret love it. They were happy to go against ITB there.
Yeah.
They were happy to go against ITB there again yesterday, should we have got there. And they were more than happy to play G2 on that map as well. So for Secret, I think this is a really bold map choice, but they do get to start defense.
I think it's a very logical map choice because you get to start defense against a team that have been struggling a ton with their attacks. It's just not good enough from Wolves' side this stage. So picking a map where you could quite easily go 5-1 in defense just because of how many layers there is to it. Think of it like an onion, right? In Consulate, you can peel layer after layer after layer off from the map.
Yeah.
The only bomb site you really don't have to do that is pretty much top floor because you can go for a direct CEO take. But the rest of the bomb sites are very much peel, take apart, pick apart your opponents. And that's something Wolves struggle with. So the map makes a ton of sense from Secret's side.
The one thing that I did like about Secret, just very quickly on the Consulate, is that they've actually played two Consulates, one against G2, one against ITB, both in very different styles. If you remember the G2 game, it was a shit-slinging match. It was just pocket strat, it was fast-paced, it was who could gun the most, because that's basically what G2 are about. The ITB one was a little bit closer, a little bit tighter, and they've got different styles on that map.
And we go to Clubhouse. Wolves will pick the map and take us to defense. In this case, what are we feeling, Fresh?
So, Wolves' #1 map preference of Clubhouse, they love it. They'll play against anybody. I keep saying it, and I will keep saying it forever. Did lose it yesterday against BDS, but they lose absolutely every map against BDS, so is that really a thing that you need to worry about?
Fair.
Probably not. They've got a winning record on the map. They love it. However, it's a bold choice because Secret played Clubhouse for a couple of games at the start of the stage, showed this is the map where we said they've got a huge depth of strategy and a huge depth of pool on it as well.
It's also kind of goes hand in hand with one of the complaints I have had about the Wolves, and it's that their map pool has been quite shallow. They have improved it since I was a coach in Europe. They have, but I still think it's quite easy to get like an upper hand against them in the ban phase, just because even if they have improved it, it's still not great in comparison to some other teams. I'm not super sure about Secret's map pool just yet, but it seems that in the bans they've been able to manipulate it the way that they want to.
Our final one. We can bring it up here for everybody to see. Which map will we go for? No?
Okay, we're going to go to Bank. Now, this is a map that Secret played yesterday. They didn't like it yesterday. They lost it against ITB. They've looked hit and miss on it.
They have.
It's kind of a similar one for Wolves. Wolves used to absolutely love it. and it's kind of started spiraling down their order in terms of their map preference as well.
I remember when we watched Wolves with Rice in the team. I think he was a massive key piece to this map because I don't know if you remember back in the days, but he enabled so many plays, playing especially buck and vertical gameplay. He was doing an incredible job. I don't know what it is that's become a misconnect in it, but there's something that's just not clicking for Wolves on it anymore. And it could be that it's the meta that doesn't maybe suit their team because you have to spread out all your players in attack. And maybe Wolves wants to do more a little bit like a middle ground between the new meta and the old meta where they still want to help their teammates out, but you just can't on bank. It's such a big map. You need to take care of your own position and make sure that your own responsibilities are fulfilled before you can help anyone out.
Let's focus up on Consulate in this case, our first map in this series, and we got a head-to-head between these two squads and their preferences. Guide us through the numbers, Fresh.
Yep, so as you can see, for Secret, it's definitely a higher preference for Secret. And actually, the stats are kind of a little bit misaligned. So we said Secret, they've picked it, they want to start out on the defense, but they've got their own attacking woes as well. And I think that's going to be the story of Consulate, is whoever can attack it. It's always the story of Consulate, to be fair. But both of these teams have shown struggles on their attack, but have had pretty dominant defenses.
What is very important is that if Wolves is the normal team that they have been before, the fast, aggressive, paced team, Secret cannot fall into the trap like they did versus G2, the game you mentioned earlier. Because in that game, G2 decided the tempo throughout the entire game.
Yes.
And that is what made Secret lose. If Secret can keep the tempo on their own hand or completely disengage from Wolves' tempo, then I think Secret has done a very good map choice in going to Consulate.
All right, our casters are ready. Let's have a chat with Dez and Ace. So bring them up on the screen. Hello, lads. You are both back in here and for another day of EUL. How are we doing, Dez?
Great. I mean, this is kind of Judgment Day, isn't it? Last major spot on the line, title of best team in Europe. This is the day, and I'm glad to be back.
Oh boy, Tim, you've been casting yesterday, of course, and today you got some more even higher stakes matches in many ways ahead. How are you feeling?
Yeah, as you've said, a bit of extra spice on those games today, particularly the Secret versus Wolves game. You know, the loser this time really does go and is going to be on to LCQ. So all on the line for them, and yeah, absolutely can't wait to get into it.
A qualification spot for the Manchester Major, Secret versus Wolves. Thank you very much, Fresh, being here on the desk. That's an Ace. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Take it away, we shall. Tim, we've heard the analysts talk back and forth for a while there about these two teams, making arguments for either side. I'm curious, which way do you lean? I think it's just so hard to call between the two.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier today, and I think I leaned. It is very difficult, don't get me wrong, like you said, very little between these two teams. I am leaning towards Secret, I think, in my mind. I think Secret are going to come through. They didn't quite show us their best performance yesterday against RTB. They've got more to give than maybe was put into the server, and I think we're going to see them really step up today. Wolves, by contrast, just knocked around by BDS, essentially, just really battered out that game. So it could be a tough comeback for them now.
Really could. I mean, I've been looking over the stats as well. We pointed it out on the broadcast yesterday, not me, but the guys in the desk, because they're the geniuses here, let's be honest. They pointed out that for Secret, they are one of the worst entry teams that we have in the competition, way down towards 40%. And so Wolves really should be looking for those opportunities in the early round. But at least showing respect towards Wolves and their tendency to come out with a bit of a rush. We saw some great analysis out of Fresh, talking about the C4 plays out of Brede to really deny Wolves on their gym and bedroom rush on Clubhouse. A similar thing here, and taking that blitz away. We'll take it offline. Monty to go for one shield to disappear. Valkyrie to go away, that we saw both of these teams banning out in their last time playing on this map, which may mean our last one comes through as, dare we say, a clash, Tim. It'll be wonderful, but no, it's going to be the Azami being directed in against Wolves, one of their most played defenders on the last time they played this map.
The big standout from the operator bans there being that Ying is left up. Very popular ban, particularly between these two teams when we've seen them play previously. But yeah, I think we're going to see quite a bit of Ying used here. You know, can be very useful on a number of the bomb sites. I mean, let's be honest, Ying is useful everywhere through the game at the minute. So keep an eye on that one and just see how much of an impact that operator has. But there is nothing more to do other than to get into this one. The winner, we will remind you, will secure a spot at the Manchester Major. The loser will drop out of the running for now, heading to the LCQ. So going to be more work for them to do if they want to get there. But these two, they both come off the back of a loss yesterday. There were 4 teams that came in at the playoffs yesterday that had an opportunity to get to Manchester. 3 of them will make it. One of these 2 is going to be the odd one out.
And that's the real stinger, isn't it? To be so close and yet so far is going to be a real sucker. And the story for me is amazing because you think about Secret, this storied org that we're all dying to see, you know, back at the heights that they used to be many years ago. Wolves, a team that have become almost an expectation at every event that we have inside of Siege. And of course, a massive organization in their own rights, backed by the Wolverhampton Wanderers here in the UK. It feels quite fitting that they should be at a UK event. So 2 very storied teams, 2 very deserving teams. But as you keep saying, Tim, and as the desk has said, only one can make it. In step, though, as you saw earlier on, Tim, that Ying is most definitely going to be a thing. It was banned away against Wolves in their last game here. And it's that classic thing of you ban away one thing, you're leaving something else strong open. Here, it's that Ying that's going to be available. So I'm with you. Lots of heavy executes, which mean Wolves want to try and keep as many players alive until the end of the round as they can. They've already lost 1. But Tim, I was going to say the Ying still lives. Shinka taken down. That is going to be a stinger because Wolves now lose one of their critical operators as part of the execute. P4 has got 2 smokes to play behind on the glass.
Yeah, that's a really big loss, and I don't know if I'm, you know, maybe being overly critical of what was a small mistake, but the drone throw from the balcony, I believe, was supposed to go in through what would be the old connector window, going straight into meeting now. It bounced off the sort of edge of the building and dropped down to ground level. It was that same window that the Solace came flying out of, and Savage managed to get those kills. And for me, I just think if that drone goes in through the window, yeah, it's going to get taken out. But the fact that Savage knows that he's been seen inside of there probably means he doesn't go out. So a big mistake could be costly for Wolves, but they managed to level things up. 3 versus 3. P4 picking up a beauty onto Grube, and all of a sudden they are now in the ascendancy. 1 minute 15 as well. Plenty of time left on the clock for them.
Someone's got to stabilize things here for Secret, and it looks like it might be Adrian, who's already found himself 2 in the round, and 2 more still to find. It's him and Joom to hold on here in this last 60 seconds of the round. I think you'll see a lot of this today, as we've seen all stage long. A lot of early round action does leave a lot of time for teams still to work with when we get into those final 60 seconds or so. So yes, it's a 2 versus 2, but there is a lot of time left on the clock here. Mowgli and Deadshot, the ones to really try and hold things down, and aware that they're being pushed here potentially off towards the side. Just being wary that they haven't quite got full control yet, and sure enough, all they've got to do is hold the angle. Tim Joom's found just that. Now Deadshot has got to make it happen all by himself here as the last man standing against Joom and Adrian.
Seems in the all chat that Deadshot might just have a little bit of an issue, so I think we're likely to see this one tick on by. These things do happen. Secret likely to pick up that first round, and not the end of the world for Wolves, not ideal fashion, but you know, your top floor defense, your primary site choice. We say this so often that we expect these defensive teams to be coming in and likely picking up that first round. So as time ticks by, we will close that one out, and Wolves really, they just need to put this from their mind. They just need to focus on round 2, move on forward. It's a shame. It was a hard fought round, and both teams were doing pretty well there, and could have maybe ended a little bit differently. But Team Secret, they take the first one. It's going to be 1-0.
Unfortunately, it happens in that first round, but I think promising sign for Wolves for me. The real key moment for them was that push through top yellow on towards the smoke, who was sat inside of the isolated square room, managed to get themselves a flash come in, and even with an F-net on side, they've got the swing in. Mowgli's there and gets his man comfortably, bringing it down to that 3 versus 3. So to be in a spot where you've lost 2 players early on, your Amaru and your Ying, your 2 heavy execute-focused operators, yeah, that normally is the death bell coming out for most teams, but they've managed to pull things out there and at least fight through to the very end of the round. So keeping things close, which is always a good sign, but Secret start off with that first round.
Round 2 then, we're going to be heading down to the basement. No surprises there. The question being, no, we're actually in Piano. So, surprise there. Normally, we would see teams as a second choice head down to the basement, as we saw the Soulless down there in security. I thought, oh, that's obviously where we are. But no, it's going to be Piano. So, we're going to be looking at Team Secret to be holding on to that top floor. It is a good thing for them that Doom and Adrian have both got themselves some kills in that first round. A little bit quiet yesterday. Fresh spoke about Doom in the pre-game as well. Of course, if they can get those two online and really firing, we've seen how dominant they can become throughout stage one. So they're going to be hoping that that will continue. They had a good start last time around. Of course, Savage going out and getting 2 on the jump out. That's probably not going to be the case this time. We've also got the Deimos being brought along by Wolves. So that's going to be something for Team Secret to try and manage. They do have the mute jammers. Just depends whether we're seeing them on that roaming basis that we saw it yesterday, where you put a mute jammer out in the map where your roamers are going to be so that they can just dip into it should they get picked up by the Deimos scam.
I know it's been a long time since we've had the attacker repick in the game, but you're really seeing it come to light in this round, right? There's so much they've brought along that can really hurt the side of Secret. Solus out on the roam, countered by the Deimos. F-Nats around the map, you've got the Brava on side. The only real kind of thing working for them, I'd say, is the fact they've got a Warden in this round, which they didn't bring along in the previous one. Now the expectation is going to be that we're going to see Ying round after round. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Secret equally bringing the Warden along every single site from here on out.
Just going to be using that heartbeat scanner to try and pick up any of these attackers pushing forward. It's more about intel than anything else at the minute. But you've got to be prepared, you've got to be set up, you've got to know where the action is going to come from. Shinka sending out those air jabs into site itself, into Piano, just to try and create a little bit of space, but they haven't done the job. Doom, a miracle, managed to cut down 2. P4 and Deadshot will go down, trying to push on aggressively into site now behind those Candelas, and Shinka does manage to find 1, takes down the pulse. So a big bit of utility is gone there.
Got to try and dig him out here as well. They've got the right idea. In fact, they can see the barrel just sticking around the corner. So they know where the man is, and June's got him dead to rights there. Absolutely nothing to be done. Secret have kind of just let Wolves play their game here, take map control, look to push in towards the site, but they have just slaughtered them with every single step they've taken, almost like punching at them from the shadows, Tim.
Oakley does manage to pick 1 up onto Savage, taking him down with a headshot. They've got a little bit of space here inside of Piano. There is the potential for them to try and get something done, but is it going to be June playing spoiler again? He's just waiting in the wings there. He's got his angle, finds his man, makes it 3 in the round. All up to Bibu now. He's on the Ying, 0 Candelas left, so it's going to be nothing but gunfights. They're above him, they're at the side of him, they're absolutely everywhere at the minute. Down goes the smoke canister to try and help him get this diffuser down. Bibu comes off as he hears the push coming through, but Secret, they're playing this smart. They're not overcommitting to this fight. They're just nibbling at him every time the chance presents itself. He knows there's 1 in the corner, can keep pre-firing, but no. Doom on the 4K closes out the round. Bibu can do nothing, and it's going to be 2-0 Secret.
And this, I think, can sometimes be a problem with some teams. And what you've seen from Wolves here is a very direct to side. You know, this is one of the things that they were talking about on the analyst desk earlier on. It's a one-pack mentality. We're pushing in together, boys. We're smashing this through and taking control of the site. But Secret, for me, it looks like they've come in with such a good read on Wolves' play style. Said, you know what? You want yellow? Take yellow. Not a problem by us. You want to edge up it off? Hey, you can do that. It's not an issue. They've got themselves lobby control. They've got 2 or 3 players playing upstairs. They've got players upstairs to support those vertical players on the upstairs as well, and then also a pulse dancing around inside a site, able to feed information if anyone's playing on rappel, for example. It's just been really well thought out in terms of how they're orchestrating these defenses, and for Wolves it's infuriating. You've got no one pushing in through front door to try and assault onto Jum, who sat there and got 4 kills from that same spot, and you can't apply enough pressure on the upstairs. The Candelas have tried, but simply not enough. So for Secret so far, masterclass in terms of how they are handling these attacks coming out of Wolves. We've got to see Wolves book up their ideas, though. That stat line of being one of our weaker attacking teams in the league is really starting to show itself here, I'm afraid, where Secret, at least it feels, have got a great counter to what they're bringing.
Yeah, Wolves need to be doing more to disrupt Secret. We saw it especially in that second round there. 2 of them just feeding into Piano, and this man stood behind the Piano and just swings out and starts getting killed. They can't allow that. If you're going to push in like that, you've got to create yourself some sort of advantage, whether it be through Candelas, flashes, other utility, where realistically, you know, Wolves didn't make too much of a move towards taking top floor at all there.
Tried, and that was about it.
They kind of tried and then backed off, and then, yeah, we've got our air jabs, we're just going to push into site. It's never going to work. It's never going to work when they're above you in CEO, even if they don't lose players going in through the door. It's very unlikely. So, yeah, for me, I'd like to see Wolves ticking boxes, essentially. I'd like to see them, you know, going through the process here. Right now, they need to take Piano. They cannot leave Secret up above them because they will just play on the verticals. They can find out where everybody is inside a site, of course, but without that Piano, they're likely to lose the round.
That's exactly it, right? I mean, Groovy so far largely untested on yellow. As you say, Piano probably needs to be in their control here. They've already seen the hard way in that previous round that one element of control is not enough to make a good execute work. And Doom, full control of the map for the most part here, even with the run out on towards admin. No one quite on that side of the map, buddy, but I appreciate the attempts at the very least. Right sort of idea, actually, is Deadshot. I've just seen on the DKB and the Repel on the south side of things. I think hoping to catch someone as they try and move their way back across the map. But as it stands, not really a concern. DKB call coming out. I was going to remark on this earlier that I thought we might see a DKB ban coming out, given it is one of Wolves' most played operators. I think they're second highest played to Thermite throughout the entire competition so far, but it's been left online here so far.
Work so far from Wolves. As I asked, go in, get the verticals. Bibu manages to pick up an opener onto Groovy as well, so that should be Piano exposition in their possession. They need to be careful of Savage potentially pushing across from Visa, but that can be dealt with reasonably easily. And they've got the Ram, they've got the Book, they've got all the tools that they need to start opening up those verticals. They've got the Breach, they've got pretty much everything to start thinking about the potential of a plant. They need to deal with those deeper Secret players because there's Goyo canisters that can be popped, etc. But for now, these are important kills. That's one coming in from P4, but he will then be caught in a pinch, sprayed down by Doom. 4 versus 3. Wolves, they keep on battling in the mid-floor.
Doom is just everywhere, isn't he? Has found himself back out towards lobby once again, and P4 starts his march on forward, shot in the back. Not quite taken down, but now is locked into a 1 versus 1 with the man coming in behind him. But I feel like, no, Doom's looking completely the wrong way. Just getting sideswiped, a small bit of miscommunication there. And Savage has got a clutch shot 1v4, but Tim, he's already found 2.
Diffuser will go down. Savage now fighting on the retake, and this is where things are going to get difficult because Utility will fly in, as will Bullets. Bibu manages to pick up that final kill. Wolves get their first round, and that is a good point to get it. They were 2 down. They steady the ship a little bit, and they can start back through that defensive cycle. Yes, there were issues in round 1, but now, arguably, they should be able to have a full force attacking round onto that top floor. Make sure that there's no silly jump outs that are hurting them with double kills. Wolves, we might just see a little bit of a resurgence for now.
I really like how they managed the round as well there, because rather than just trying to brute force their way into yellow or in through the breach once it had been opened, for example, look at the position of Mowgli. I know that he's died here, but they also had Deadshot on the DKB helping out on that side of the map. They always wanted to make sure they had, before they tried to go in for the execute, some ability to hit them in the back, to backstab this Team Secret side and really upset the backline, not let them deny from afar as the plant came in. But as that backstab comes in, that's when the diffuser comes in. Diffuser goes down. Round is pretty much theirs to win from there. Sure, Savage gets a nice couple of kills, but they are just exit frags no matter which way you want to skin it. So 2 very different rounds there. One where Wolves have changed up their playstyle. The kind of onus now flips back onto Secret to adapt to Wolves again and figure out how they can deal with a more spread out Wolves attack.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
As suggested, we're going to go back up to the top floor for Team Secret. Last time around, as I say, I don't think we really sort of saw the full force Wolves attack, given that 2 of them were taken out inside the first minute on a jump out. This time, I'm sure that that is not going to be the case. I get a little bit nervous as they start stacking up towards this side of the map again, but it's just going to be opening up the hole in the single reinforcement there. Savage and Adrian just trying to team together here and keep them out of admin. You often get attacking teams get themselves established in admin, look to take Coffin, Printer, copy, move themselves forward. The sticking point generally comes around meeting corridor, but completely unaware that he's been pinged out. Does manage to escape with just a little bit of damage here, Savage, but that's a good start from Wolves, and As I say that, Casa Curse strikes, Doom is going to pick up the entry onto Mowgli.
I think there was a run out coming in as well onto the Repel player there, finding out Mowgli, who, as we saw, was sat on those double windows looking to try and catch out Savage. So really good response from Doom to immediately take that information and make the run out happen. Yes, it's only the Nomad going down. It does invite a little bit of blank potential as the round progresses on. But the main things we're looking at here really for Wolves, Tim, undoubtedly, is in towards the Amaru and the Capitao. They are your execute operators, supported in by the Thinker, of course. And as they're slowly chewing through a lot of their secondary utility, you're now starting to look at the gadget uses. And all eyes should be on P4 with those fire bolts and those smoke bolts. Where are they going to be used? What is the game plan? And here we go.
In there goes Shinko, looking to get the diffuser down, but just so much denial utility being thrown at them. We've got the Vulcan canister pot, we've got the Toxic Babe, we've got everything going on. They can do nothing more than dip straight back out. Shinka took a lot of damage as well, so going to be very concerned potentially about going in for that second attempt. Wolves have got what they need here. They've got that ground floor lockdown. Bibu manages to find Doom as well. He can juice himself back up for a lot of that lost health. They're not in a terrible position if they want to try that same execute again. They just need to think about how they're going to stop further util usage from forcing them away.
And this is going to be the battle, right? There is still a smoke in Miracle's back pocket. If he gets pressed here and dies, and it's a different conversation. One more smoke comes out, and now he has to win this yellow fight. The pressure is building up around him. He's going to back away instead by the looks of it, Tim. The concern here being you haven't got a Grim, for example. You've got no more Firebolt, so there's nothing to stop these attackers just marching their way forward. Adrian for the swing, but Bibi was there ready and waiting. They're trying to make things happen, but Secret have kind of been a bit passive here, stepped away a bit too much. Bibu's into a 3K. It's down to just 2 left on the other side. It's deja vu from last round all over again, Tim. As Savage once again has 4 to do. This time round, he'll find nothing. And Wolves have really woken up into this game.
Yeah, that's how I'd describe it there. They've got themselves running now and carrying a little bit of momentum. And what a good round it was from them there. They went in for the execute. It wasn't happening. They recognized that super quickly. Honestly, in a lot of cases, the Amaru player, in this case, Shinko, is going to die there. Goes in, Toxic Babe canister, Goyo fire, everything going on. But no, he reacted quickly. Straight. And the reason that's important is because if he doesn't, the diffuser's down in no man's land. No, he's straight back out of the window, kept his life, and allowed them to be able to adapt, to be able to bring this secondary push. And Bibu, really the tip of the spear there coming in, and what a great round it was from him. 3K as it finished, and he really pushed that one over the line. 2-2 now as Wolves fight their way back into it.
It was absolutely mega, and also again the ability to realize, okay, our standard window push is not going to work here. We need to adapt, and sending 2 players up yellow was absolutely perfect. So I'll come back to what I said at the end of round 2. That was a bit one-directional when we're coming in towards attacking Expo and Piano. Changing things around was what has then worked for them across the last couple. So again, Secret are the ones who need to adapt. And truthfully, I think in that last round, Tim just touching it for a second, now we keep on looking back here, but a couple of gunfights that could have gone their way. A little bit of misfortune of Wager, not knowing about Bibu waiting at top yellow, for example. The push round, they expected someone to already be inside a lounge and no one was there, just got gunned down for free from top yellow again. A couple of gunfights won there, and suddenly that round plays out very, very differently. So as much as we talk about the strategy of Siege, sometimes it does just come down to winning your ones or winning those gunfights, and sometimes being the victim of what we so well know to be Siege timing, Tim.
Doom just taking a little pot shot out of the window there, not going to find anybody do any damage, but again, it just keeps Wolves guessing. They know that they can't get aggressive. You can see here now Bibu just watching those windows from long angles because he's concerned about any potential aggression coming out of there. Deadshot's taken a ton of damage on the way in as well. Quiet yesterday has been such a big name for this Wolves team in stage 1, and they could really just do with squeezing a little bit more out of him today if they can.
We always say this about teams when, well, not always, here we go, the run out comes through, but they're just ready for it. P4's got the read. Best thing being, the EE1D was coming out. That, for a second, it looked like it just about slipped the net, but they were still ready. No doubt a drone there on the watch, and they managed to catch someone out. Beautiful stuff from Wolves once again, dealing with that early aggression.
Yeah, Doom, doing really well today, 7-3, but maybe just needs to temper that aggression a little bit. There's been runouts in almost every round, and as we can see, Wolves have switched onto it now, and they're not going to keep suffering to it. So doesn't want to, as an important player, going 7-3. As somebody hitting his shots today, they don't want to be losing him inside the first half of the round. So something for Doom to consider going forward, I'm sure. Mowgli is going to continue on that sweep across the top floor. He's got information ahead of him. Bibu manages to pick up Savage, Mowgli onto Adrian, and again, this is Wolves looking like they're about to start running away with this round. It's 5 versus 2 now. They've got the target onto Groovy as well, so it's 1.5 effectively for Secret, because they know Groovy's location. They know where they can push and prod around the map now.
Groovy's a little bit stuck though, because you can't really push down yellow here. That door could be being watched. We can't rejoin it with Miracle to try and force out a 2v2, and they've also got a spot, Tim, where they've got the drone onto him. They know exactly what's going on. I was going to say the vertical has to come through there, and Mowgli has punished him from 2 floors above, and now Groovy, the last man left standing. The Deimos is back out again. They know exactly where he is. Right sort of idea, but you don't beat Mowgli in those situations. And a comfy closeout for Wolves, and Tim, they are running away with this on the attack inside.
Yeah, that's your best case scenario for Deimos there, really. You find yourself, you know, in a 3, a 4, a 5 versus 1 situation. Just put the track on. Bang, the death mark is going to do its job. Let your Deimos hunt him down, and it's just going to make it very, very quick to close out that round. Wolves have really fought back here, 3 in a row and starting to fly. We spoke about entry at the beginning of the game. Team Secret in general have been much better on the entry. They're 3 for 2 at the minute. They are a positive force to start out the rounds, but it's just not doing the job for them, Des. It's not been enough so far, and Wolves are starting to be able to turn that over.
For me, it's more about this sort of the coalescence of Wolves coming together and just slamming them when it comes around to these gunfights. Yeah, I don't want to but it's not coming down to 1v1s. I think a lot of it is just the overwhelming team play coming up from Wolves. Again, coming back to that one-pat mentality. You see them moving as a team. They've got drones watching for these runouts. When it comes around to the pushes through, think about the freebie that Mowgli got, for example. It's a wonderful example. Just making excellent use of the information coming out of Mowgli and the Deimos as well to hunt them down one at a time. Things just looking far too easy through for them. Cutting off Groovy on yellow, like here, for example. I mentioned he couldn't get back down to the basement to go and join up with the Legion. It just feels like Wolves are always one step ahead of whatever it is Secret are trying to do. And I don't want to point too many fingers, but we have got some quiet players across Miracle, Groovy, and Adrian. We've got 3 kills across 5 rounds so far, Tim. That is not going to be good enough to get you that final major spot.
Oh, absolutely not. You know, it's now or never. That's the stakes that are on the table here. It's winner goes through to the major, loser goes to the LCQs and has to try again, and is going to be coming up against some very, very tough competition. So, like you say, these players that have had such a good stage, Secret coming in second overall, now's the time to deliver. As we've said, you can win every single game you want, but if you don't win the one that takes you to the major, then what was it all for?
Still hoping for the best. Every single round we've seen them pressed up against a window or a doorway, hoping to find somebody for free. But sadly, Wolves are not in the business of charity, Tim. They're making them fight tooth and nail for every kill they're getting around, let alone an actual round itself. Same sort of vibe I imagine we're going to see here, though, where we'll start out with this main breach being opened up and then watch Wolves as they rotate off and send players into the map to go and clear out these would-be roamers. Yeah, Groovy is that player looking at the minute and saying, okay, he's the one trying to cause a little bit of disruption around the map. Doom a little bit quieter on Wager, now playing on the mute rather than running amok like he did do for at least the first couple of rounds on things like the Solus and the Capcan. So a bit of a change in form here. I'm just nervous they are going to find themselves hunted down by Wolves, though, once the breach is done.
For a wake-up call.
Goes the first Dockerby call. It's just going to help with this clearance. Like you say, we're moving into that second minute of the round, and they've worked on the breach. I'm not sure if they've got it open yet or not, but the process still has to start. You can't wait for one thing to move on to the next. Mowgli manages to pick up a beautiful headshot to kick things off onto Adrian, but the problem that they've got is they haven't dealt with the top floor yet. You can't move in to that ground floor until you've got upstairs locked down. You got Doom and Savage up there. Savage does manage to take one, but what's this? Bibu, he's just been able to run on into sight.
I mean, him and Mowgli and Shinka have just completely taken over. So rather than thinking, okay, it's all about the roam game like last round, no, they have hit sight early, Tim, and Secret were caught completely unawares. Pants around their ankles, and Wolves are straight in. They've got themselves the diffuser down. Full control here, and a comfy closeout. They have just gone from good to better to best, Tim. Last 3 rounds, they've lost, what, 2 players? Unbelievable stuff.
Really good stuff from Wolves there, like you said, just spotting that gap. It kind of, we've seen them try.
I've been told you got to shut up because someone really important wants to come and talk. Go on then, Fabian, it's all yours.
No, Des, you don't talk to my favorite caster like that.
Thought it was going to be fresh.
It's not just what you do. Well, unlucky for you, you end up with me. Looking at Wolves' attacks, obviously 4 attacks is absolutely incredible. But if we look at Wolves' defense side for a minute before we head into it, Wolves have played 10 defense rounds on console at this stage. So far, they've only lost 1. So this is looking like a nightmare material if you're a Team Secret fan.
Isn't it just, Fabian? Isn't it just? What would you be doing in this situation if you were the one in this game? Would you be cacking your pants right now?
Well, not really, because all you have to do, in my eyes at least, is that you just need to take a few deep breaths, reset yourself mentally, and just prepare yourself for the ride that's about to come. You need to play exceptionally well. Very few mistakes can be allowed, and then it's just play your own game.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Fabian. In we go then for our second half. Team Secret, as he says, few deep breaths here, reset, and we go again. But you remember my favorite saying, Tim. There are 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could see a very different outcome here if Secret can get things right. I do just worry, though, that almost the flow of a couple of those kills in the last round, Mowgli's first kill and Bibu's one downstairs as well. It was like watching a dance flowing like water through sites and rooms, just taking skulls for free. I don't really see how a round is, or a half swap, sorry, is really going to change that outcome.
Feel bad now. Fabian's roasted me the last couple of times.
To you. He was like, don't you talk to a favourite caster and you thought it'd be fresh.
The last couple of times that he's mentioned me, though, he's absolutely roasted me from the desk, and I thought, this is it, this is my chance. And then just as I'm going in with it, he's saying, oh, don't talk to my favourite caster. Oh, he's hit me with the switcheroo. They all reverse.
I hope you feel absolutely terrible now.
I do, I feel
How will he
awful
ever
now.
recover?
I'm sure he'll be okay. On we go then. It's Wolves 4-2. They move on to their defensive half, but here we go. Secret straight in. Adrian on the Amaru is going to be looking to get that diffuser down. Utility has been absolutely thrown in. Mowgli does manage to pick up the kill, but Adrian secures the plant, gets out of the window, and despite that opening kill coming in for Wolves, it might not be enough, Des.
I'm gonna say it now. This is fucking genius. They have just baited all the utility into the default plant spot over in the other site, and instead have gone to the other side and got the diffuser down. Secret have just caught Wolves completely unaware. Now, there's still a chance they can win this one back, but it is so hard with 2 or 3 players still playing out on window repels, for example. Wolves have got about 5 seconds to make this work. Will Shinka see it the whole way through? They've got to push it down, Tim. Shinka's going to see it the whole way through. What a back-to-front round that turned out to be. That was spectacular.
What have I just witnessed? Secret pull out. I'm not going to call it, it's a classic strat. We see it in ranked. We see it you just throw all your utility like it's a CEO window and you send one in through the meeting window. The Amaru zips in. The utility should still do its job. The Candelas, if you get them deep enough, they're going to mean that it's difficult to play in and around meeting and the door and everywhere else anyway. But like you say, all the attention just turns elsewhere. Great play from Secret, but then Wolves showing that they've got a great player their own in their pocket. Shinka just dumping that toxic babe down on top of himself just to obscure himself a little bit, but also prevent any push coming in towards him whilst he sticks the disable of that diffuser. Just absolute chaos, and I love it. Wolves come out on top. They hit them with the switcheroo this time. It's 5-2, and Wolves are looking very comfortable on Consulate.
Obviously didn't get a chance to see what was going on below because there was so much chaos upstairs, but that's the kind of case where a Secret, you're thinking one step ahead. Cool, we've got it down. Can we open up the floor from below in a pretty safe spot around Piano Expo and Lobby and deny it from below? That's what I thought they'd go for. But with a 3 versus 3 still on the go, that plant spot is still pretty well tucked in. Yes, it's exposed from the window, but if you can't get the angle from the window, you're screwed. And that's exactly what happened. Wolves just excellent adaptation in the final moments. Shinka with the composure of, I don't know what, man. He just stuck it the whole way through and they managed to get things done. Great stuff. A really interesting round that I'd love to watch back later. But all that matters really, Tim, is that score at the top of the screen. It's 5-2 to Wolves and they carry on with that dominant defensive win rate they've got on Consulate.
First exothermic has been tricked out. They send in... Yeah, I'm not surprised to see them move away. It's like the best that they had was flashbangs to send over the top. That doesn't matter, really, to Bibu, unless you time it so perfectly that the explosion of the flashbang covers the sound of the exothermic going on. But even then, it doesn't matter because as soon as you hear it detonating, Impact nade goes over. So I don't really know what they thought the Flashers were going to do realistically. You need something a little bit more heavy going in there to be able to do something to displace Beaver.
Oh, man.
Deadshot picks up an absolute freebie on the entry. Mowgli joins him. Secret are crumbling, Des.
That was a massive missed drone from Adrian. He's got the drone inside, but not even looked to his left as he's gone through. So Deadshot could just plant his feet and say, yeah, easy peasy. A couple of kills come back from Juma, who, as you mentioned, Tim, has really been the bright light for Secret this game. I come back to the players I spoke about earlier on, Groovy, Miracle, and Adrian. Still, only 3 kills after 8 rounds. That is... It's tragic. If you want to make a major, boys, this is where you've got to put on your life game. Not back in the stage to get second place. It's this best of 3 that is going to matter the most, and I really hope that changes going into our future maps. As it stands, though, Wolves have got all the control they need, but as we remarked earlier, Tim, you do get a lot of early engagements in this meta. So right now, we've still got a minute to play with. Make it a 3 versus 1. I imagine this round is cooked for Secret.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, the reason that we're talking in these terms is that it's important that Secret really get themselves moving here. They're going to lose this map potentially, and then they head into Clubhouse, which is Wolves' #1 preference map. They want to play there, and it's not going to be easy to go and take it. And Team Secret could well limp out of the playoffs here if they don't buck up their ideas pretty quickly. They've got Doom, 10 and 5. He's going well, but in a 1v3 with 30 seconds trying to push into the basement, FNATs are going to be detecting, sending out the location, where he's coming from. This is not going to be easy. They've given him a cheap one there. P4 just wanders in. That FNAT, they should know where he's coming from. Shinka manages to get the final kill, but it got a little bit closer than maybe it should have done then.
Yeah. It's another one of those where Wolves, I think, are just looking like that team on this map. And my concern is, Tim, let's not forget, this was Secret's map pick. They chose to come here. They have the high preference on it. But Wolves are no slouches. They've played this map 5 times. We'll never hear the end of Fresh and Friends playing them on it, of course, and taking them 8 and 7. But even in professional play, they've played it a hell of a lot. They are no slouches on this map. It's not like you've gone to one of your best as Team Secret and one of the worst as Wolves. And knowing you're going into Clubhouse next, which again, Wolves will play anyone on that map. I'm really concerned that we might just have an absolute 2-0 landslide to get this started, and that final major qualification spot is just wrapped up before we know it.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like that could be the case. We're going to be going to piano and exposition then for our third choice start here for Wolves. No surprises there. Question being, of course, can they hold on to the top floor? Now, I like what I'm seeing. They've got a mirror window up there. They've got a lot of utility being expended to try and make this as difficult as possible for Team Secret to get into the building and to especially get themselves established above. We saw it from Wolves when they tried to attack directly onto site when they didn't take that top floor, particularly CEO. We saw what happened to them and it wasn't pretty. So they've learned from that and they're going to be looking to return a little bit of the same.
Surely not. Surely not. Secret have posted themselves at every single window on the map, and if they get hit by a spawn peak this early on, my God, would it be heartbreaking after it's been in their locker the whole way through. Still looking at those 3 players I mentioned, Tim, to get themselves involved in the game. I think at this point for them, Consulate is a write-off when we go again when it comes into Clubhouse, where hopefully we see them really step things up. But now at least still going to do their due diligence. I imagine Adrian will be extra invested in his droning for the rest of the game, given his miss onto Deadshot previously was what cost him at least the start of that previous round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's going to be heading on into admin. Ooh, that's a big loss there. Miracle managing to pick up a fantastic shot onto the mirror window. Takes that one out, and that is a big piece of utility loss. Whenever you bring the mirror, the defenses tend to largely revolve around it. The one that was taken out was looking, I think, into sort of main lobby, the main door area from inside a site. So it might just give Team Secret quite a shallow approach possible. You don't really need to get that far into the map. He's got the second as well. This is unforgivable from Wolves.
They've let the lot go, although again being mindful, Tim, this isn't the site we're playing on up here as well. I know it's about the hold up here, but it's not the end of the world to be losing them at this position. Yeah, we're halfway into the round, and think about the pace that we've seen. I was going to say, historically, coming out from Wolves, it would be a fight inside the first 60 seconds. But as I was about to say it, Adrian is in, has hit a nice shot, as remarked by Mowgli, to get things started on this top floor.
seeing the problem there with losing those mirror windows. If that one would have stayed intact, then Adrian doesn't manage to pick that one up. Team Secret need to get moving a little bit though. 1 minute 15, not really pressuring onto site as of yet. They're going to be looking to start heading down yellow, but there is still a little bit of work to be done. I'd like to see them actually use that map control that they've got on the top floor now. Start opening up, you know, some of those vertical angles. P4 was just looking to get cheeky there, I think, and move up. He would have come across track stingers fairly quickly. He does, however, manage to find Savage downstairs. There's not going to be a second for him as Secret decide it's time to start pushing towards site, but they're their own worst enemy at the minute.
Guys, please. I was going to commend them and say they're the only team I think I've ever seen with 9 drones still alive when 60 seconds were on the clock. They've got all the info in the world, despite there being a Solus and a Mute on side, yet they're still being shot from all these odd angles, downstairs, yellow stairs, you name it. The info is theirs to play with, but they're simply not able to use it the way they want. Doom has got himself inside of Expo. Plant is going on down. Bibu is underneath here, but will he be able to deny this one away? Yes, he will. Tim, they've had all the info in the world and they still can't get away with it. Onto concrete they step, but what comes in next? I think he's still nervous about being picked off here. Walls playing on the downstairs, a couple of C4s ready to go as well. Everything's still working against them, and P4 could be a massive sidestab here.
Yeah, they don't have any choice but to try and stick this Miracle, picking up a really important kill along the way there. Groovy from above, and Team Secret look like they might have just managed to find some structured approach to putting this diffuser down and holding the post plant when they needed it the most. There's no choice for it. Shinka, Bibu, they need to head up these stairs. They signal it by shooting out the track stingers. Secret, they should be ready for this. Miracle's just holding the tight angle now. They know that they don't need to do anything here. They just need to leave Wolves to play on in to those scopes, onto those lines of sight. There's only 4 seconds left. Bibu is going to have to stick this Shinka on the cover, but no, Groovy, he gets down. He stops the disable of the diffuser, and that is going to be the round for Secret. They desperately need that to be the brakes being applied.
I think if nothing else, it's a big round for Groovy. I mentioned that we haven't seen him get on the board yet so far, and here he is picking himself up a few kills in the round. A lot of them in the post plant too. Just really good discipline being shown, I think, by Secret. They knew that Wolves would be forced to retake above because if those vertical angles are being held against you, there is a very good chance that you do not manage to kill that guy on the reverse angle. So the push up was the right sort of idea, but left it unfortunately a little too late, and also didn't realize the last man was inside of CEO. It's still a big hill to climb. It's still 3 rounds back to back that Secret needs to win. But if nothing else, that should give them and the fans at home a little bit of hope.
The thing to remember here is that was the 3rd choice site for Wolves. I'm certainly not, writing off Team Secret's accomplishment in getting that round after, losing a good few back-to-back. It gets them back into things, of course it does. But that being said, yes, they've stopped the tide of 6 back-to-back rounds, but they now go back to that primary site choice. Wolves, they can take top floor. They can have another go at basement. They've still got 3 rounds to close this out, so Secret, lots of work to still be done.
I'd say 3 rounds worth of work to be done, Tim. So small feat, that is for sure. And out comes the DKB on their side. One thing I was curious to see, to be fair, we saw Walls running it earlier on. Capitao has been one of Secret's most played operators throughout the stage. They absolutely love the creativity that operator introduces, denying away areas of the map, obstructed vision with the smokes. It does give you a hell of a lot, but here I think they've probably got greater concerns, such as the shields they've got to shoot through with the Flores, looking in towards the Nomad air jabs to protect stairs. We saw the Gridlock doing last round. And DKB, I think we see for many teams, such a powerful operator that it's almost a must pick when not banned away.
Secret definitely shaping up towards an admin take here. They know that they didn't get away with it last time, but they know that there's going to be no trickery this time. There's going to be no substitute for just a good strategic take here. Get map control, move forward. It's not awfully difficult to plant on this side of the map once you get the control that you need. The little wall that's just opposite you as you go in through that meeting door provides an awful lot of cover. So long as you've not got a Solus downstairs, for example, which won't be the case as they're not being picked up this time, you're able to get in there, Ooh, that's
cheeky.
really smart play there, but keeping the shield in play at the same time. Beautiful stuff.
That is well measured to not take out the shield in the same stroke, I think. Really good stuff. Is Adrian to start things off, and Mowgli being the first one to fall down as well. Those FNATs, at least now less mobile, can't be activated and deactivated across the map. The ones that are still there, of course, going to be online for now. Bibu has still got himself dug in. He's just waiting for someone to swing in, but they've got some nades at the ready, Tim. Flash comes on through. Bibu, full white screen and can't do anything about it. They're hoping that he's going to run away, but as it stands, simply not happen. Savage almost losing his life as well.
Yeah, they need a little bit of support for Bibu here, but no, he's going to lose his life as June manages to find the angle just in between the shield and the vending machine. That we saw right ahead of us is going to be the plant spot potentially, but it might not be necessary as Miracle heads up those spiral stairs, manages to find one. Rotero drones being used beautifully to displace these defenders. However, Shinka, whilst displaced, still manages to deal death and picks up a kill onto Grube. 45 seconds, Nitro is successful. Deadshot takes down Savage. Doom, he goes in and collects the diffuser, but in a 2v2, Team Secret might need to just have a second's pause to think again.
They need the cover here as well, and Miracle has found it. This is the angle that he needs here. Smoke's going to come on through, but it's a bit too little, too late, I'm afraid. Doom might be sacrificed. No, still keeps himself alive. And Tim, they've got a wonderful angle here. From Coffin, from Visa Stairs, from Break Room, from anywhere you can pick. They've got a great spot to be able to watch this. So, Wolves need to go and find the kills. But Tim, they've got Shinka on side, and we know exactly how much of a terror he can be in a clutch.
This is his time. He really needs to get this one done for his team. Close it out now. They don't want Secret getting any closer. Shinka, he's on the defuse. He's got the cover from Deadshot, but no!
Time.
In comes Deadshot with the quad. He's got the time. Des, he's done it. He's won map 1 for Wolves.
Great 2v2 being played out at the end there as well. Enough to stall out time. The final smoke really being used to just draw out a bit of time, to draw away some of that vision and force the attackers into a slightly precarious situation. Wolves, I think outside of a couple of good attacking rounds there coming out of the side of Secret, we'll look at that and say, you know what, we dominated that from start through to finish. And I'm already starting to feel nervous for Secret about Clubhouse.
Yeah, I would be at this point as well. Wolves have just looked like a completely different team to what we expected on Consulate, to be honest, Des.
They have indeed, and I'm sure the Des have got a lot to say about that. Let's throw over to Milosh and the boys now.
Welcome back, everybody. Wolves are victorious on map number 1. Comfortable on Consulate. It makes sense. It's a French consulate, right? It needs to happen. And Fabian, turns out so far your predictions are going right.
Yeah, I mean, the pre-show here goes absolutely into everything I said. We need to watch out for Deadshot. What does he do? Like, last round, he ends up with a quad kill. What did I say their key strength was? One pack. How have they looked like? They literally look like one pack. They're playing as a team. They're having good coordination. The aggression might have slowed off a little bit, but that doesn't matter when your teammates or your opponents are playing it like Team Secret are currently.
I was super worried for Wolves after 2 rounds. I was super impressed by Wolves after 6 rounds. Now, the first 2 rounds, especially that very first round, now, I've said this before, Fabian, we've played Wolves on Consulate. Everybody have played Wolves on Consulate. Whenever Wolves have shown their Consulate on their attack, on CEO, they always go for the same rush. Doesn't matter if it's CEO window rush or a connector window rush, they still do it. Secret already, punish them. After 2 rounds, though, Wolves showed actually a really good level of maturity that I don't think we've seen from them in a while, which was slow their pace down, play it together, get correct information, get correct droning, identify free kills, and they just kept waiting for Secret. Secret weren't wandering in them, but for example, there was a kill on Adrian in Visa, where Deadshot's holding the Visa drone, and 2 players are collapsing from Teller's hallway and from Visa's hallway, and they get the kill for free, no refrag. That's not something that we've seen from Wolves. What we've seen from Wolves during the stage has just been Mowgli kind of solo YOLO peeking them in that scenario.
Yeah, and it's just that the teamwork and the basis of it. You complained earlier about their drone work, right? That's something they did really well today.
Yes.
Add on Deimos on top of that, and you have so much information.
Mowgli's disastrous on it.
Yeah.
We wanted to lock in on round number 7, a specific request from our analyst. So please, would you guide us through it? We have the replay here fresh.
Yeah, so obviously this is round number 7. So this is when Secret got themselves on the attack. And you're going to see that Adrian himself is going to go in and get the plant onto connector window. And I think this is obviously a nice play. It's one that you'll see on, I think, CEO, top floor of Consulate a lot. Teams trying to cheese it a little bit. They open up the connector breach, they put in the pressure. Obviously, they're using the gridlocks. They're using a lot of utility with the Ying on side and the Grims on side to get the plant off. And I think this was great from Secret. Genuinely, it was great. However, I think they held the post plant of this badly, as we're obviously going to see it come in, is they got to the right scenario, but this is the stress we talked about, Fabian. I think you spoke about it. The post plant being held badly is the stress of the scenario. Maybe trying to do things a little bit too perfectly.
Yeah, but now that the plan is going to go down, what we're going to see is that one player I want us to specifically hone in on here is going to be Savage, because he's going to be the last guy alive in his team. And one of the things that we see very clearly with stress and players making mistakes is that right now, realistically, Team Secret is in a 3 versus 5, right, with one down player. What Savage will do is he will go underneath, which basically disables all sort of teamwork that he could have provided for his team. Yeah, sure, he can hold the diffuser vertically, but the problem is it can be 5 versus 2 on the team players or 2 players remaining. And we will see that they will lose the duels. They will go down. And all of a sudden, Wolves is going to claim the round for themselves. We see the diffuser going down, we see one player going down, and all of a sudden, round is over because basically we misplayed our post plan.
And we have our recap bracket and scoreboard here, the graphic, to show it all 7-3 victory for Wolves. And Deadshot, that was the win condition that was mentioned in our pre-match on top.
I do just want to say we're both geniuses here. Because Fabian pulled out Deadshot, and I pulled out Doom.
That's
and
true.
both had shit days yesterday, and both topped the scoreboard for their teams today. So pat on the backs for us. We've just given ourselves one. Actually, I gave Fabian one and then myself one. But yeah, no, I thought Deadshot was great. I actually thought Mowgli was great as well on the day off. But if we talk about Deadshot in that very, very last round, he was crucial in basically in Wolves getting that retake off in the very last round as well. Came up with a huge 4K and a huge clutch as well.
You want to know something funny as well? We have another player that had a really good game too. Bibo, he was living a little bit in the shadows. He played a different operator every single round, except for 2 defenses. He played Wamai, but other than that, he played a different operator every round.
That goes to show you can teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah, but it shows the versatility.
Old wolf, new tricks.
Yeah, they trust their teammates enough that they can do all of these different things. So it just goes to show that they are coming here with confidence, because if you're feeling confident, you have different keys for different locks, and you figure out what is it that we technically need right now. And sometimes you just brute force the lock with a different key just because you have the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much, Fresh and Fabian, Freshman as we call him. We're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll focus up for map 2, Clubhouse.
Gia Sao Paulo, you have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos para Barulho! Ventures Pro versus W7.
It's a tail, can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
Six Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to find him, and he finds you! Come, he made it! We cannot, we know we don't! Into red time, he can't finish it! He's own brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes we will! Yes we will! W7Ms! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome back, everybody, to Blastar 6 EU League. We continue with our final qualification match from the league directly into Phase 2 of the Manchester Major in, 3 weeks from now? Time sure does fly, but in 3 weeks, that'll be the start of Phase 1, which means the teams that are going in here they'll just qualify and skip that phase. They'll be comfortable, they'll be watching everybody else and getting the time to practice and warm up for a final shot at the main stage event. Though Consulate went the way of Wolves, as Fabian had predicted and argued for, but map 2, which is Wolves' pick, and on defense is Clubhouse Fresh.
Yeah, it's their number one map preference, even if they lost it yesterday. Played against BDS, lost it yesterday, but it's their number one map preference through a long amount of time. For Secret, it's kind of middle of preference, but they actually won both games on it.
Yeah.
The opening game of the season against Sense, and then they beat Virtus Pro on it as well.
I'm still worried for Secret, though, that even if the results have looked great, I saw so much nerves during that last game that going onto Clubhouse and attacking, it can be very, very difficult if you're nervous. Because this map is so step-based. You have the first step where you clear roamers, this is for basement specifically, then you clear the middle floor, and then you go for the basement, whichever execute you want. Those steps are very easy to get wrong, especially when you're nervous. You can get them wrong normally, but with nerves, definitely adds on another layer.
Actually, just a question out of the blue. Do you both feel that Secret have way more nerves today and are more nervous in general compared to yesterday even?
Yes. I think they're feeling the pressure more. I absolutely, with the decisions that the players are making, yes.
I agree.
All right, let's bring up our map and show you exactly the preference of these two squads. Like you were talking about it, Fresh, here's preference number 1 for Wolves, 5th for Secret, but overall, is there an advantage?
I think there is. I think Wolves absolutely love this map for Secret. It's middle preference. But Wolves actually, if we discount the BDS game, because they lose every map to BDS, doesn't matter what it is, they're actually on a nice win streak. They're a win streak that stretches back to the 6th Invitational, including beating the current world champions, W7M, now Fury on that map. It's a map that they absolutely love. They can attack it, as you can see, 50% more or less. Attack win rate and a great defense win rate as well.
Yeah, they absolutely love it. I don't think that there's going to be anything really stopping them either, because if Wolves pull out the same team play, coordination, and just variety in operators that they had on Consulate, then we're definitely going to see a 2-0 here.
All I'm hearing is the onus is on Secret to step up and bring this game back. Wolves look to be in the driver's seat for this qualification match to the Manchester Major. Well, thank you very much, Freshbean. Let's call up our casters, Des and Ace, which I guess I'm going to call Dace at this point. So enjoy the rest of our game.
Just because Ace is old doesn't mean that you have to call him Des.
What? How does that work?
I mean, I asked for return fire realistically, didn't I? But you might have to try a bit harder.
That was... Fabian, you're losing your touch, man. I don't know. You won a couple of world championships and now it's gone downhill. I'm hoping we get back to that high point because the banter was on point back in the day, but that one was weak. Here we go then for Clubhouse Team. Hopefully not a weak map coming out for Secret. We've seen them on their map pick get absolutely decimated by Wolves. It's the only way I can really put it. Outside of a couple of slow first rounds, that could have been a 7-1, 7-2, and it wouldn't have surprised me in the slightest. For Wolves coming in here, this is their map. They start on the defensive side. All the odds are stacked against Team Secret, so fingers crossed now we see something really special coming out.
Let's get into our operator bans. Like you say, something special is going to be required from Team Secret. Wolves will take out Capitao to begin with, okay? Very powerful operator, not one that we see banned out too often. You know, but just brings an absolute ton of utility. 3 speed, you know, good gun. There's nothing to dislike about the ban, really. It's just a question of what it leaves up, I guess.
I mean, for me, I mentioned it earlier on, Capitao is the 3rd most played operator for every attacking operator for the side of Team Secret. Not only that, it's also really strong on this map, as you mentioned, so I just think it feels like the perfect ban to take away from them here. Hibana, Azami following on through. The Azami is going to surprise no one of our go-to most typical bans that we see. Hibana, incredibly good on this map, and Tubarao normally paired up with something like a Kai ban, but here it's going to be taken away by Wolves in isolation. Don't want to find themselves being slowed down. When that wall's open, Tim, they are inside the map. They love a good rush on this map.
Let's get into things then and see, as you say, whether they can control those rushes, whether they can control that aggression or not. I think Wolves are going to be coming in extremely confidently here. Secret, of course, as we've said, with a couple of wins under the belt at the beginning of things, but I think it is definitely their mountain to climb rather than Wolves. And we'll get things underway heading into round 1. Unsurprisingly, it will be a basement defense to kick things off for Wolves, and I just think Wolves being on the defense as well just gives them such an edge here on their own map coming in. It's literally everything stacked against Secret.
It's exactly like we said during the flyover, Tim. It is one of those where I just think, like you said, everything is working against Secret here coming into this game. For Wolves, one of our best defensive teams, in fact, second best in the whole competition as well. On their base map pick, banned away things that frustrate them like the Capital that we know Secret absolutely love. It is going to be an uphill struggle. But let's not write them off yet. There is every chance that they could have had a bit of a breather during that downtime, Tim, during the break, and have now got themselves in and ready to go. Big thing we've got to see, those 3 players that I mentioned before, Miracle, Groovy, and Adrian, they were only on 3 kills by the time we got into round 8. And I know kills aren't what makes the game, but you can't have 3 players barely getting a single kill across the game. Otherwise, you get the outcome like we saw earlier on. They're in pretty quick, though, here and trying to pressure Bibu outright sort of idea. We'll try and drop himself through the hatch here, get swung onto as well. And Tim, they've caught 2 by surprise here, really kind of turning Wolves into the prey rather than the predator.
Deadshot's going to pick up a Nitro kill onto Miracle to try and get something going in return, but it's going to be Doom there with the trade immediately, and that's something I think is going to be important for Team Secret throughout this map if they want to keep themselves in this, if they want to take it to that 3rd decider. They're going to have to make sure that they're not giving away bodies for free. They've always got to have somebody there ready for the trade. The big blow there is that it's the ace that's gone, so that's hard breach out of the window. They do have the hard breach charges for the hatches, which is good, but it's not going to allow them, for example, to open up the bottom of church wall realistically. So just depends what they want to do. But honestly, in a 4v2, they should have all the choices in the world.
Should do. The one thing I'm very nervous about, though, is that there's a certain player still left alive for Wolves who we have seen many a time bring out a big clutch, Tim, and his name is Shinka. Not only that, but he's also sat here. It doesn't really matter because there's no flashes left on side, but in fact, none brought in the round full stop. But I was going to say he's on the Warden, which is one of those operators that you know you're not going to get bullied by flashes on as long as you can time your gadget use correctly. But I'm also with you. Secret here, they made such an explosive start inside the first 60 seconds. They've given themselves the whole round to work with to make this one come onto their side. Just got to be really respectful here that you've got 2 players that are very, very capable of clutching up in a 2v4.
Before just edging his way downstairs, finds himself a freebie. Got to be careful with that because you just got to think about these things. He took his time. Sometimes it'll pay off. That time, it just gave Savage that couple of seconds to get closer to him. If P4 takes the kill immediately, is he more ready for that fight from his left? It's only round 1, so it's not the end of the world, but Secret, they managed to get it locked down. A couple of kills from Savage will do the job to finish things off, and we've got a 1-0 start, but let's not forget, that's how it went on Consulate.
I just look at that and just think if P4 gets that 2nd kill, suddenly Diffuser is down inside a bar. There is no one really nearby able to immediately translate that back and get a trade. Suddenly, that 2v4 is a 2 versus 2, and it's almost winnable. Look, you see here, just narrowly misses it, even gets a couple of shots, but swings a bit too far wide by the side of the attacker and pays the price for it ultimately. So at least a good start then for Secret. I love how explosive they were to start things off. It's one thing I'll never take away from them, as much as, again, the odds are against you. And as we saw on that last map, they've always got some really cool attacking ideas that they love bringing out.
Round 2 that we go into then. Getting carried away ahead of myself. It's going to be we're racing through this one more than I expected, to be fair, on Consulate, and it just feels like one of those really sort of high octane, high paced games a lot of the time. We will be going into Church and Arsenal once again. Wolves deciding that they can do a little bit better there. They're not going to be losing lives at the beginning of the round is going to be the plan for them, I would imagine. Try and keep themselves alive more into the middle of things, deny a little bit more utility wise. But I don't think Secret have got that on their game plan. They're going to be getting aggressive straight away, opening up garage, looking to push forward, looking to force Wolves back, and that's exactly what has happened.
Exactly that. Well, for now, they're happy just playing Turtle, I imagine, Tim. They've got themselves locked in. I mean, look at that operator lineup on the right-hand side of your screen and tell me who looks like a roamer on that team. Maybe at best, P4 is going to be out and about around the map, and maybe you see 1 or 2 players. That is a great reverse fight being taken by Mowgli. But I was going to say, most of these players you would expect to see playing on site. Maybe 1 or 2 step out, but for the most part, it is a Turtle setup. They know that a KB is going to come out. They know that Secret are going to punish you if you get too aggressive around the map, as we saw back in round 1. can't. So I think actually for Wolves to dial things back a little bit, to calm it down and not try and play this big disruptive play style, they could do far worse is the way I'm looking at it. And so far, they've started great. They've got the entry.
Valkyrie cameras just providing that information, something that Team Secret need to be careful of as well. Of course, whilst working above, they've lost the IQ, so that is going to make it more difficult for them to find them. And with a Nitro, 2 Nitros in fact still on the side of Wolves, it is something that they could definitely punish them with. Bibu is going to be playing for the trick. We saw BDS do this absolutely brilliantly yesterday. We saw it both from Usus and from Brede. Look at this, Bibu. He's just taking utility after utility away from them. Just going to go out with the second electrical. That's just going to prevent beautiful stuff, juggling just fantastically. And that is going to burn more time away from Team Secret and force them on to a different execute.
They can't open it because they had the micro AMPs to rely on, but they don't full cover the whole hatch. So an electrical on either side is more than enough. And they still got the power cams up as well. This is ridiculous. Still inside a kitchen, doing a lot of work, even with an IQ on side. I know the IQ died early, Tim, but you'll be looking at that and saying that is absolutely criminal.
They know exactly what's going on as well. You know, they've not picked up those cams. Heading down into oil, they're well aware. They're waiting for the fight. Doom's going to have to do something special here. We saw him have a big game on Consulate. It wasn't enough to get them the win. Do they know about Deadshot here? I think they do. They've just got the ping. They see his feet, but he's got the cover as Doom is there. Deadshot to get one. Can he find the second? He doesn't need to. Shinka's there to close it out. Flawless round for Wolves, and that's what they were expecting in round one. They just posed so many problems for Team Secret there, Des. They couldn't get anywhere. Even when they had somebody's location, they couldn't push onto that position because Wolves were working as one pack, working together as a team, holding the angles, had the cover, closed it out, and that was a great defense from them.
I think finding Savage was the real defining factor there, because the Valkyries you're seeing here as well just gave all this information. We saw the drop in towards oil coming through. We got the C4 in towards kitchen. Just everything that could have gone right for Wolves there really did prove to go right. Bibu also with some excellent tricking inside of the hatch, and this is why teams have got to be very careful when relying on purely a couple of those micro EMPs to get the job done. It's why things like Maverick become really popular. It's why Thatcher is still very much a real consideration on this map. The Secret have just been reminded, you're going to need one of them, Tim. So that's exactly what Miracle might step across to for this gym and bedroom attack.
Yep, Chinka is going to be bringing along that mirror. We saw this site played yesterday, both with and without the mirror. We know the problems that it poses, particularly at holding back any sort of rush attempts or anything like that. Makes it extremely difficult, so it kind of limits Secret's options a little bit. Not to suggest that they would have been looking for a rush necessarily in round 3, but it just takes that edge off from the Wolves side. It's one less thing sometimes to worry about. It's going to be then a hold into Catwalk. So as much as they are going to get this CCTV wall open quickly, Team Secret just need to think about P4's position as well. They don't want to give themselves away unnecessarily to that Fenrir lurking at the top of garage.
Chewing their way through this most important part to start things out, looking for some of that utility, looking towards the Evil Eyes, looking in towards the Bulletproof, for example. The shield, of course, from Deadshot, also no doubt forfeit to Savage and those Flores drones that we're rolling on their way through. No mute to impede him, no Mozzie, nothing like that. Should be able to do a little bit of work, unless I was going to say they managed to find them out and shoot them out before they can do any real damage. So far has already gone through 2 of them. The second one I think was about to come out there. There we go, being redeployed once again. They really want to make sure they get into good spots, Tim, because again, with these Evil Eyes being scattered around and shields and stuff, you can't really afford to be wasting them. Should find yourself getting rid of the one inside of Jim. That's cleared away, and one more Evil Eye is taken offline.
Deadshot's going to try his best to just play in behind that fractured mirror. He's going to have the glasses of the Warden should they try and stun their way into bathroom, for example. Just going to try and hold on to that position. Secret sort of pressing forward here. They're not short on time. They've got good ground, but they are losing bodies. P4 picking up the second, taking down Doom. And in a 5 versus 3, it's starting to look a little bit more comfortable for Wolves here. Yes, they've given up that cash side. Yes, construction is in the control of Secret, but it doesn't matter because the kills are coming. Deadshot takes down Grube. Savage does manage to find Bibu, but that's literally all that Secret have got going for them in this round.
Quite literally, Tim, it is. I hate to be that guy once again, but we're 3 rounds in and looking again across Adrian, Groovy and Miracle. Not a single kill coming from any of the three of them. All the work needs to be done by the others on the team right now. Savage, sure has got himself 5, but Tim, exit frags really aren't going to count for too much, I'm afraid. He's got to find 3 more, and Wolves will really be off to a flying start. Yes, they got caught out in round 1, but we saw exactly the same thing back on Consulate. It took Wolves a couple of rounds to warm into it, but once they were warm, there was no stopping them.
You've got to question whether the Team Secret tactical timeout comes in anytime soon, Des, because at the minute they are facing exiting the playoffs. That's as simple as it is. They're getting
we didn't have a tactical timeout last map, did we?
No, I don't think we did.
No,
I don't think we did. And it does make me wonder whether it's going to get brought in here. You know, the reason that I bring it up is that Twister is well known for those early tactical timeouts. Doesn't always, you know, wait too long if he sees that there's something needs changing up. If he sees something's not working, you know, he's not scared of getting in there early and trying to have that conversation. At the minute, yes, it's only 2-1 to Wolves. They're not too far behind, but the reason that I'm bringing that up is the last couple of rounds have been very conclusively Wolves rounds. So they don't want it to get too far away from them. You know, yes, Wolves are going to move on to the attack for the second half. They might, you know, not pick up rounds maybe quite as quickly there, but you still know that they're going to be good for at least 2. So Secret, they need to be careful here.
I imagine for Wolves was a little bit of a bee in their bonnet after yesterday. You know, coming up against BDS, and we all saw the stats. They haven't won a map against BDS in seemingly forever. And that is going to be something that really kind of grates on you, but you've got a point to prove in a sense that you can still be, you know, competing for that top spot as the go-to French team. I know BDS aren't pure French anymore, but you've always lived in their shadow. You always want to try and prove yourself against them. And yes, they may have fallen flat a little bit yesterday, but at least against Secret Team, they are really showing that maybe the way the group stage ended isn't indicative of which of these teams is arguably the better, because they are running over Secret so far.
Yeah, they certainly are. We're going to see this breach getting opened up. Groovy picking up a beauty onto Mowgli. Nice headshot just to get things started here. Going to soften up the wall. A lot of work for the Maverick to do here, though, and a lot of dangerous work for the Maverick to do.
E4 still vibing. Just like, okay, you've got breach. Congratulations, guys. Where next? Is it going to be construction? Is it going to be garage? Because you've got to deal with the dock sat on one side there, and they haven't got the Kappa tab on side to force him out. That said, especially during Japan team, we've seen Docs sit up here on catwalk and stim themselves through the firebolts coming out from the Capital, not having to move, not being killed off as a result, and they still managed to hold on to such a crucial position. Here is playing in behind the mute jammers if nothing else to keep himself locked in. Shinka's going to find himself one more, and that's the below control taken away too. So good little step forward, I think, from the top of red stairs. Now Secret have got another kind of black spot, an area of the map they don't really have full information on, and they're going to have to regain control of that. But here they go, trying to get rid of P4.
Still haven't really got the answer to him. Savage does manage to take Deadshot out elsewhere, but they've let P4 away. He's wandered round and picked up the kill. Unforgivable, really, from Secret. They are not helping themselves here. Adrian comes in with a beautiful shot, manages to get the second, but it's taking these hero moments to get jobs done that they shouldn't be losing manpower on. Shinka is the last alive underneath. Secret can definitely get this round. He's going to be flashed out. He comes out for the peak, shut down by Miracle, and Secret do get it done, but boy, are they giving Wolves chances at times.
Adrian really on the recovery effort there. It's interesting. We speak about a couple of players that hadn't got themselves involved yet. Groovy, Adrian, both having big moments in that round. Groovy with the opener, and then Adrian into those couple of kills as we saw our march in towards Garage. But you'll be asking questions looking at that. A couple of players coming in from below. There's no challenge from lobby. There's no one playing on Garage doorway to help us assist onto the dock who was sat up here. Look, for the fact you get to go here for free is criminal, frankly. Really felt for a second like Wolves have done enough here, but that shot from Adrian, of course, into a second finish off onto P4, absolutely beautiful. It restores the round to the way that it should have been. Shinka can't really do that much while full white screen. So a bit of a swing back off a mistake from Secret that then got corrected by Adrian. They get themselves that 2-2.
Yeah, and I think, you know, overall, I think Secret are doing well here to keep in touch with Wolves. And given that it's Wolves' defensive half, if they could maybe, you know, grab another round, go 3-3, that stands them in really good stead for pushing towards that final map. But we know that Wolves are going to be good on the attack as well. They're not the best attacking team, but we would expect them to be decent on the Clubhouse attack, given their sort of preference and priority for the map. B-Boot is up on the top floor along with Deadshot. Mowgli out on the roam on the Solis as well. There is a lot of presence around the map for this Church and Arsenal defense. We saw them last successfully defend it a couple of rounds ago. They're going to be going for it again. It was back in round 2. They lost it in round 1, locked it down when they went for the retry. Deadshot is in not too... It kind of looks aggressive sometimes, I think, when you're out in garage, you're on the catwalk, it's like you're on top floor, but really, he's got that quick drop back down the oil pit, but the only one getting dropped right now is Mowgli, as Savage picks up a beautiful opening kill.
Even through the pre-fire, manages to find his man. And Tim, there's a bit of a smell in the air here. There's something cooking on the other side. I'll say that. It's been spoiled, Tim. They've dropped the plate on the floor. The Ying is dead. Ying and Ossa really were their go-to sort of agents of chaos in this round for the execute. And I thought, great, you're in a 5 versus 4. You've got the entry. Now we can drive forward towards site. But it has sort of crumbled with the loss of not just the Ying, but also your key hard breacher. Church Hall stays closed, for example. They're probably going to have to rely almost entirely on a kitchen drop, making use of the Ossa. It's again going to be a little bit piecemeal here. They can work through at least a couple more hatches with those hard breach gadgets in the back pocket of the Buck. However, Wolves are back on site, Tim. We've got half a round to play. They've got all the gadgetry to play behind still. I think they will be extremely happy with the pickups they've made.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think you're right. And they can just look to play behind the clock now. Going to be... Look how tentative Secret are here. Still up on the top floor. Drone's going down ahead of them. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but they don't want to push down. It's like they're really concerned about what they're pushing into. 1 minute 10 left to go. Adrian's going to try and use those Oster shields just to buy a little bit of space down at the bottom of the main stairs here. It will give them a little bit of a platform to build from, but with the man in Moto, it could be a little bit of an issue. They've got the impact on P4 as well, so as soon as he knows if he can get a little bit of an angle on that corner just to throw them into bottom main, that shield's going to be taken care of.
Just posted himself up there being able to watch this long angle so no one can make the cross, just almost slicing up this bottom four like a good slice of cheese, Tim. Admittedly, if someone cut through the middle of a block of cheese, I wouldn't be too pleased about that. But they're in a spot where they've got this divided out, where you're not really going to be able to see any Wolves players cross back over to the other side. So they've got to make do with what they've got. But this C4, as we've seen with these lineups coming on through, may well be enough. It gets shot out, though. Adrian with a good reason. It's returned to send it to him. A nade coming over the top. Surely he's not going to catch Bibba out from there.
No, it's just looking to dislodge him, I think, and try and push him into another line of sight. But as the time ticking by, they don't really have time to be dislodging here. Adrian looks to go in, and he's got to get the diffuser down. But there is the kill coming in from Bibu. That's almost going to be critical as the last two come in. P4, Bibu, lock it out. And Wolves super confident, super locked down in the basement.
I don't think they were aware that Bibba was still playing in behind bomb chassis there, so a little bit of short-sightedness. Maybe assuming that the nade that came back in from Adrian from bottom main would be enough to force him to move, but he held firm, managed to retake that position, sit on the bomb chassis, and get the kill onto the Ossa, who really, as we mentioned at the start, the Ying and the Ossa were the main two operators in that round. One dies early, the second gets killed to an unknown player sat on bomb chassis. Wolves have got themselves up to 3 and 2. And the thing is, Tim, take away that round one sort of slippage here. The beauty is that they lost what you might consider that offside, right? Being up on Cash and CC. They go now to Gym and Bedroom, where we saw them absolutely shut out the side of Secret last time around. I think it's probably going to prove to be the same here and be a 4-2 half to Wolves.
I'd agree with you. I think Wolves are looking on the whole pretty comfortable. Secret, yes, they've won a couple of rounds, but it's just sort of taken those big plays from individuals. But you know, you can't rely on that every time. Savage has been going fantastically well so far, 8 and 4, but everybody else just again a little bit off the pace. It's more of what we saw on Consulate, really. Secret just being very, very quiet today. Whereas, you know, by contrast, Wolves, everybody's having their moment. Look across their kills: 5 for Deadshot, 5 for Mowgli, 4 for P4, 3 for Bibu. Just everybody getting in there. We don't expect the kills from Shinka necessarily. It's not what he's there to do, but, you know, ultimately everybody chipping in, and that team effort, that one-pack mentality is certainly giving them an edge right now.
Headshot, just hoping they go undroned. In a spot where if this gets opened up too soon, Doom could be the one on the receiving end of a very unfortunate few bullets flying in through the soft wall. Opened up and then he goes to swing, doesn't find his man, and instantly gets punished. I think it was a good read there where Secret knew what was going on, but Deadshot almost got away with it. Still, he hits those shots onto the breach and spins onto West Window. That could be a couple of kills, and the round is chalked once again.
Yeah, you can understand the attempt, but just not getting the dividends from it this time. P4 is being watched as well. Manages to just nip across there. It's a very, very tough angle to challenge on. You can see through, there you go. I was just going to point that out, through the sort of metal girder that you're looking at there. There's a hole in it, and you can just see through there onto that door, but it does make it very, very tight, especially if somebody's moving. You really need it more to be that somebody comes and sticks their face in the door to have a look, which is not what P4 was going for. So for the time being, 4 versus 5, Wolves have got themselves locked back in with 2 underneath as well. Nitros in hand. They are really playing for that denial, but Groovy, he could spoil the party.
Always that story of just one player that has that ability to have such an enormous impact if left unchecked. It was Deadshot we were nervous about for a couple of seconds there. As you say, it could be Groovy with the ability to do just that. But he's missed the player. He's slipped the net a little bit here, Tim. And Mowgli, this could be a real critical 1 versus 1. The long range is there, and Mowgli's the one. Taking a little bit of chip damage. It's now got to be nervous about Secret suddenly descending. They know what's going on. Sure enough, they're only give it 3 seconds before he's then got to sprint himself away. Fire is ripping through from the Goyo canisters. We've got the first Candela come on through as well. Warning, Tim, the Ying is on the site.
I think Savage just missed his opportunity there. So the man didn't take the shots. Does do a little bit of damage in retrospect to P4, but Miracle is there to pick up the kill. And here comes the push. Bibu manages to pick up Miracle, and we see Adrian downed as well, as Wolves have managed to get themselves back into fighting locations on site. Gruber is underneath right now. 35 seconds left to go. Doom is just left to trying to find any sort of pixel inside a site. Savage is super low health, so he doesn't want to overly aggress this. Groovy is going to go at the same time as the Candela manages to get one. Doom onto Bibu. It's all up to Shinka right now. Alder in hand, but he's going to be full white flash, and this is a big ask.
15 seconds
But it is Shinka, Tim. We know what he can do, and he's already managed to find one. At least that gives away his location here. It's been a 2 versus 1. They should be able to set up this cross. One hanging back on main stairs. Right idea, but Groovy's not going to let that one fly. They get the shutdown, and Secret, they get the round, Tim. That's the most critical part. 3 attacks. It's no small feat against Wolves.
No, that's actually really good for them. Going 3-3 on the half, coming into defense, you look at it and you say, all you need to do against a fantastic Clubhouse team is lock down your basement and 1 top floor site. That's all you got to do. You win those 4 rounds, you get the map, and we move on to map 3. We go to Bank to decide this. And Secret they've played decisively there. They've seen Deadshot, they've gone in, they've got the entry. They've pushed onto site behind the Candelas. There was a little bit of a blip in the middle where Wolves kind of brought the man count back, but still, Secret were in the better positions. They were in the spots where they could find those kills and get that diffuser down. So overall, a good round and a good one to win, to just follow them into this second half. Just give them a real good flow, bit of momentum, and they can try to push on and get that first defense down in the basement.
Give some credit to them as well. He points out on the desk and also during the cast in that last map that I think it was Groovy, I want to say, was on the gridlock and had the chance to get underneath and deny the anti-plant, I guess, the disable coming in from Shinka when we saw that excellent execute coming into the top floor. He was a little bit too late to the party, though. Only got that. That is horrific. Okay. Really got there towards the end of the round, whereas here, that whole time, we had him sat underneath on that Finker, able to give global support, but was also denying any potential C4 coming out. So you have seen Secret learn across the last couple of maps, put the players in the right positions to try and make these plants work, even if it didn't quite go according to plan. Still managed to turn things around. And the IQ, I touched on it earlier on, Tim, when we had the IQ go down on the other side. It was Savage who was the initial death for the other side of Secret. But losing that early on, normally when there's a Valkyrie in play, it really stings. Here, there isn't, unfortunately, but it's still, the FNATs are going to reign supreme, for example, looking, of course, towards the Solus too. A lot of things still to frustrate the side of Wolves.
Yeah, that's it. It just gives, especially if Savage has recognised that. If Savage has seen that kill and knows which operator, it could have been at distance. They can be difficult to tell sometimes, but if he sees that and he thinks that's IQ, he knows that he's got that freedom. He's not going to be picked up using that scanner. So it's great stuff for him, and they need to utilise that now. They've got the man over. They can leave somebody on the roam for as long as they want. It doesn't really matter if Groovy loses his life up here, for example. He just wants to now burn as much time as possible. If he gets another kill, all the better. Even, you know, more amazing start for Team Secret, but he needs to hold off this pressure for as long as he can and just burn time.
It's this pace though, right? Think back to round 1 when we had Secret do exactly the same thing. They burst inside the map. 3 players all at once. They got 2 or 3 kills in very quick succession. It's a great way of approaching it, and an unfortunate bit of a swing there, but it might be a bit of a bait. I thought towards his right. I saw one more, but not quite to be the case. Getting themselves started on these hatches, Tim, as everyone on Secret has been forced back down into the basement. So even with just 4 players on side, Wolves have managed to get to where they need to be. Half a round still to play as well. Lots of opportunity here to still pull off a good execute.
P4 just getting up above sight now, going to just be making sure that nobody's playing underneath the hatch. Has a little bit of a long look on the angle through towards Church. Not likely to pick anybody up. I don't think Team Secret are going to be over-committing to any of those verticals at this point because they know they don't need to. 45 seconds left to go. They have Dirt Tunnel. They have themselves in positions that they need. They're watching the kitchen hatch. This is looking good for Secret.
What they need is the key part. The one thing I'm watching out for is there's no Warden on the other side here, and you've still got the Candelas of P4 available. It's not that you should be able to get away with, of course, flashing every single player at once, but it's going to require some really good team play coming in here. EMP coming out is nice to disable any gadgets in place. Candelas are going to rain on through here, and Secret have got to be very careful. Drop number 1 comes on through. Shinka is tucked in, but can they get the side swipe on this one? They should be able to get it, but Shinka's sticking it all the way through. Finally, we get the C4 come out. A kill comes in from Deadshot here, and P4 is back in position. They don't have the full vertical cover. He's got to come off for the fight. June brings him down. It's down to 2 left on side here, down to a 2v2, but there is simply no time left. Team Secret will get themselves around and move into the lead.
Yeah, Wolves just had too much to do, especially in a 4v5. It gave Secret that freedom to have that man available to react. Plant going down, yep, here comes a Nitro. We've got the angles. P4's on the retake, doesn't matter. We've got the shots, and Secret did that fantastically well. Great first defense. We'd expect them to win Church and Arsenal, but now getting a couple of rounds back to back, starting to build that momentum. It's fantastic stuff for Team Secret. It's the fight we wanted to see, and the bigger thing here, Des, is the feeling around Team Secret. The last couple of rounds, they feel more like the Team Secret that we've watched over the last 5-6 weeks in stage 1. They look more like that team that can come in and upset people. And right now, Wolves, they've got some figuring out to do.
Just a little bit, Tim. At this point, I start to feel nervous. You know, this feels like a very much back to front series so far. For all we said about Consulate being the map pick of Secret, we thought they'd come out strong. They were going to really show up today. The nerves did show in that first map, and we thought surely they can't recover it coming into the second. But to come out 3-3, taking 3 attacks, to have a good, solid first defensive round, I think shows pretty good promise for them, and it could be that these teams win each other's map, and as you say, we go through to bank to see how things close out. But there's still, Tim, a number of rounds to play through here before we can even determine if we're going towards bank or if it does indeed end out as a 2-0 to Team Secret. I was about to say Team Wolves. 2 Wolves, more like, and see if they can pull things back around. Team Wolves just sounds horrible. Let's go Team Wolves. No.
We're calling them the Wolves next.
No.
I won't open that can. Oh, I already did.
Well, you've wound me into him. I feel like I've had a hook through the cheek.
I know that you want to bite. That's the thing. You're right now. You're the fish that's been caught. You're just laying quietly in the water. No, I'm not swimming away. I'm not going for it.
I've already been served up for supper, Tim. I haven't even had time to fester on that one, I don't think. Here we go, the Castle Barricade being opened up. It is far too easy. Hopefully being able to get one of those opened up with the make use of those Rotero. Spoke about those quite a bit earlier on as well. Then being able to get in and take out things like the Bulletproofs was the main thing last time around, and the Evil Eyes that we saw scattered around. Here, it's much more aiming in towards those Castle Barricades, opening those up, getting the team these lines of sight open through. Miracle with a cheeky pre-place there. Expecting a rush, I think. Maybe trying to take a leaf out of Buride's book from yesterday. But I think Wolves themselves have learned, Tim, they are not going to be caught doing that one twice.
A textbook age-old angle being picked up from Savage there. Get yourself into Dirt Tunnel if you've never tried it. When you're on a gym defense, you will have some joy, I guarantee. Just be careful, because it is a well-known one and will get picked up sometimes. We're going to see the Selma charge just detonating underneath that mirror. I don't think it's actually going to clear the window itself, but it is going to make it more difficult. No, the window is still in place, but it makes it more difficult for Miracle to play there, because obviously anywhere towards the right in his legs are exposed. So it's not quite got the job. There you go. It's no surprise to see a second one coming in, but June is going to pick up an opener onto Mowgli.
Miracle.
And that is good for him. Secret, but Miracle steps out and does even better. Beautiful headshot onto P4. Bieber is there for a little bit of a trade onto Savage. 4 versus 3, and Wolves, they're going to have some difficulty on this attack now.
I panicked for a second when Miracle was holding the angle and chose to reload. I was like, what are you doing, my son? But then just steps across at the right moment to keep himself safe. Could have gone horribly wrong and he would have been mocked, quite rightly. I think if that was the position it came down to. Secret still with the numbers advantage though, and Wolves, as with the last round, are watching that clock tick down at the top of their screens. Only 30 seconds to go to them. They're going to have to make this work one way or another. But I think Secret are just going to be too dug in.
Shinka drops, manages to get one kill. Jooms there with one of his own onto Deadshot going in through the FNAT is going to reveal the position. Flash is coming in. He's just really struggling to get anything going there. Is Shinka and his own team not helping him. He looks to peek around the corner. 8 seconds left to go. They need kills realistically. No opportunity to put the diffuser down. Joom gets a double. Joom coming back online, more like the form we saw on Consulate and Secret. They get themselves some breathing room here. 5-3 now and on the defense. Wolves could be about to lose their #1 preference map in Clubhouse.
Joom has entered the chat. He was 12-8 on the last map, the only really player to contribute much towards it in terms of kill totals on that game. We were talking about the 3 players that were falling a bit shy, and he'd been a little bit quiet up to this point. I won't say off, he was 5-5, and now he's just gone and got himself a 4K in that round to really propel himself further up the scoreboard as well and make his presence heard. 4K closing things out, and Wolves are starting to feel maybe a little bit kind of scared by what they saw from BDS yesterday, Tim, to be honest. Again, knowing that they were refuted at every push, that they had C4s in their faces everywhere they went, the BDS had just read into their game so well. Maybe fearful that Secret would bring out a similar style of play and just shut down any aggression. And it feels in this slightly more slow play style, they are paying the price. And I go back to what we said on Consulate. When things are a little bit simplistic, a little bit one, maybe 2 directions to push in, that's when Secret have dealt with them well. Where they've struggled is when we've seen Wolves really overwhelm large parts of the map all at once. So I'd like to see them spreading out a little bit more here. Try and push into more areas of the map rather than just the 1 or 2 that you picked out so far, because they are paying the price. But here on the offsite, hopefully they can find some success.
I think they desperately need to, in all honesty with you, Des. You know, that's the reality that they're facing at the minute. 3 rounds in a row have gone to Secret, 1 more and it's map point. And Wolves just, they look a bit punch drunk at the minute. They've been caught with a sucker punch and they're wobbling on their feet. They're almost about to go here. And I'm sure that they'll come into this one confident that they could take it here and now and get themselves that Manchester spot. But Secret have certainly got other ideas. Consulate is going to kick things off with the push around main door just to try and make sure nobody's playing underneath in lounge. We get working on the wall. The difficult work is done for the Maverick, which is the bottom line. Can now just open up the top and they'll be able to take the soft wall out. But right now, there's still
Steve missed time. I don't think he had a chance to get the full right-hand side of the wall done because of the shot out. No. So now if they try and get themselves down in there again to get the rest of it opened up, there's going to be a C4 coming in through the opening, and then Scrooge. Yeah, look, okay, he's got a line of sight, which is fine. You can play that on the rappel and just take shots at anyone crossing. So again, you've kind of sliced the map in half, and Miracle's got to respect that. Right now, no one's playing there, but this wall is probably going to stay closed with how it currently set up. Electrified, you've got the mirror opening, the Maverick along the bottom, and you really want Mbibu to get up close to that wall. I don't really see where he finds the chance. He's said the same, because he's now gone towards construction.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They just don't want to. It's too big a risk, essentially. The breach isn't absolutely essential. The problem that you've got is if you were going for a garage push and a plant inside a server, then you can't really cover the cross properly. You might hit somebody's feet, but there's a good chance they make it all the way over. And you can see Wolves at the minute, they kind of just seem stuck here in not really sure what to do. The flash almost hitting the mirror in the face. Deadshot rushes up, manages to get on into sight. 1 kill goes either way, 4 versus 4. I'm not sure if Secret know that the call is coming from inside the house, but there is Deadshot. P4 gets one as well, but Adrian on the fight back with the trade. 3 versus 2. Advantage still to Wolves, but Secret, they've been able to retake sight.
That's massive for Adrian coming up red behind them. Yeah, although everything else collapsed before Wolves as they step forward. A great team push. That one-pack mentality coming out once again. Now in a 3 versus 2 team, we've seen them with the numbers advantage before, but not having the clock on their side. This could yet prove to be more of the same. It's going to be down to Savage and Adrian. The angles they're holding, and that's the exact dream one you want. There's no response coming on through, and he can dance himself away. Bibu's in a good spot, but Tim, they haven't got the diffuser.
They're going to have to go for kills here with 19 seconds left to go. Bibu low health and people are even lower health. We come to a 1v1, 13 seconds. Bibu grabs the diffuser, goes for the kill though, looks towards Adrian. He's just going to have to slam it down. Adrian, sorry, Savage can play this smart. He's going to look to get himself in for the challenge, finds his last kill. And that's going to be another round to Secret, and they secure the map point opportunity.
Really well played towards the round close there, and I said it at the time, Tim, we've seen them with the numbers advantage, we've seen them with 30 seconds on the clock give it away time and time and time again, despite the, I suppose, the promise that we saw in the mid-round there, pushing towards site, and the taking of control of it was absolutely brilliant. I saw they had like 2 smokes, 9 flashes lined up, and thought, right, they know what they want to do here. They want red control. They want to force their way into somewhere like Garage, but given everyone was stacking topside, it was very clearly going to be red, and they made a great push forward together. Just could not hold onto ground that they had taken, and Secret retake it to make excellent use of it. So improvements from Wolves, but not enough to get themselves quite over the finish line.
Definitely more work to be done, and it is a surprise to be saying that about Wolves on a Clubhouse, that we really did expect them to win coming into this, but Secret showing, as I said, that stage 1 form, getting themselves back on top of things. They will have the opportunity through the tactical timeout to talk as well as Wolves. So as much as it works, you know, yep, Wolves can have that chat. They can try and iron out a couple of those problems to grab rounds here. What it also does is give Secret a really good opportunity to have that discussion coming in here. They're going to be defending Church and Arsenal for the map, and they've now been able to have a real good chat about exactly what that is going to look like, what worked last time, maybe what didn't, and how they can go about it to ensure that they get themselves onto bank.
Really has been a series of 2 halves so far. Does feel like Bank is going to have to be that decider, because Wolves now need 3 rounds on the bounce. Sure, they get to start down in the basement where you'd hope to see some success. They haven't found it there yet so far on the attacking side of things, but you'd hope to see some here, maybe in gym and bedroom, but then you've got to go through Cash and CC again. It's a tall order, it's a big ask. It does feel like Bank is all but inevitable, but I think as we've seen time and time again, Tim, Siege can just be unpredictable in the funniest ways.
Yeah, it really can. We're going to have that top 4 presence again from Secret. It's been pretty consistent for both sides throughout this map. It's becoming more and more common. We do still see the occasional turtle defense all the way down inside the site, but just giving the attacking teams so long to work on map control and utility clearance. Mowgli almost clearing the man up in gym. Can't quite find his angle. And that's just going to back Savage up a little bit to mid instead.
To tickle. It's the same sort of thing we've seen all series long so far, just looking to waste time, draw in the attackers, have them burn drones and utility and potentially even lives, trying to clear you out of certain areas of the map, but it's also not overstaying your welcome as he starts to learn. Thought the impact might be enough to finish off Deadshot there, but no, he was on half HP. I think he would have just about survived there, given those impacts do what? 60 damage, and by the looks of it, Deadshot from an eyeball test has got about 63, 64.
Certainly would have been a close one. Mowgli getting closer though, managing to pick up a headshot onto Savage. Good opener there. But the trade is in as June manages to pick up Bibu, and I don't think they've picked up on this castle out in Strip, and now he's going to play his life in there, I would imagine, just try and keep himself on the flank as a threat, because they cannot ignore him in that position.
The dangerous thing here, Tim, is they're kind of limited on the number of drones they've got left to them here as well. Again, looking back earlier on, Secret had 9 drones with 60 seconds left. We've got 4 available here with half the round still to play. So they're probably going to have to commit a player to watching that flank and make sure they're not getting backstabbed. And I imagine Deadshot will be that player to watch it, maybe the Thatcher as well. The others really have got to be focused on trying to push him for this execute. Mowgli coming in down blue, Candela's coming out. We've seen this one before, Tim, and it didn't work out last time.
No, Mowgli is going to be the tip of the spear here, looking to push, just trying to get in behind these mirror windows, trying to find a kill, but can't do it. Shinka, however, is in a planting position, but there again is the Nitro. We've seen that denial so many times. Deadshot gets 1, but he's going to have to find 2 more. He's on the hatch. The one thing he's got on his side right now is time. He does a lot of damage to Groovy there, but takes some in return. Deadshot has got so much work to do. All he can do realistically is drop here and look to take the fights. The mirror window is smashed, so there's not going to be any possibility for him getting information on Groovy in behind there.
Mowgli just far too passive on that push into Think, and him losing in Life is Blue has chalked this round entirely. Deadshot's got to do everything by himself. But we had P4 in the middle of sight, in there, causing chaos, and Mowgli sat on Jen and thought, this will be enough. Hope that someone would run into the angle, but they're not going to do that when they're having a 1v1 against P4, and sure enough, they're going to pay that price. Sometimes it's the smallest things that can cost you games, Tim, and in this case, it has cost them their map pick to bank. This will be settled.
Secret really woke up in that one, gave us a brilliant performance, especially through the second half when they got on defense, and they take us into a third map decider against Wolves. A reminder, this one is for a spot at the Manchester Major. It means everything to these two teams, and they are playing like it.
It really comes down to that. It looked like Secret might be chalked, that they might be done after that first map, but that was one hell of a bounce back. And which way Bank goes? Heaven knows. Hopefully the analysts do. We'll throw over to them now.
Thank you very much, Dez and Ace. And I gotta say, Days. What? You know what? We'll talk about it later once they're back on, because I really want to ask them what they think about it. Anyways, you wanted a game, you got one. 7-3 come back to make it, well, a 7-3 bout also, as we had on map number 1. Team Secret get that energy back, and this time fresh. You have been right.
Yeah, this was the team that I picked. One of the key win conditions that I had, resilience, bounce back ability, and that's just what Team Secret did. Thought they put in an absolutely solid display, particularly on the entry game inside of Clubhouse. They were excellent on the entry, and I think that stems from, ultimately we did say it was a very, very bold map choice from Wolves. The reason why is because how much can they change? If you look at the Consulate, they changed a lot, particularly on their attacks. Caught Secret out, really managed to capitalize on it. You can't change a lot on Clubhouse. Maybe apart from not doing that jacuzzi rush that we called you out for yesterday. Fair enough, didn't do it, but you can't actually change a lot. I think particularly Mowgli's routing. Secret had an idea on where Mowgli was going to be a lot of the time and managing to make it 5v4 a lot. Mowgli was 4 of the opening deaths that Wolves had out of 5 in that entire game there. They knew what was happening with Mowgli, shut him down, and then played it out from there.
And if you do something like that, like you said, you need to change your takes. You really need to. And it's not about like changing them completely. It's to go for a different side, usually. Yeah. Because we all know what the default takes are. For CC, it's Garage take with Breach open. For Gym, it's usually start CCTV, or well, as Wolves do, they rush. And from Basement, you just clear, or you rush Dirt like Wolves do. But if you keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over, it's no longer a surprise. You just need to change up ever so slightly. What I find impressive with Team Secret here, I actually got a message from Twister, their coach.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know big names.
I know big names. No, it's nothing to do about that. But he said to me that we are making so many mistakes because we are nervous. You guys are correct on the desk. And he said to me that he's given them an old classic of Fabian's, which is the fist up where the sun doesn't shine. And it's like something they needed. It really was. I mean, you and I said it. Yes. And it was clear as night and day that they had to do something different. And it really worked because they looked so comfortable on Clubhouse in comparison to before.
This is what people call momentum, right? It's something that's very difficult to quantify. And I know it's so difficult when you want some hard numbers to kind of back it up. But when it's something as nebulous as momentum, you just feel it. It's a vibe. And the vibe on Secret, looking at their cameras, is looking high and up on the check, Fabian.
Yeah, so the cameras do tell a picture, but now it's for the third map that is so important with it. It's like, with this momentum, they have definitely taken it back, and you go in with so much confidence for the next one.
Final thoughts, Fresh, before we go to a break?
Confidence is a funny thing, isn't it? If you look at teams that win map 2 in a best of 3, they usually jump on to win map 3. I know we'll preview map 3, but that momentum kind of word, Secret felt in their comfort because they knew what Wolves were going to do on Clubhouse. So if the same happens on Bang, the momentum might have just shifted to Secret.
All right, we'll talk about that map 3 and more right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, it's Jesus from BDS.
It's Una from G2.
Hello, I'm Gandragati from the Wild R6 team.
It's Shinka from Worth.
I'm Leon Gids from Fnatic, and today we're going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
I don't even know what that is, I'm looking at.
Those like beer gags or something?
Is that a stove? Is that a drum? What is that?
At the moment I would say Sky.
I don't even know what to guess. I'm guessing Skyscraper again, but I actually have no idea.
I knew it was mining. Oh, that was my other answer.
I've never seen that in my life. That's Chalet. I'm guessing from the wood.
Maybe Villa or Chalet?
Cafe in the spawn. Good, good. Where even is that? I still don't even know where that is. Is it one of those plant pots there?
Oh no, it's cafe. Oh no.
I don't even spawn here. That's unfair. I actually always thought when I watch these I'm going to be a genius, and I'm literally absolutely having a stinker.
It's the back alley spawn of Bank.
That's going to be bank. That's going to be banking just outside on the floor.
Yeah, got at least one right.
Oh yes.
Oh, this is easy. I put my drone here all the time.
Bank kitchen sinks.
This is a bank open area staff room kitchen sinks.
Correct. Yes.
What did I say? My drone goes there all the time. Just for all the teams out there watching this. I know all the EUL teams are watching it. My drone goes on that little counter there. So make sure you're looking.
It's like we're outside.
Ah, this is Night Haven.
It could be Consulate or maybe Bank.
What spawn is it though?
I'm gonna go with Bank, but I don't know where exactly.
Is it lobby spawn on Night Haven? I'm pretty sure like the west side.
It was Night Haven.
Yeah, surely. That was too easy.
I would have never guessed where it was.
Thanks for watching, guys, and enjoy the stream.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blaster 6 EU League. One more spot remains to qualify a team to the Manchester Major and directly into Phase 2. And for that, we go into Map 3. Perfect timing for it between Secret and Wolves. And that Map 3 is Bank Fresh. Look at the preference. Is it 5th and 4th? Pretty close in between.
Yeah, which is what you often see for two teams where they've got a very middle preference between the two maps. As we can see, Secret, they've played it twice in this stage, lost it once, that was yesterday against ITB, and won it going up against Wild in the stage. And then obviously Wolves played it in the bracket only in terms of the games they played. They played it against Fnatic, and that game was a little bit of a topsy-turvy, and not going to say Wolves didn't do well, but Fnatic absolutely capitulated inside of that game.
So the map in itself, I think, is going to be a very good map to end the best of 3 on. Because it's one of the few maps that I consider very well balanced for both attackers and defenders. Basement has a little bit more tendency in my eyes, an open area, to be a defender favorite. The rest is a little bit more attacker favorite. Why it's such a good game to play it out on, or map to play it out on, is because Wolves are really, really good in their defenses. That's what we've seen statistically. Today, however, we saw them attack really well on Consulate. That's something we don't usually see from teams. So what we're seeing is a little bit of a flip up here, because you should usually be able to attack on Club, which they couldn't. So it's like a perfect map to sort in where the teams are at currently.
And we heard it from both of you defending your picks of these two teams prior to the start. We got 2 maps, and both were 7-3s for Secret and for Wolves. And now we got to hear it from our casters. We got Fresh being on the desk, but we got Days on the cast. Gentlemen, we got a great game on us, ahead of us, especially on that map 3. Yes, Derry?
We do. I just know when production has said to me before we come back from the break, they want to have a chat before you go into game. I'm not in for a fun time, am I?
What do you mean? Like, we didn't get our time because he called you guys Days before, and I don't know if you picked it up, but I said it, like, you don't have to call them Days just because Ace is really old. It doesn't just mean that he's constantly in a daze. It's not his fault, you know?
Unfortunately, it kind of does. I am getting to that age now.
That's fair. That's fair. Honestly,
I just kind of wonder what's going on most of the time.
Fresh, do you have any idea what's going on right now?
No.
He doesn't want to get involved.
No, like, I don't want to be involved.
No.
I've got a conflict of interest, so no.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, yeah?
Conflict of interest? No, doesn't matter.
You can't
I recuse myself from this conversation.
You can't just
stand back.
It's like, I declare bankruptcy. You can't just declare. That's not how you do it.
Behind the desk at the old studio, I could have just sat down, but...
Fresh is getting fired if he gets
Anyways,
involved. That's what
my
I'm
map is ready. Let's pull it
it
back in here into the realm of reality, because Wolves and Secret are fighting for that final spot in Phase 2 of the Manchester Major, and we have a map 3 to decide it all. So please, Das Ace, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. We do indeed. I don't think any of us expected to be here after Consulate, but Tim, we have arrived. We are at map 3. That big question we'll now have is, does it turn into be a dominated one-sided affair like the last 2 maps, or do we get something a little bit closer to the line for map 3?
I think Bank is it's XR Striker, actually. I'll credit him with this. It's something that he's always said over the years, and that Bank is a brilliant, in competitive terms, it's just a brilliant sort of grandstand map. If you think of some of those biggest games we've had in Siege, you think I'll give him his moment here, I'll give him the spotlight. If you think of Fabian's big moment against EG with the Monte, you know, so many big moments come on this map. It's just, it just feels like a really good decider map, and that is where we're going to throw down between Team Secret and Wolves. 7-3, 7-3. It is perfectly poised. It is perfectly balanced coming into this one. Who is going to take it? Who's going to grab that Manchester Major spot? We will see as we go, but for now, the bands come in. We've got the double shield band. We've seen it already. It's Monte, it's Blitz.
I think the real prize they're fighting for here, Tim, is not so much being able to win the Major, but to get to see you. That's what they really want.
I mean, I don't think they'd be fighting this hard, Tess.
I mean, arguably so far they've fought hard on one map each, Tim.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think it's the tournament that they're looking at. I think it's the tournament that they're looking at. Or maybe the wonderful city of Manchester as well. Maybe the wonderful city of Manchester.
I'll tell you what, mate, the group chat has been going off about Manchester because there's so many cool things to do there. So many. It's going to be a very fun, packed couple of weeks, but most definitely going to be worth it. I'm really excited for the chance, personally. Not quite sure I can talk about what the contents of said chants will be on broadcast, but I'm sure you'll hear them when the Manchester Major rolls around. I'm sure it'll be full of words that are definitely not broadcast friendly. Anyway, we are underway with things. Wolves start on the defensive side at this point, Tim. I don't think it really matters which side either team starts on, as we've seen two very different kind of games play out so far. Here, though, we've got Secret available with the Capitao is the most important thing because, as noted earlier on, that's one of their most played operators. They love bringing along the Capitao. And for Clubhouse, for Bank, an excellent operator to have, given you can make good use of those hatches to drop fire and smoke seemingly everywhere.
10 seconds left.
Got the Echo on side as well. Bibu is going to bring along the Yorkais. We've seen them have, I'll say, moderate impact over the last couple of days. We've certainly seen them used. Whether successfully every time or not is a different matter, of course. But I think we'll probably see. I'm interested to see where Bibu plays. Probably off in the garage. But look at this speed from Adrian already, who's just dipped away a little bit. I thought he was going to get in really aggressively to try and push on into server there. But yeah, exactly that. But no, Shinka is going to be holding the position for the time being and
Savage.
just slow Secret down a little bit. But I tell you what, Des, there's not much slowing them down. However, that will, as Shinka finds the opener traded out by Groovy, but they've lost that key component. The Ossa is down and out.
That's a real stinger as well as one of their go-to operators here because, yes, I mentioned about the Capitao, but even with the smokes on side, you've got to deal with Evil Eyes on the other. So now all eyes will turn towards the Brava of Savage. Can you clear out these Evil Eyes and get them snatched away? I imagine a big part of Wolves' game plan this round is going to be to keep them protected and online. If they can clear out sites itself, then at least they have a chance of getting rid of one or two. But as it stands, this really ain't going to be all that impactful bringing the smokes out, I'm afraid.
No, it's all about that ability to pop the Goyo canisters as well. Of course, you know, if the Maestro cams are stolen away, that will be possible for the attackers. But the first Clutch drone that goes into sight there, taken out by the Maestros immediately, and P4 is going to be sitting on those constantly. However, can they find the angle? Yes, they can. They kept the cam as well. That could be big for the round.
That's it. All cams stay alive. Both of those Bravo drones have now gone through and found nothing. This round's starting to feel chalked already. I know it's 4 versus 4 and there's half a round to go. And you might go, well, Des, they've got loads of utility. Like, what's the worry? You've got to play through the Goyo canisters yet. You've still got yourself to deal with the Yokais. The Evil Eyes are all on side as well and all pointing in towards such a critical position. It's going to look a little bit messy is what I'm really concerned about here. So keep a close eye on whether or not we see Secret get anything from this round.
We've seen one Goyo canister detonated so far. I think we might have just heard the second. Zoto canister is going to go out just to prevent that hatch being opened for the time being. Just going to try again. It's just all about denial is this. Just burn away as much time as possible. Down to 45 seconds and still with Yokai drones active as well to be used. So that is another factor to keep in the front of your mind. Mowgli, he's looking for a flank here. He gets seen on the drone. He doesn't have to go for it. Just the fact they know that he's there will be enough. One Yokai taken out. The plant will not stick. Grube is going to go in for it again, Des.
And then P4 and the Maestro has managed to get his way all the way up here. Plant goes down, but Groovy's finished off in the same token. So yes, they might not quite be able to get a spot where they close the round out and deny the plant, but they've got themselves just 2 left standing. Savage, Jube have found themselves a couple already. Bibu's trying to stick this one. Are they aware of it at this point? Does anybody know? They do because they've got the down, Tim, but the last one is up on the hatch. If he manages to get his man up here, almost finds a shot onto Savage. This would be one hell of a turnaround. He's got this longer angle, sees the leg, gets that done as well, but the back is showing a little bit there. Dead shot. Shot in the booty by Savage, and they'll take round 1.
They really needed that top floor flank to pay off. Coming through square, loses his life to Savage, and that allows Savage on the hatch. It was 4v2, Des. They brought it back to a 2v2 and ultimately able to hold on to that post plant. It was well done by Secret, but you got to ask questions of Wolves. That round was definitely there for the winning. This is the point. 4 versus 3 becomes a 4 versus 2, and then Savage levels it up. It was there in the palm of their hands.
Such a crazy one. One of those rounds again that we look back at, like round 7 of Consulate. It feels very back and forth, like Wolves surely you thought were chalked, and then they managed to get into a spot where they've got the numbers advantage, but the post plant is just massively onside for Team Secret. But those kind of close rounds are the ones that we live for, Tim. We now move ourselves up to that top floor. The windows are going to be involved, no doubt. And if we see Doom stick onto the Amaru, I imagine we're in for even more chaos in this round, Tim.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, potentially the zipping through the window to get the diffuser down. There'll be some work done before that happens, so don't expect anything too explosive at the beginning of the round. It's not an Amaru in the sense of bring it along and just fly in and throw the diffuser down, because that's never going to work. But it may be later in the round to get in through that window to try and support that. It may be that it's going to be used elsewhere. The diffuser is in the hands of Savage at the minute, who's going to be playing on the Grim, but again, the Grim coming along just suggests that we're going to be looking at a potential window plant.
Seems so. I think the lineup really leans in towards that, including things like the gridlock on side to restrict movement on the site itself. Completely with you on that front. But can't ignore what's being brought on the other side. The C4 at the ready, for example, from the mirror, no doubt dug in behind that mirror window. So there's probably a little bit of prep work to do for Secret first. It's not as simple as get yourself inside, get plant down, get out, 1, 2, 3, job is done. There'll be a little bit of map clear to work their way through first and foremost. Groovy with the longer angle coming in from at least his first window. This is where you get that kind of weird, like, no man's land where the site itself can't easily be played inside of. Sure, Bibby will make that at least a little bit easier with the Azami on side, who, as I mentioned, the last couple of maps, very commonly banned away against these teams, both quite popular. I mean, really banned away against pretty much every team. Azami is incredibly powerful at the moment. So I think here you're going to see her doing a bit of work to make it a bit more palatable for the defenders to hold on.
Quite a lot of, 2 of those B canisters burnt, just getting through laser gates that can be reactivated as well. That's a big utility cost there to do that. Bibu is going to be getting pinged out by them and sprayed around from underneath. They managed to get the kill, so they still get the value out of that operator that they needed. Savage and Adrian one apiece there before they can think about now going in to get that diffuser down. Mowgli is still a little bit of a sticking point here because he's stopping any pressure coming onto Janitor. Deadshot does manage to pick up Miracle. They can't lose both of the operators that they've got inside of the map.
Lost 2 already is a good start for Secret. I can't help but draw back to that previous round. They look like they're in a good position, but didn't quite have enough to take control of the site. You've still got the mirror windows up and ready here as well. You've still got Mowgli, who's playing the dangerous game here of dancing around the shield, probably expecting and anticipating they'll look at this and go, oh, he's behind the shield. Right kind of idea, but what a shot from Mowgli at range. The trade attempt comes on through, but Adrian is deleted. 3 kills, flurry to the side of walls, and they're in a 2 versus 1, Tim. The reverse angle now being played. Mowgli could be on here to clean up, but no, Savage finds one more. Right kind of idea. It's a 1v1 against Deadshot.
Mowgli's done his job, really. It's not the end of the world that he loses that fight. He has to take it at that point. There's no other way out. But getting that double has been absolutely massive. Savage is surely one shot here for Deadshot, who manages to pick him up with the DMR, and that's going to be Wolves locking down the top floor. They'll likely go back down to basement. They could try open area, to be fair. They get themselves on the road on Bank, and it's exactly what we wanted from the first 2 rounds. There's 1 apiece, and these 2 just fighting it out, duking with each other.
A 1v2 and a 1v1 is how the last couple of rounds have ended. We asked that question at the start, will it be another sort of one-sided affair as we saw back on the first 2, or would it be a bit closer? At least the early signs are much closer, appears to be the answer. Probably find ourselves now rotating down to maybe even re-attempting the same site, to be fair as well. Depends how they want to play this one out from that point. Sorry, not playing the same. Down to the basement again, as we saw back in round 1, giving Secret one out down there. Unless we choose to go towards the offsite instead, but we'll see that from Wolves in a second. Again, I'll come back to this point that we made on the second map versus the first. That mistake on the first map of not quite using those verticals for a couple of their executes on the side of Secret bit them. It got corrected on Clubhouse. It has carried on here to help break this site open or open things up for them on this site when attacking onto Bank as well. So again, an evolution of Secret across this series.
5 seconds left.
Once again, the echo being brought along, this time by P4. It is indeed going to be open area. I wasn't sure whether they'd head back down to the basement or come here. I think very viable considering how well they've just held on to the top floor. It's going to be largely the same here. Try and keep hold of that for as long as possible before dropping away back to site. It's going to be a top floor clearance coming in from Team Secret by those things. Going to open up the top of square. Miracle looking to potentially get in, just in behind that drone once he's checked that his immediate area is clear, but the first battle may well come down in the basement, although looking at the silhouettes, I don't think Wolves have got any defenders down there right now.
Not just yet, but I imagine more on his side, it's that chance to threaten up marble stairs and do a little bit of damage if someone is crossing in completely unawares. But truthfully, Tim, both teams have played Bank 1,000,001 times at this point. They know that when you're playing onto this site, it is very common to see someone work their way in through Garage to cause a little bit of trouble up towards Marble. Always seeing someone rotate over towards Blue, maybe a little bit less so, but that's exactly where he's going to work his way over now. Deadshot, down on the upstairs, bigger into a second. This looks like it's already done for Wolves. With fair, they've got and taken the bite out of the side of Team Secret. The Nomad and the Gridlock offline. Suddenly those flanks are wide open for Wolves to exploit.
Yeah, exactly that, and we see it so often on this site, you know, players popping up from blue stairs, popping up marble stairs, and just making it difficult. And that there just sums it up for me for Team Secret in this round. Just as they come around the corner, Wolves drop away. They've just been one step ahead the whole time. Mowgli, oh, I was going to talk about Mowgli, but forget it. Deadshot with an absolutely beautiful headshot around the corner. Just absolutely slams Groovy. 5-1. Deadshot's woken up today, and he feels like going to Manchester.
Doesn't he just? I mean, yes, we've had a couple of close rounds over the last couple, but this one has just a little bit different taste to it, Tim. Wolves dominant in round 3. And I'll always come back to what I said back on that first map. First couple of rounds got taken by Secret. Wolves were slow to wake up and warm into that game. It could be a similar sort of vibe here with how things have started.
Oh boy, Wolves starting to really gain some momentum there. I won't say running away with things yet because they're not. It's 2-1. It's still close. But if you remember in that last game, I did pick up on Twister's habit for early tactical timeouts. And that's what we're going to see this time, deciding that he needs to have a little chat with Team Secret.
And I think it's probably very fair. Yeah, Fabian said that he heard from Twister that he stepped in and said, boys, you can't let it crumble like this. Like, I know there's nerves on side, but I imagine with much more passion behind it, of course, than what I'm giving it maybe. But more just saying, look, come on, but what are we playing at? And I imagine it's a similar conversation here. You've won one round very, very closely. Otherwise, you could find yourself already down 3-0 here on Bank, and it would not be the dream start that maybe they'd envisioned to the end of this best of 3. A reminder again, what is on the line is that spot at the major. The loser gets nothing. The winner will be in Manchester. The loser still with a chance to fight in through the LCQs, but no one really wants to go through that. It means you've got to play through phase 1 against a bunch of other teams who are all desperately hungry to make it to those main stage finals. It will be another whole chunk of grinding to get through, essentially. Let's see if Secret have got anything magic to bring to the table off the back of that. And immediately I saw for a second a line of the KB. That to me just said we need to get rid of these Romans, man. They're giving us hell.
Yeah, the Lion looks like it might be switched away. Savage currently on the IQ pick. We'll see whether that sticks or not. I think they've probably seen the Soulless. They've seen the Yokai of Echo, and they know that they're going to need to be picking up on that electronic utility. Maybe a little bit of wishful thinking with the Lion, hoping that those operators, you know, wouldn't be present in such an abundance. But as they are, they're going to plan accordingly. And Wolves this time, they're going to be trying that basement again, and they're going to try and get it locked down. It was, you know, reasonably close last time around. It was down to that 1v1 at the end of things. It was, well, actually 1v2 that Savage won, and Wolves, I'm sure, are going to be confident that they can lock it out this time.
It seems so, but of course, things can change after a tack timeout. Keep a close eye on that one. June already being hassled early on. Look at this. Mowgli right up in his grill trying to get him punished. But as we've seen so many times throughout this series, you've got to know when to back away, and Mowgli's got the right sort of idea. 3 to 5 seconds to cause the trouble. It'll take about that long for other players of Secret to draw onto you, and before you know it, you're being shot from 3 different directions. So good drone play, has got himself away, done a bit of damage, slowed down the side of Team Secret, and already, Tim, 5 drones have been taken offline as well. Great start.
That's huge, and it's exactly what you want to see when you've got Mozzie and Soulless on side. That is the job they need to be doing, and if anything, with those 2 operators, we need to see even more taken offline realistically, but it may now just be about finding them when we get to this point of the round. Other priorities, other responsibilities come to the fore. Deadshot not only taking drones away from Team Secret, but using them against them as well. It's a complete switcheroo on the information game, and he's just cruising around there on the top floor, feeding all those positions back in, and that could be dangerous.
It could.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Just being so wary, I think, at this point, again, of being potentially stabbed in the back again by another Wolves player looking to cause trouble. It is putting that fear of God up Secret, essentially, and forcing them to have to reassess and, as said, slow things down. But now at least keep every single player alive, so we start thinking about the site more here as well, the prep work that needs to be done. Hatches being opened up, the blessing of the Hibana, of course, and get 4 of those hatches opened up by herself. Although we're just reminding them, I am still around, guys. Don't feel like it's an easy opening of all these hatches for yourselves.
Oh, again, Deadshot on the drones, feeding the info in, knows that they're inside of open area, working on that hatch. Miracle, just aware of the potential for any flank coming up these stairs. Secret looking fairly comfortable at the moment. They're being forced back by the denial, but they've got 45 seconds, so time is on their side at the minute. Adrian doesn't need to rush this, doesn't need to panic. They've got the IQ pinging out the Yokai locations. They know all the win conditions here, which is dealing with utility and getting the diffuser down, and they're working towards getting that done.
They managed to get Savage there in a bit of a trade as well. The P4 on Mowgli stacking up. Good way of slowing things down again, and that smoke came on through. That really was what you'd expect to be the execute coming out for Secret, but for a while it's taken them a bit of time to get moving. Drop at the ready, another smoke coming on through. Doom inside of the server as well. They've got all the line that they need, but Tim, look what's ready and waiting with just 10 seconds on the clock. Will they get rid of it? No, they won't. The first blast comes on through, 10 seconds to play. Impact coming on through as well. They'll deny him away here. Wolves have ran that clock down to the wire. Juma's got to find a kill. He'll get nothing. Wolves with a comfortable closeout, and they keep on marching forward.
Yeah, really well played by Bibu there, just grabbing the round by the scruff of the neck. Yokai drones, 10 seconds left to go, stun him out, double impact need to then take the operator out, put the diffuser code on the ground, and Doom has no option but to just try and make a play. It's a Hail Mary at that point, just grab a hold of the diffuser, see what you can do, see if you can find a kill or two. But Wolves, very, very solid this time around down in the basement. Secret unable to open them up. Never, they got themselves to a point where it felt like they were kind of comfortable. They had open area, they had the hatches, but then Mowgli just opened things up with that reverse peek up marble stairs, and it seemed to sort of crumble from there.
Did. That's the problem, I guess. You're now finding Wolves really starting to build a bit of rhythm in the game. Yes, it's the defensive side. Yes, there's 2 halves to a game of Siege. All that kind of good stuff. Just feeling a little bit nervous that for Secret, you might even struggle to get yourself a second round in this half. Dug in once again, though, we're seeing that Maestro coming back out alongside the Mirror. The Maestro proving a real bother for them down in the basement site earlier on. Now they've got to try their fortunes against it up here on the top. The Brava being swapped in by Doom as well to help deal with that. It is always going to be the go-to counter, but as we saw earlier, Wolves, they're pretty aware about these. They dealt with them very well. They didn't manage to get a single gadget taken away last time around by one of those Brava drones. Again, wouldn't be shocked if it's a similar story here.
Surely not. Surely Bibu is not looking with the Maestro to start this round quite so aggressively. He's just waiting for a little bit of information from Mowgli, I think, and there it is, but he's not going to find his man. Got to ask questions of that one, Bibu. You're only 3-1 up. You haven't got this one won yet, and you've now lost active control of those Maestro cams at the very beginning of the round.
But again, they're just the werewolves. They've already got rid of one of them. Get rid of the second, and those evil eyes stay up. Yes, they can't be used to zap, zap, zap away now that Bibu's been taken down, but they are great for information. And that's maybe where you'll turn towards Groovy, for example, to help remove them off the board. So keep a close eye out for that. It still means a lot of information coming onto Wolves' side, and we saw how well they made use of that Valkyrie camera early on in Clubhouse once they were left online because Savage went down so early on the IQ. So information really working in Wolves' favor when they have it. In this round, I think they're going to have loads of it.
It'd be interesting to see whether that Maestro issue has an impact later in the round, if there's no opportunities maybe to deny a plant or something like that. With a Castellan and a Rooney on side, those are the ones that you want to be sending out of a window. But Savage, he manages to pick up Mowgli. Pressure mounting for P4 inside of sight as well. Wolves are being beaten back here. Deadshot does manage to find a kill onto Savage, so that gets them something at least. 3 versus 4, still a man advantage for Team Secret, and it's a round that they dearly need to take. The next job really is going to be removing Shinka out of stock corridor. We saw the damage that can be done from this location in the last time that they defended this site.
Deadshot is having a game, isn't he, so far? Yeah. He's having a day, all in, but Bank especially, it is his domain, especially with that DMR. Shinka, Adrian, you've given him that one for free, I'm afraid. Lines up the angle, steps back across. His man's head's there at a perfect time and gets that close. And as mentioned, you've seen these Evil Eyes doing all the work they need. There is no way through. Deadshot, the gatekeeper from range here as well. Groovy and June with it all to do. 3 players on Wolves' side and only 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, Groovy at this point now trying to use the drone holes, trying to get anything that he can going for his team. June does manage to pick up 1 and 2. A beautiful swing onto Shinka. Deadshot, he's having a game, Des, but he's going to have to double down. He's going to have to go real big. Remember, he's got the Aruni punch. He can go through castle barricades in 1, which he will. He's got his angle through to Janitor now. The ping comes in. He knows the challenge is there. He's trying to work his way with the DMR. I thought he'd got it down there, but he doesn't. The player hits the deck and goes prone to avoid the shots. And there's the final kill. June mops it up. And that's going to be Team Secret bringing themselves back into this. 2-3.
Thinking you'll miss it, right? It looks so set to be a Wolves round to close things out with the time that was on the clock and the numbers of advantages they had, but goes to show a close map where things can go back and forth incredibly quickly and incredibly easily. It's great to see how both teams have had their kind of map where they've looked dominant. They've really been the force that was on top, and now we're getting one which is a bit more competitive. Admittedly, if Wolves took that round, it's 4-on-1. You're starting to feel a little bit nervous for Secret, but the fact they can clutch up in that kind of situation, absolutely massive for the Secret boys.
Oh, it was an absolutely beautiful double from June there. And in all honesty, Wolves are going to be kicking themselves because, you know, without that, the round is almost certainly there. Shinka again doing big work from that stock corridor position. They haven't really got an answer to that yet, Team Secret. They're not going to need another answer to it. It's the last defensive round now for Wolves, so they're not going to likely face it unless we get to overtime and we see them take top floor. But if they do, they need an answer there because they've been hurt from there twice now. Open area then will be round 6. It will be the final defensive round for Wolves. They won it back in round 3 pretty impressively, to be honest. It was a great top floor hold from them. Team Secret never really managed to crack it at all.
No, and this is the thing, right? You're expecting, you would hope, if you're a Wolves fan, they take this one 4-2. That last round, June's had a little bit of a moment. He's popped off and got himself a 3. He's dragged his team through what looked like a very precarious situation. Very well played by him, and really for the team to close out that round at that point. But for Wolves, if they let this one slip after having 3 really dominant rounds 2 to 4, they'll be kicking themselves if this goes all the way to 3-3. But for the most part, Secret have come in well equipped. The Lion is on side, the DKB's on side. That flank control coming in from Adrian on the gridlock is on side as well. They've got the smokes for the plant. They've brought all the tools and toys that they need to make it happen, Tim, including 6 frags. Not really a thing that you see in this day and age in Siege, given the nerf they received a good while ago now, it feels like. I'm just nervous also about the intel denial game on Wolves' side, the Solus, the Mute, the Mozzie. Lots they can work with here to make Secret sweat, but in they come, Tim, and they're in at pace.
Yeah, Shinka giving himself away a little bit there, was more worried about Printer window than the double door and the man walking in behind him. They're looking for that next kill, and it's going to be Doom to pick it up with an nade. Bebo just could not move there. P4, however, and Mowgli on the fight back. Every round just seems to be a toe-to-toe battle. There's battle lines are drawn, and each on either side fights just as hard as the other. Doom is going absolutely huge in these last few rounds. P4 with a nitro, and once again, we find ourselves in a 2v2.
It just keeps coming down to these moments in this game. What on earth is going on? People rounding himself around the back. Secret, they look their pace in this game so far, but it is forcing these more chaotic round endings. A C4 over the top as Deadshot finds one more. Doom will not be able to get any more than 3 in the round, and Groovy has got to go absolutely massive to steal this game away from the side of Wolves, and Deadshot's not going to miss. A nuclear half from him, and it ends as well as it started. Wolves 4-2.
Throw a nade into Deadshot. He says, yep, okay, it'll displace me. It'll move me forward, more aggressive to find the final kill. Deadshot having just as big a game as Doom here. They've got 1 on either side, just going absolutely crazy. The question is, which team can step up around them the best? And right now, it's looking like Wolves as they finish off their defensive half 4-2. But the switch onto the attack is always the one that Wolves seem to dread, Des.
All right. Now what? Like, where do we go from there? That half was just chaos from start through to finish. 3 3Ks from Secret players, a couple of 1v1s and 1v2s along the way as well. Just not the plain and simple, straightforward march that we thought Wolves were onto after they dominated in rounds 3 and 4. don't expect we're going to see this end the way that we would like either. Well, the way we might like it to be from as casters, but for players, most certainly not. I think we can see Secret come out here with a pretty good half. And we'll draw back to the players that I spoke on quite a bit earlier. Again, Adrian, Groovy, and Miracle, 4 kills across that first half. I hate to keep on drubbing on at them. Juma's had an absolute life series so far, but those players really needed to be going bigger, I think, throughout this game overall. There's still a chance they can do in this second half, but we'll see what comes.
I think we're going to see a different Secret now, to be honest. I don't think they've played badly so far. Like you say, a couple of players that maybe need to pick it up. But overall, I think, you know, there've been some hard-fought rounds there. Out of the 6 rounds, there was only 2 where the winning team had more than 2 players surviving. So it was always coming down to that final 1 or 2 players, no matter who won the round. So it's been really close, and I think Secret have been a big part of that. The question is now, can they do it on defense? Mowgli, he's getting super aggro. It's got to be an easy one for him. He knows where the man is, and he picks up the opener, and it's another torrid start for Adrian.
And it's going to force Secret further back as well. Savage responds in kind there by getting rid of Shinka, and that's the Hibana gone, Tim. Looking at their gadgetry in back pockets, they can't open up any more hatches. I think all they managed to get was the lobby one as well. I didn't see if they got elevator, but that might mean that the hatches out towards admin side will now stay fully closed. In fact, one's opened up, but the one actually inside of admin itself remains closed. That one's soft. All right. Fair enough. Thank you, Observer. But still, we're going to find a couple now being left closed. Server, for example, is safe. As mentioned, the one inside of admin will stay safe. So Wolves are probably going to have to engineer an attack around this lobby side of the map, all through elevators.
Attackers recovered the
Bonnie will go ahead just to make sure that there's nobody hiding inside of there, and there isn't. It's going to be Savage of Secret that is stood inside of open area for the time being. Going to be spotted out now, so the Capcom will... I like that. A little bit of aggression there. You know, is there somebody pushing in behind this drone? Maybe I can pick up a kill. Just showing some confidence before dipping himself back to sight. Doom has taken a lot of damage along the way, though, so that could be a problem for them. And P4, he's got himself into vault here. He's going to push forward with no idea of Groovy lurking around the corner. The Goyo takes his man down, 4 versus 3, and it's all going Secret's way as Savage manages to find another before he's traded out by Deadshot. Deadshot on a huge game so far, 11-3, but surely the 1v3 is going to be too much to ask.
Became a little bit of a Hail Mary there, unfortunately, towards the end, I feel, for the side of Wolves. Just throwing players in, lacking a lot of information. We saw 2 of them being shot in the back. However, in a different world, they walk through. They get a couple of kills, and suddenly they're praised as absolute heroes. 30 seconds to play, and Deadshot, I feel, has got enough time here, Tim, to make this work out, knowing that he's against 2 players who, as we've mentioned, aren't necessarily having the strongest day. He probably fancies his chances.
I'd agree. I think the key here is maybe, I was going to say to relocate, but he can't really do that because of where the diffuser is. He either has to play for kills or he goes and grabs a hold of that diffuser. What he's thinking is they're going to be playing the diffuser. They know that it's down near site, so they're going to be playing on top of it. As it is, he's right, but he's looking in the wrong direction at the minute. There is a chance for him to go and try and throw it down, but there's no point because Secret, they're just going to come back through and retake the ground. Secret played that well. They knew where the diffuser was. They knew where Deadshot had to push, and they just kept themselves hidden away and let the clock do the work for them.
All they really had to do there, I think, played it out well. You do start to get a little bit nervous when Deadshot's picked up the first kill in a potential 1 versus 3. But as mentioned, I think Wolves were forced into a pretty difficult situation there. They couldn't get control of open. They couldn't get all the hatches open they needed to have opened up to really make that push or execute on the standard side of things work. So it became a little bit of a Hail Mary onto the west side of the map. Top right of your screen now, 2 drones left with 1:10 on the clock. That is never going to be enough information for you to know what's going on, which is why you saw them walking in and being shot in the side, shot in the back, for example, just completely unaware of what was going on. So really good round management coming out from Team Secret, get themselves that 1 round closer to drawing things equal with Wolves.
Top floor it will be then for Team Secret as their second choice site. Looking at the lineup from Wolves there, they've got the Twitch being brought along, so I think that is sort of planning for the potential of the mirror being played inside of Janitor. It's not going to be the case. Twitch still a lot of value, take out a lot of other electronic gadgets. A lot of players liking the F2 at the minute as well, sort of creeping back into popularity, although still very difficult on the recoil, of course. Quite a considerable control that is needed. Savage with an interesting long peek here. It's not really the windows that you would normally check. You'd be more worried about the ones around Square Skylight, but not going to be the case. Nobody comes across his line of sight, and it's just smart fundamentals, really, from Wolves.
little bit of being aware that you've had people at windows and doorways every single round so far in this game, as we have seen time and time and time again. Both teams, I think, probably respecting each other in that regard and just being mindful of it. Where we've actually seen a lot of the entries come through in the early round, as the guys mentioned the desk, is when Mowgli's pathing his way through the building, getting himself set up, just being dealt with. It's almost like they just know where he's going to come from and have that ability to deal with him. No doubt a good chunk of counter prep going into that kind of play. So look more for inside the building in the initial entry point when players are first getting inside. That's where you might start seeing players getting caught out and getting a little bit tripped up. As it stands, all drones still alive for the attack inside, a couple being jammed upon their way through, but they're at least getting a good sniff of how things look to them, a good idea of what the site currently looks like and what they've got to deal with before they can think about the execute.
Stevie looking to make his way inside of main lobby and sending in those switch drones. As I said, taking down a prox alarm, that could be a big one. 3 Capcan traps as well. He's not going to be able to get the last one for the moment. Just needs to wait for one of those chargers to come back to his switch drone, but there could be another prox alarm as well. So really decimating the defensive utility there. There is the potential. It won't be a silent repel because, of course, you'll hear that noise as they come in through the window, but certainly won't be the trigger of a prox alarm going off should they choose to do so.
Ready and waiting. Nice sort of idea, Savage. And I think as we commended Mowgli for the same thing back in that first half, knowing the right time to back away, you'd expect players at this level to know about that as well. When is the right time to just slip back, cause a little bit of threat? You hear the gunshots as the attackers here. You expect, okay, someone could be in that area. Got to re-drone it out. Got to double check everything. There's been a lot of checking going on in this round so far, though, Tim. It's been a peaceful one compared to many of the others that we've seen throughout this series. 50 seconds to go and all 10 players alive. It is going to be explosive.
Going to have to be. Mowgli just looking to creep around that corner. BB knows somebody's there, but challenged from another angle. Groovy takes him down. Mowgli tries to go, but Adrian is there on the warden to find the kill, despite the flashbang coming in before him. Doom manages to find P4, and this is all going Secret's way. They're almost certainly going to level things up. 28 seconds left to go. That man wants the game for Wolves. He really is the shining light for them. Deadshot getting another, but it's unlikely to be enough at this point. 18 seconds. And he and Shinka need an absolute ton of kills here to close this one out. He's just going to have to brute force into Janitor, but the prone angle is there. Finds one, finds two. What is going on? Shinka finds one. 6 seconds left to go. This just became doable. Shinka, he's going to put the diffuser down. Is that on the cover? Who else? He closes it out with a triple, and Wolves have just snatched victory from the jaws of defeat in that round.
How on earth can Secret let that happen? That was such a commanding position to be in, the clock running down. Right sort of idea, but as you said, Tim, who else but Deadshot? Just putting around on the board that his team will look at and say, probably didn't deserve that one, lads, but we'll take it anyway. They're up to 5-3. It's not going to be that 4-4 scoreline that Secret thought they had locked in the bag. And just when they were starting to build a bit of confidence, Deadshot rips it away.
It's the kill into Janitor that wins the round for me. He gets 2, man. One into meeting, but it's this second kill here. Second kill. First one's great, but then that is the one that should be winning the fight there. You're led prone behind a box. You're watching that door, and Deadshot still finds a way. What a brilliant clutch from Wolves.
Mate, he's 16-3.
Just
heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for Secret. Doom's having a good game, as we said. Yeah, those two have been the players of the series, absolutely no doubt about it. But Deadshot is just different gravy here on Bank so far, really making this look like a bit of a walk in the park and winning rounds for his team that many would argue should not be won. It should be 4-4. Instead, it's 5-3. Secret have got to go again. They only really get one more chance here, or overtime at a bare minimum is guaranteed, Tim.
Again, just paying attention to any potential jump outs, looking at those windows, going to take down the cams and fundamentals for Wolves, as you'd expect at this point, have been on point. 5-3 they sit now, just 2 rounds away from confirming their position at yet another major. As Fabian says, always present, but somehow always falling that little bit short as well. They'll be wanting to give themselves another opportunity to change the record. Doom is going to be spotted out inside of Archives and Tellers. Nobody in a position to push him just yet, but this is all about Wolves just fact-finding, seeing what's going on, who is positioned where, what utility they have to play into. They're going to need to take the top floor. And they now know that they're facing at least a couple up there.
Expected thing. I mean, both teams, I'll give them full credit for this, haven't really dug back in too often. I think outside of seeing Wolves adapt a bit on Clubhouse and play more turtle when they realised they were being torn apart by a very fast and rapid Team Secret, both teams have really given it full welly, got themselves out in the map, looked to cause trouble, looked to slow down the other side, whether it's chewing through drones or taking out players or drawing in utility, like you were about to see there, as a flash was prepped at least on the side of the ramp from P4. Not yet being used, but just look at the... Not so much the patience, but the caution they're having to show on the entry into this building, Tim. They're almost terrified of everything that's going on, and rightly so. There is a C4 waiting right under the floor for them.
Yep, not much that they can do about that at the moment. They're going to have to find an alternative way to clear it. Savage takes out Deadshot in what could be a big blow to Wolves this round. As we've said, 16-4, absolutely powering them through round after round. So that is a brilliant opener for Team Secret to pick up. Mowgli, he doesn't know Des. He's going to get hit from the elevator here. There's no... Oh, he sees the barrel. He sees the barrel. They just overextend. They're going to have to drop away there, and that allows Mowgli to keep his position.
Fine by him, I imagine. Gruber just knows that, again, it's wasting more time. We're down to about 45 seconds, and even with all the drone play coming in, the C4 threats coming in towards Wolves, they've still found the entry, lost no one in the process. And surely at this point, Wolves are just thinking, oh, man, 30 seconds to win. This is going to get rough. And Mowgli completely misses his spray. He's brought back up, but Gruby, like the Undertaker, has gone from elevator to basement and caught his man out on the main stairs.
He was expecting the castle barricade to open up there, I think, but it didn't. The nade just falling a little bit short of where it needed to be. And he was trying to join up with P4 potentially, or it may be that P4's relocated because of that. But here comes the drop. They are ready for it. Yes, the kill comes in, but left all alone. Team Secret just cut them up, dice them and chop them as they try to get on into sight. And that is going to be another round for them. 5-4, and this one is as close as we could have hoped.
Ooh, that was a much more convincing round from Secret. I think the way that they've slowed down Wolves there, as mentioned, 90 seconds in the round and you're still staring at top floor windows, kind of tells you the whole story. They were in a spot where even with the drones that they had out on the map, they were still having to work through castle barricades, through C4s, through roamers that were moving around a lot on that top floor. And I think once you find Deadshot, you're going to lose a lot of the firepower given how well he's been playing so far across this series, not even just this map, Tim. So him being taken offline, the Twitch being removed, you lose a lot of that info capability, and Secret just then play the map as it's laid out before them. A really good round from them. They still keep the round difference just down to that one. They win here. We draw things at 5-5. We guarantee all 12 rounds of regulation. And given it's down in the basement, Tim, you would expect to see them come away the winner.
10 seconds to insertion.
Certainly would do, and that takes us to a minimum of 12 rounds. And
5 seconds remaining.
I think the players will be trying to push it from their minds at the minute, but all the neutrals like us sat at home watching this are going to be sort of secretly, I think, crossing their fingers, hoping for maybe a few extra rounds of this, because it is just absolutely pure entertainment at the minute between these two. It's fantastic to watch. Both of them bringing just explosions, bringing everything they can. Spice, bringing great siege to the board, and looking to close this one out with a major spot at the end of it. Whoever gets that spot is going to have earned it. That much is for sure.
I mean, Bibu's still rolling around with his drones is my concern here. Look back to that first half at how good Wolves were at controlling those Brava drones, taking them away and denying things like the Evil Eyes being hacked out. Bibu so far unchecked, and Mowgli ain't going to miss his shot this time round. The crucial thing is, Tim, that's the tuber owl gone. That's going to be another crucial time-wasting operator removed from Team Secret.
Mowgli gets to work as well on that wall out of Tellers in towards Marble Stairs. P4 just working his way down through Square Skylight, turn down the stairs again, looking to join his teammates, try and get these hatches, but they haven't paid attention to what's going on elsewhere. And Doom, he's able to get himself an absolute freebie, and you see the adjustment. They know that they can't leave him up there. P4 is going to look for the clearance, but as soon as Doom knows, he will drop down through the hatch, he'll drop down through the next, and he'll get back to site. He cannot be allowed to get there. Wolves have to ensure that they come away with this kill.
Surely someone's holding the cross here when he does drop through. The thing is, they've got a player moving to top blue at the same time as well to give a bit of support here. June's found one. Round's a bit too far for the third, but he's found 2 kills, Tim. And again, the clock has been wasted. A minute and a half to KB phone calls, taken offline, dead shot, taken offline. This is a dream.
The first kill for Doom, it happens. The second, it's unforgivable, unfortunately. You cannot allow him to find another up there. He's just absolutely won in that position. 3 versus 3, though. They've got to focus on the now. This is still doable for Wolves. P4 is going to push down main stairs. Skeleton Key will be able to open up more of that wall should he want it to. Bibu drops into Vault, sees his man, but P4 beats him to it. Wolves have got a possibility here, but Adrian comes out big and starts fighting P4 with the trade, though. Doesn't see him coming crouched. 1 versus 1. 37 seconds left to go. It's Bibu versus Miracle, but Miracle's low health, but makes every hit point count as he finds the kill onto Bibu and brings us back to 5-5.
Living up to his namesake there, Tim. A massive couple of kills at the end, just when it really looked like P4 had donned his best Deadshot cosplay and gone nuclear in the round with 3 for himself. Real back and forth stuff, and we'll dial back to that June moment, because for me, that was the real definer of that round. Getting rid of Deadshot on the decay beat, that is just a dream. That's what you want. Otherwise, there's 2 phone calls barreling in towards site. You don't get away with playing in those kind of positions. You get deleted by the side of Wolves. But Secret over those last couple of rounds have just tripped Wolves up time and time again to slow things down, to take away some of the danger, to dull the fangs, dare we say, of the Wolves. Said the Wolves, oh no, kill me. In a spot where it's 5 and 5.
We've got him back to rise.
It's got to be all 12 rounds of regulation to play this one out, Tim. We could be heading towards that magical O word that we love so much.
Certainly could, and the prospect of it is tantalizing. The tension is mouth-watering. I hope it lasts. I'm going to go up to the top floor then. Going to go up to the top floor, round 11. Team Secret try to hold on to CEO. Will Wolves learn and deal with Stock Corridor? They were able to abuse that position. They were able to get so many kills from there. And we see Adrian setting up with the shield, and we know how much of a threat he can be. He's on the ward and he's got everything he needs. And if they let him play his game here, it could be really dangerous for Wolves.
Just a terrifying thought for all players as well, is there are potentially 5 rounds maximum that stand between one team guaranteeing and locking their spot into the major, the other going home with nothing and having to fight their way through the LCQs. And knowing the LCQs, Tim, there are teams like G2 down there, really not a fan of having to fight through them to try and make it to a major, because teams just hit different when it comes round to the LCQs. You want it done here and now, realistically.
Oh, absolutely. You know, even the teams that come through the open quals, everybody who makes it is always a threat, and we see so many surprises and upsets in things like last chance qualifiers. Like you say, nobody wants to be rolling those dice. You know, one way or another, both teams have put up a fantastic performance today. You know, they can walk away, I think, happy with what they've done, but I can tell you for sure neither of them are going to be happy unless they are walking away with that spot. P4 is looking to push up the spiral stairs potentially. Needs to be careful. Groovy is up at the top, has Prox alarm there, so doesn't need to actively peek it. He looks like he's trying to get a little bit aggressive here. The drone will spot him out. That'll force him at least back into elevator. He can hold his position, really. There's no easy angle for P4 to get in and challenge him.
Oh, I was going to say he's got banana support as well, but Savage was distracted. And no, even with that, they still haven't managed to get the kills they need. Savage, the right sort of idea. He's in such a critical position. On site, you've got Adrian getting one as well. Savage finally put to rest here. And Tim, dare we say it, it's another 2 versus 2. What the hell?
So many rounds have come down to these late moments of even man count. Miracle and Adrian on one side, P4, Shinka on the other. Shinka does have diffuser in hand, but P4 on the cover is low health. But Adrian just strays into his line of sight, and now Miracle has it all to do. There is the potential for Shinka to come in and put this diffuser down, but with 45 seconds left on the ground, there's no need to rush it. They are going to take their time. They are going to see if they can gauge where Miracle may be playing. There's only 2 drones left on side, so it's unlikely that they're going to get the information. Shinka just needs to pick his entry point carefully.
All they've got to listen out for, though, is that rappel sound. I don't know if they'll hear it at this range, admittedly. That'll be his excuse to swing, and sure enough, he hears it. Goes for his man, but whiffs the shots. Miracle was nuclear in the last round. He got the 2, but now he's missed it out. Through the softball, he's got the right sort of idea. I was going to say C4 in back pocket. Might be enough, but no, it's too short. He had 2 chances, Tim. He's whiffed both, and Wolves move up to series point.
Agonising for Team Secret there, but they've got one more round. They've got one more chance to take this to those extra rounds. Really well played by Wolves there. Despite getting a couple of players cut down, they still managed to fight into those key areas. And the big problem in the 2v2, of course, was P4 being on low health, but he gets himself a freebie onto Adrian. And then he's able to hold the cover. Like you said, there was the opportunity for Miracle. He played it beautifully, waits for the repel sound, peeks. If he pops a headshot there, the round is all but over, but he just doesn't quite find the bullets. And those are the fine margins that we are working with here in Siege. And it's those fine margins that keep us coming back game after game after game.
Forget about Deadshot, Tim. This is P4 territory now. This second half, he has been unbelievable. A couple of multi-kills being stacked up to his name, a 4K in that round just gone, a 3K in the one prior. Yes, Deadshot might be getting shut out relatively early on, quite consistently. However, it does not seem to matter because it's a point I was going to make on a previous map, but we just didn't have time because all the action kicked off again. What you really want is when other players are quiet or where things aren't quite going according to plan, that there is always a second or a third or even a fourth player who can step up and go absolutely huge when you need them to. And P4 is being that player right now when Deadshot has found himself quelled a little bit in the second half.
Wolves have their own destiny in their hands right now. One round will see them through to qualify for yet another major, this time here in the UK. They'll be looking to get themselves on the plane to Manchester in May. People are going to be opening up those top floor windows, just looking to create that entry point for his teammates. Mowgli sending in the drones, still just looking for that intel. Clearing out the utility, just having a look at exactly what they are facing. They're going to be going into slight resistance, but I wouldn't call it heavy resistance. Savage, Adrian, they are back towards Marble Stairs. There is the opportunity for Mowgli and Wolves to at least get themselves inside.
I wonder if you're scared about a C4 here, maybe as we've seen previously placed by Secret. They're going hunting though, Tim. There is a player inside of Elevator. Right sort of idea. The shot's coming on through and he's dropped away just in the nick of time. Keep on talking about it, but I'm really impressed by the overall timing of a lot of the roamers in this game. They're doing enough to threaten the attackers, to slow them down, to chew through utility and drones, and sometimes even a life or two, but have always chosen that right time to step away. Never too soon, and very rarely too late.
Force going to be putting those boogie drones to good use now, just looking to open up above archives and tell us a position that we know is played so often by the defenders on this site. As it stands, nobody from Team Secret is inside of there, so it's not really going to gain them too much, other than the knowledge that nobody is inside of there, which, to be fair, could be big and could shape up the way that they are going to go for this execute. Savage just in time to trick out, I think. I'm not 100% sure. The explosion would have been due at the same time, but P4, he manages to pick up that player who has been so big for Team Secret so far. Doom goes down.
Working their way in through elevators too. Wolves have just got to manage this now really carefully. You know that Doom was the man to go nuclear time and time again. You've got the right sort of goings on here. This pre-fire comes on through, you're in trouble. Again, the drop away at the perfect time. A Miracle capitalizes on the chaos, gets rid of Mowgli from a nice long angle, I imagine, round towards the left-hand side of that bomb chassis. He gets the elevator player, Groovy into another. Have they smashed this one back, Tim?
It certainly could be the case, except let's not forget P4, 15-7, is still alive. And when he's in the map, you just know that anything's possible. But with 20 seconds left to go, this is going to come down to a Hail Mary from Wolves. It's going to be a real last-minute roll of the dice. They know one will be around the corner, but the kills come in. Adrian, Savage, Groovy, close it out. And we're going to overtime, Des.
Of course we are, Tim. It's the only way it could have been going. The script has been written and it is being lived out. A dominant map from either team, and then this third map, you could not put a wedge between them. It's absolutely spectacular stuff. I've loved the defensive play from Secret in that second half. It's going to take 3 more rounds to see how this one finalizes out, and I believe Team Secret starts on the defense. Wolves choosing now to take their attack timeout, knowing they've got to get through 2 attacks, Tim.
It's a real time for it, isn't it? You've already got enough pressure, nerves and tension amongst these teams coming into overtime, knowing that they need to fight a best of 3 rounds. And then you hit them with attack timeout and put another minute's weight on top of it. There's going to be some hearts hammering in chests, I think.
Whew. I mean, Secret were nervous back on map 1. Tim, how's overtime map 3 going to feel for you? Arguably even harder.
Wow.
Do not fancy there being any of the players in the server right now, but the beauty is that we as the casters and you as the viewers get to enjoy it all from afar. I just hope that you're not too strong a fan of either team, because otherwise you'll be right there in the server with them from start through to finish. 3 rounds to decide who gets that major spot. There can be only one. The other must battle their way through the LCQs, and it starts now down in the basement. Secret on the defense, and we've already seen them have a bit of a run of things in that second half, Tim. 4 rounds they won. You probably favor them to take this whole map at this point, and Wolves may just have something to say about that after that attack timeout.
Let's get it going then. Team Secret come in with, we would have to say, a little bit of an advantage here. On the defense, 4-2 each half. This time, we will see it's almost inexplicable, Des, how often fortunes are reversed when we get into overtime. We see a defensive-sided map, and all of a sudden, the attackers will come out and just start winning. Wolves are going to be hoping that that is the case. I've got a feeling that both of these defenses are going to be held, and it might come down to that 15th round. Grube is, for the time being, a little bit aggressive inside of open. No problem with that. We often see it. He's got a little bit of utility around him in terms of reinforcements. I think the hatch has actually been left open for him to drop away if he needs to as well. That's sometimes teams do, sometimes teams don't, but he's going to be looking for that initial engagement to try and come away with a nice entry kill.
A little bit cheeky there, hoping to find some what they were on the other side of the wall outside. So no C4 to be found. I was going to mention, by the way, Fabian touched on this on a previous test, that we'd seen Bibu play a different operator every attacking round. We saw it this map as well, up until we got into this round. He has now played Twitch twice as it stands, and Deadshot. Oh, Tim, I don't know what it is, but on the defense, he was an absolute demon. On the attack, we've just really not seen him get involved. And once again, he's going down early. The KB phone calls, offline. DMR, offline. Deadshot, offline.
Yeah, it's quite often the way that we do see players that will just excel on a map on one side of things and then can't quite hit the same rhythm. When you change from attack to defense, defense to attack, the whole speed, the whole pacing, the whole positioning, everything changes for you. And so it's no surprise to see that happening. Adrian on the Fenrir, he's going to drop himself away back into garage. His FNAT was taken out under the hatch, so that will leave them with a little less warning should anybody choose to drop down there. Chinka, P4, all stacking up around main stairs for the time being. Bibu looking for a potential elevator drop as well. Wolves certainly not paying any attention in towards server. They're going to try and do it from the backside.
Elevator lobby looking to be the game plan here. You're contending up against the Azami, and you've also got one sat inside of sight. They've got to be so careful. Chinka is in, right sort of idea. Smoke comes out. 6 seconds to play with means this ain't the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. Doom only with 1 smoke left, but it will hold off the push at least for now. We saw the smoke grenade come out as well. Savage just here really is an insurance choice, but I don't think Wolves realise that by smoking this out and dropping on through, they're walking into their own death squad essentially, because you've got the Warden sat there ready and waiting, staring through the smoke.
Chinka just looking to peek out of his position in elevator to see if he can bring somebody down, but it will not be the case. Ruby manages to find the kill. Doom onto P4. Bibu with the trade. 4 versus 2 though. It's all falling apart for Wolves as Doom gets another, and Secret, they are having another twist in a tale full of twists. They get themselves back ahead in overtime. It's 7-6, and we head now into Wolves' defensive round.
And the thing is, Tim, they've had 7 rounds of being battered around on the attacking side. They've won 2 in the last 7. That just goes to show how difficult it has been to really try and keep Secret at bay. And I'm just concerned that at this point, with you only managing to find success attacking on that top floor, next round, if we go to that top floor, maybe it's theirs for the win. I'd really hope not to see Secret go back there. Staff and Open has been far more successful for them. But they've now got to kind of put on their hats from the first 6 rounds, rounds 1 to 6 when they were on the defense, and try and come out here with a strong performance. Momentum most definitely with Team Secret. They could just close things out here and right now, like we saw back in round 1 with that Savage 1v2 clutch.
It will be no surprise to see both of the teams going down there realistically. We're going to have Bieber on the Yorkers again. We saw how, as you said, how effective he was. P4 on the mute. That's going to play in nicely for those Dokkaebi calls potentially. They're going to be aimed more at clearing the roamers, of course, but depending where those mute jammers are positioned, it may well be that there is an opportunity for them to keep themselves off the radar. I think Alton, there we go, that's going to be the case. It's going to give the opportunity for players in that position, Archives tell us, to be able not only to keep themselves out of the drone's line of sight, but also just to nip those calls in the bud.
I'm always nervous because it was a Maestro earlier, now it's an Echo. For Bibu that's pressed up against the window, considering a jump out to cause some trouble. People lucky to get away with his life here as well. I thought for a second he was going to get chased down by Savage, but Bibu's gone out again. He doesn't care, Tim. It's not about using the Evil Eyes or using the Yokais. It's about the jump outs. And he's done some work with it this time around. He messed it up last time around, but here has worked some magic. Savage trying to calm the chaos here, getting one back. They found two more, and Team Secret have got 2 more kills to go, but they've got 2 minutes to do it inside of. Mowgli fancies his chance, rounding for 1. Simply cannot find it. Shinka, my man, you've pulled out some clutches in the past, but you've got 4 players on Team Secret to work through. You've lost control of the site. Nothing is going your way. And Secret make it to Manchester.
Team Secret finding their feet on the attack when it mattered most and getting that one over the line. You feel like they've been on the back foot throughout Clubhouse days. Coming into Bank, they were chasing Wolves after that 4-2 start in the first half, but they've reeled them back in. They've never given up. Persistence, resilience, they have shown both in bucketfuls, and they claim their spot at the Manchester Major.
Absolute magic, Tim. Absolute magic. It really looked after that first map like we might be in for a spot of hot bother. I don't know why I'm frozen. My face is going to be frozen. We're going to roll with it, Tim. But still, just overall absolute magic. Really well deserved. Really well fought. Some impeccable defenses there, I thought, on Bank. And very well deserved.
There we go. You've just caught up. I was doing you smiling for you. Don't worry, Des. I was smiling for the both of us.
That's what you meant to do, my man. Let's go out to the desk, though. I'm sure they've got plenty to say about that last map, Tim. Let's go to Milos and the boys now.
Thank you very much, Ace and Des, and congratulations for Team Secret. They have made it to the Manchester Major. Incredible performance today, especially to bring it back, take it to OT, and close it off in 2 rounds. We've been kind of following this team, this dark horse, through their run in the end of last year, the Reformation, through the Invitational in Brazil, and where they are now, and they make it to their very first major. Incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
He's so
I'm
smug.
welled up.
You were
really
right,
welled
Jack.
up, I'll be honest.
We have to say it. You were right.
No, it's not. I'm not welled up because I'm right. I'm welled up because twice in 2 days, 2 close friends of mine have made the major on their rookie seasons. So yes, I'm obviously happy for Team Secret, but I'm obviously really, really happy for Adrian.
Yeah.
I can't. I've been a little bit influenced by the result. Yeah, no. Let's talk about the game.
Yeah.
The game was a slog, and I actually think neither team. This is going to sound weird, but it was map 3. It was a best of 1. I actually think neither team deserved to win it, and
You're
it was just
right.
it was just about which team could make the rounds work for them. We hit overtime on 12 rounds, and to be honest, all 12 of the regulation rounds should have been won by the defense.
Yep.
2 big clutches on either side for both teams sent us into overtime, and then it was just about who held their nav.
Yeah, and it wasn't pretty attacks. Like, it was very basic things, and everything went wrong for the attackers, just because I would assume nerves comes back into the play. I think Secret should count themselves very lucky that they had those 2 starting attack, of course, because if you go 0-6 down, mentally you kind of have already checked out of the game. Yeah. Those 2 clutches you were speaking about, Jack, they were just monumental, and what a game we had. Like, it's just so impressive to see that both teams can mentally stay in it when it's such a rough one for them.
You go to map 3. I mean, this is what we talked about at the end of our second map, right?
Yeah.
Just the team usually that comes back on map 2 is able to win it on the third one. And that was indeed the case here for Team Secret. And one of those win conditions, and at least the player to watch, was Joom in this case. And that resilience.
Yeah, so we'll come on to Joom in just a second. I just want to highlight whilst we're here, Deadshot. And P4, but particularly Deadshot, did not deserve to lose today. he really, you know, we highlighted both Doom and Deadshot, obviously both top of the scoreboard, and we'll speak about Deadshot. Didn't deserve to lose on an individual level today. He was excellent.
He was absolutely excellent. I mean, he just kept keeping his team in this game. Without him, it would have been a much more one-sided game.
Yeah.
That is for sure. I mean, that clutch he had on the CEO bomb site, wow. Just hit shot after shot.
I think it's time for us to talk about Joom then.
Yeah.
Shall we put up that graphic and highlight the player that was the one to watch for Team Secret?
Yeah, and that's why we wanted to wait, because we wanted to give this guy his own little highlight here. In a way, you know, I'm kind of proud, because I said it right at the start of the day when me and Fabian were doing our lawyer debates. Said he's had a shit stage, and he has. But when the cookie crumbles, Joom is there. He's there to be the guy to carry his team to victory. 16-10 on that last map. He was excellent throughout the whole day. And he's just proved that form is kind of temporary and class is permanent, because this guy is a class act. Honestly, when we were starting out the league and we got to the very first play day, me and Fabian sat down and we went through the transfers and we said, Joom could have had his pick of all of the top teams. So we was a little bit surprised he went to Secret, but he's managed to, in this game at least, or in this map at least, pull them through and take them to that major.
Well, there you go. Joom and all of Team Secret will be making it to the Manchester Major, of course, with their coach Twister, who has guided them and formed them into what you see today. But that's not just it, because we're going to have a chat with the man himself, Joom from Team Secret, joining us today on the interview. Congratulations, you've made it to your first major. Of course, you played at the Invitational, but this is on another level through the stage. How are you feeling?
It feels absolutely amazing what we did today. Just very happy with the team, and overall everyone played well.
First of all, Joom, I'm very proud of you. Congratulations. I mean, I work with you. I'm actually getting emotional from it because I'm really proud of you. Can you just run me through the team, every single player, the personalities they have in it, and who they are, and why people should be supporting you guys?
Well, we have Savage, which is an amazing IGL. He keeps everyone in check, like he always wants to win. We have Adrian, who is the youngster, who has been playing amazingly throughout the stage. He still has so much to improve, and he will be great. We have Grubby, who is also just an insane fragger. His calls and his motivation, and he's just a great guy to play with. And a Miracle, he's like the calm guy in the team who keeps everyone in check when it's getting too hectic, and also just an amazing player, clutch potential. Just very great.
Run me through the game plan then. The 3 maps you got, was it what you were expecting? How confident were you guys going in after the map bans were done?
We were pretty confident. I was pretty happy with the map bans. It's basically what we expected. So first map was a little bit of a troll from us, I would say. We started off good, but then couldn't really adapt mid-game, but we fixed that the other 2 maps, so.
Fair enough. Joom, again, congratulations. Anything you'd like to say to the Team Secret fans out there ahead of your trip to Manchester?
Thank you for the support, and buy the Buck Secret skin. It's great. I used it today and I went crazy. It just gives you power.
What more do you want? You want to be a major qualified team? That's the way to do it, right? We can endorse it that way. I think we're fine with that. Joom, again, congratulations on your win today, and well, good luck in Manchester.
Thank you. See you.
And before we go to break, Fabian, my friend, I don't always know you as an emotional person, but I can see it in your face, I hear it in your voice, and I see that little tear forming on the side. Why does it matter so much to you seeing Secret, even though you defended, you argued for Wolves, but what does Joom and this team mean to you?
I mean, when Joom started his career and started playing for an actual team that knew what they were doing, I was the first one to pick him up and play for me. So him making it makes me very happy. I'm sorry. It's not usually like me, but yeah, very proud.
Thank you, Fabian. Thank you. Let's take a break, an emotional one for all of us. Congratulations again to Team Secret. We have our second matchup for today, right after the break.
Hey guys, it's Users from BDS.
It's Una from G2.
Hello, I'm Gandragati from the Wild R6 team.
Is it Shinka from Worth?
I'm Leon Gids from Fnatic, and today we're going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
There's some snow. Might be Shelly this time, maybe.
No, that's Shelly. That's the spawn. I spawned there. If anyone wants to spawn peek me, I spawned there.
Yeah, I would say Shelly. Yeah. Outside, maybe outside main or something like that. Yeah, with the stairs.
Knew it. I spawned there.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I just saw snow and the cafe was already done, so...
Oh my god.
Flower pots. Chicken wire.
It's very well lit as well.
Ah, this is chalet.
I'm gonna go with Night Heaven again.
Chalet basement, wine cellar, like in the fridges.
Oh.
Oh, it was chalet, but it wasn't the right fridges.
Where am I?
Like, what is this? This is ridiculous. That's what this is.
911 can be Bank or Oregon, I guess, because of 911.
I literally can't see anything. I don't actually know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, let's say Oregon.
Who made these? What absolute psycho made these videos?
Yes.
He's setting me up for failure.
It looks like some sort of painting.
It looks like a bed or something, or like a curtain. I don't know.
I haven't got the slightest idea where this could be.
I'm struggling with this one. I'm just gonna have to go with maybe thinking Oregon now. Master bed.
Wait, what? Where was that like zoomed in part?
Ah, that's close. That's good. That was well hard actually. It was close though. Dorms.
It's border.
It's border and it's like the east vehicle spawn.
It's coming from the spawn. East spawn.
Never mind, it's west. I lied.
Ah, it was wrong spawn. This is west spawn. So it wasn't too easy then.
Thanks for watching, guys, and enjoy the stream.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU League. Our first matchup qualified our third and final team into Phase 2 of the Manchester Major. Congratulations to Team Secret. We've had an emotional end to that series, both on the victors, but also Wolves that were not able to make it through there. Let's quickly update you on how that bracket looks like, because this matchup actually pushes BDS, ITB, and Team Secret qualified to Phase 2 of the Manchester Major. However, it is not done for Wolves yet. They will play through the last chance qualifiers, or LCQs, but there's 7 other teams that are vying for that same spot. That includes Virtus Pro, G2, etc., etc. Make your destiny. They'll be playing against in the quarterfinals, but there's only one shot, and that qualifies you to Phase 1, which means you have to play way more games against way more competition before you make it through. Péripéties, as we say in French. You have a lot to do in that case, so big congratulations to Secret to making it here. But I think we have a big game on our hands. Regardless, BDS versus ITB into the breach for who is the champion of Stage 1 of EU League. Welcome, I'm Milosh, with me are Freshbian, and we're going to have a chat about these two squads. Starting off with Into the Breach. The roster is quite clear, but built around Kendra with his experience. Fresh.
Yeah, I suppose if we're going to introduce them, the underdog in this game.
Definitely.
Absolutely, the challenger. A team that probably could only dream of having played this match. Sat and watched, from, obviously Into the Breach came into the into EUL at the Stage 2 of last year. But sat and watched TT9 last year. Honestly, it'd be awful. And they struggled, Into the Breach struggled last year to play through the LCQs. So the fact that they're in the top 2 match, and they will be first or second out of Europe, incredible progress for this team that is genuinely a team of rookies alongside Kendra.
Just watching that TT9 entrance, that was such a bad showing from them. It was like, why have they put together this team? What are they doing?
They've had to just build it brick by brick.
Definitely. And you and I have kept repeating how over time they have built roster with logical sense, logical in sense is pretty much the same thing, but it kept pushing in the right people on the right spots with the right staff.
And let's talk about overtime, because we put together this wonderful graphic for you to show the timeline of all of the 5 players plus the coach Kangaroo Kenny on this ITB squad. There's a lot to cover.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we'll walk through it one by one, Fresh, please.
Yep, a lot of information on this spreadsheet. I'm so into spreadsheets. On this graphic. We've basically done it as we can by years. Obviously, some people have been playing a lot of years, some not so many years. So if we start off with Azza on the far left of your screen, started out with 10-star alongside Kangaroo Kenny. We'll get to him. Into X10-star, and then made that leap last year into the Breach. Had his rookie season last stage, and has really come into his own afterwards.
And looking at Kenny, the team captain of this team, he has played against me, and that says a lot because I haven't played for 114 years, it feels like. But he had so much success. He went on to that Navi roster that went on to win the Tokonami Major, Pro League final, which today I would consider the equivalent of a major. So he saw some success there. Then he went into some struggles with Kuvan and Team Secret, where things didn't really seem to click, only to head into this TT9 roster and take over that leadership position. And then we see Noah, my countryman. That is something that I'm very proud of to see, because the development he have had since he joined the pro scene in TT9, starting back in November in 21, he was playing for a bunch of different teams back in Benelux region and didn't really see any success. And then he just popped out of nowhere and we're like, wait, we have a Swedish player in the EUL scene? that was just out of this world. But the development he's seen the last year has been absurd.
And then we get to Creed's the rookie of this team, into the team and into the breach this stage only. Played for Jihu and Viperio before that. When he turned 18, he was also with a small tier 3 team.
And yeah, he went into that small tier 3 team. And overall, like the development we've seen from him as well has been crazy as well. Moving on to Oscar. Oscar, you and I have both been in love with as a player.
Okay.
We have seen him for a long time, and we've always been following him, expecting him to make the leap.
Yeah.
But it never came.
It was overdue, long overdue when he finally got his chance.
Yeah, it took such a long time, and he's been in a bunch of tiers. I mean, he started in April 2017.
Yeah.
That's also 100 years ago. And now he's finally got into it. And the game he had yesterday, how big was that?
It was absolutely huge. Moving through to the very last member of this team, and he is the coach, and we wanted to put him on here because overdue was a word we used about Oscar, but also Kangaroo Kenny, a young, promising coach that took this 10-star roster, when they were known as Flight Esports, to the top of Tier 2, carried it on and maintained that Calories roster through Tier 2 when 10-star disbanded, and then made the step up to ITB. Second stage, he's coached them to a major.
And this timeline, if anything, provides this visual for all the up-and-comers in EU or anywhere in the world in Rainbow Six that are thinking, well, how do I get into professional play? Look at a lot of these players. Majority of them played on what you would consider nobody teams now, but look at them. They are now in Tier 1, they're qualified for the major, and they will at least be second, if not first, here in EUL for Stage 1. That is huge. And I want you to sign up in the future and play to make it to those majors and play here with us in EUL. But that's ITB into the breach. Let's talk about BDS on the other side. They've been touted as potentially, at least in the online phase right now, the best team in the world, with only Furia and FaZe being able to go up against them. But can they at least make it as #1 in EU today?
I mean, they're mind-bogglingly good, right? Like, if they don't win today, I'll be very surprised. And it's more of like can Into the Breach, the team that, well, they're fighting for the second spot or the first spot. Is this going to be a tight game, or will this be another runaway game for BDS? It's just a question of how will they win, in my eyes, a little bit? How convincing will they be? And how big of a leap is there between #1 and #2?
All right. Now, we talked about a timeline for Into the Breach. How about we do the same thing for BDS? However, in this case, it is about their achievements, because for many years, we talked about BDS as a team that had always been there at events, but never won one until that inflection point on Jönköping. So, Fresh, could you please walk us through this?
Absolutely. So BDS timeline actually goes on a lot further back than this, but we looked at when they made their last major change before this one. So Leaky Fack and Stuflex came into the team as a player and a coach September 2022. They went on to be the champions of the Jönköping Major over in Sweden before finishing top 8 at 6 Invitational, which was an impressive run. Could have gone further, but for a couple of Astralis clutches, actually.
Yeah.
They then missed out on the Copenhagen Major. This is where it started to get bad. Brought it back in the summer for Gamers 8, won Gamers 8, and then made a sensational run to the Atlanta Major, top 8, knocked out by G2. This is what triggered the major changes.
Absolutely.
They lost out on 6 Invitational by 5 points, did not qualify to the 6 Invitational at all, and have now rebuilt, gone English, Users, Solotov on this team, and have made that super team work.
This is a team that looks to reclaim that glamour and glitz that they've had back in 2022 when it was a hyper successful year. Remember Japan Invitational, Gamers 8 2022, and all the way up to the Jönköping Major. Beautiful performance from them, but that was back then. Now, today, which maps do we go to in the series? BDS have nearly an infinite map pool, as we would say. ITB are the underdogs, no two ways around it, and our first pick goes to BDS.
Yeah, BDS are going to pick the map that they've played ITB on already in the stage. They're not going to show anything new. It was Border. They gave ITB a complete welcome into this league, a welcome to EUL, 7-1 on Border. They slapped them. I actually got a message from Kangaroo Kenny with a picture of, oh, we're going against BDS on Border? Oh no, I'm in trouble.
I don't know if they're in as much trouble now as they were back then, though, because I think that there are a few things that have been inserted into this team during this map, and that's confidence, and they also have improved their team play.
Our second map in this series, bring it up on the screen. We're going to go to Club ITB picking on a defense.
Yeah, I mean, ITB love it. It's one of their favorite maps. They've not lost it in this stage at all. 3 plays, 3 wins, so I can see why they'd want to go though.
All right, and our final map in the series, we're going to go to Chalet to BDS on defense. Any surprises?
I don't think that there are any real surprises here. I just can't wait to get into the border to see the difference between Into the Breach on the first game day against them versus the one now.
And let's talk about the border. We have our map head-to-head with the stats. Hello. We turn around immediately for it. It's both teams look to not be super excited in terms of preference for the map.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a super high preference. I think both teams will just want to go to a map that they've already played. I think at this point, they do want to win the 5 SI points. They do want to win EU League, but map preservation is order of the day heading into the major. So I'm not surprised that we've seen a map both teams played. Obviously, these stats are significantly influenced by the fact BDS beat ITB 7-1 on this map.
Even if they're trying to hide it and want to play maps that they've already played, this is a game that both teams have said the season isn't over until this game has been played. Those 5 SI points, you mentioned they missed out on SI last year for it.
Yeah.
This game, it means a lot to both teams, mentally for BDS, and just overall, can Into the Breach become champions of Europe?
Yeah.
So underdog story for Into the Breach, their first time making it here through their introduction into EUL, at least with this form. Freshbean, thank you. Let's pull up our casters on the screen. It's Des and Ace again. You've had one screamer. You ready for the second one, Des?
Of course we are, yeah. No one wants a boring 2-0 on the last play day of playoffs like this. We want everything to go all the way, and that's what we had last series. Why not do it again? I'd love ITB to put BDS to the sword.
You know what? I'll leave you to it, and I hope we get another OT, because last one, I think we got the call, and you definitely did answer it. So on to you for our championship game at EUL Stage 1.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, this is the one, Tim. The team that wins this can proclaim themselves the best team in Europe, at least until the major, and then arguably a team that wins the Manchester major is the best team in Europe. But that's beside the point. At least for a month you get those bragging rights. And this is a series that I think anyone would look at and say, BDS, they should be 2-0 in this. But there's just a little something in me that says ITB are going to do some magic today.
ITB are a team that do everything in the right way, it seems. You know, the players, Kangaroo Kenny yesterday after the win spoke about hard work and, you know, the hours that go into the performances that we see and the way that they develop and they learn and, you know, the mistakes are picked up on and developed to further. And they are a team that we definitely have seen improvement from. We get a really nice direct contrast here because, as you say, you know, they played border previously against BDS. It was not pretty. They came up against the BDS that we have seen continually throughout Stage 1, and that is the terrifying, terrifying BDS. For BDS's side, I look at it and I think, is there a little bit here, Des, where if they don't win this game, there's kind of going to be that little asterisk against the stage. Like, they've been absolutely phenomenal, but they didn't take the top spot overall.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be that little asterisk for them. And as we picked up on, 5 SI points. You might sit at home and scoff. You might laugh. You might think, 5 SI points? Teams have missed out on 6 Invitational by that margin. Every single point counts. That's the fact. And so there is a lot to play for here.
There is, and just looking at these bans coming on through, these are identical bans from BDS to the last time these two teams played against one another. The Soul is also going to be the same. The only real difference here is going to be that Grim coming in as a ban instead of the Finker for ITB. And looking back at that, it was an operator that we saw BDS run for half of their attacking rounds. That last time they played, as mentioned, was the 7-1. BDS barely giving into the breach an inch in that game. They gave them ventilation workshop. It felt more as like a mercy gift in a way, admittedly off the back of a huge Azza 3K, but otherwise it was all things BDS. We're hoping for a different outcome today, but BDS are bringing out the big guns of field team. Border being that shootout map, it being one that they are very happy to go to. I'm a little bit nervous for ITB. Let's see how their defenses start here in map number 1.
Going to be straight up to the top floor. No surprises there. BDS is so solid on the attack border. A map that lends itself to attackers as well. ITB need to get busy on the defense here. I'm glad to see Creeds is on the Oryx. We've got operators that are going to be out there in the map. I would expect a Doc for Noah may well be played inside a CCTV around that half wall with the rotation back through to 90. They have to fight BDS at the borders, at the boundaries. They can't let them get inside of the map, because when they do, that's when the BDS attack is just going to accelerate like it's a car with damaged brakes on a downhill, Des. It's just going to keep going and going.
That's the problem. that momentum, once it gets going, is just so hard to stop. And as we've heard over the last couple of days, it's so hard to find gaps in the BDS side. You know, where do you exploit weaknesses? Where do you identify mistakes they're making and look to exploit them? Very rarely do they reveal themselves. Starting things out though, we got themselves in with quite a Roma Hunter heavy comp here, Tim, looking in towards the line, in towards the DKB, anything to deal with those that might be out and about around the map and causing a spot of bother. And I caught Oscar jumping onto his army pretty much immediately. I think you're going to see that in practically every single round this series, if not banned away. These two teams absolutely love that operator. One of those architects that changes the way a site is played. So I do think we'll see it time and time again. Solitop with the right sort of idea, but just can't quite find Noah, who's in a bit of a spot of hot bother here. Tim has to juice himself back up, but they know exactly where he is.
He isn't. That's why the Doc plays in that position, because he can continually take those fights. It's where you want to hold the attackers out of for the longest is CCTV. He's now getting a little bit of support coming in from Creeds as well, which is fantastic for him. But potentially, if they're not on that balcony, there is you can move out through 90. You could also dash across that little gap, especially the Oryx, the challenge onto the window. Beautiful stuff. Oscar and Creeds finding one apiece. Solitov managing to pick up Noah. That's the Doc cleared out of CCTV, so BDS might be able to take a bit of ground, but I think Creeds, he has. I was going to say he's moved back in here. He's just sitting behind the fridge at the moment. The kill comes in from Solitov, but Kenny has retaken ground. They didn't expect that from Kendrew.
They did not, and this is a great defense being put up by ITB. Like, how many teams can claim, oh yeah, we kept BDS out the building for half a round? That's a really good start, because normally BDS would just overwhelm you with utility, with team play, and you'd have almost nothing to say about it. But they've managed to bring down 3, and poor Solitov is walking into goo mine after goo mine at this point. ITB just going to pull themselves back and say, you know what? We're happy with how this is playing out. You made your last phone call. You've got really nothing to work with here except your guns and your smokes. And I know it sounds like not a lot, but in BDS's hands, those guns can be quite significant. Not a lot of info to work with as well. This is their last drone to get brought out. Now that's taken down. They're going to have to win this one. Guns up, Tim.
Going to be going in through archives, and ITB are fully aware of that, so they're just going to create a crossfire, which is what they've done. They're on opposite sides of this, and the danger being that they lose one, but they won't, as Kendrew manages to find Solitov. Kendrew finds another, triple in the round for him, and a great round from ITB to start things off. You can just see as the stage has gone on, they seem to play with more freedom, more confidence, and they're always smiling, always laughing in the team. It's really great to see the development of this team throughout stage 1.
It has been absolutely magic, and every time I see the cams come up, I just think of Captain Kenny and his cadets. It's what it feels like, doesn't it? He's the, I'm not going to say he's the pooper of the team, but he has been around a good while. He's got a lot of experience back to, but many, when he saw this team coming together, looked at Kenny and said, he's that guy. He's going to be the captain. He's the stability for this team as well. A career for himself that has obviously had some very high highs along that journey, but has also been marred at times by frustration, no doubt, on his side, and definitely frustration at Noah. I believe self-impacting himself there, not quite the intended outcome. He's going to be on half HP. It is what it is. But again, to see him at a point where you're now challenging and you're fighting for top spot against BDS, that must feel like absolutely spectacular for Kendrew.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the fact that ITB were fighting for that second spot in the group table to begin with, and now have surpassed Secret, who were able to beat them to that spot. You know, they're now ahead of them in the overall sort of rankings as things go by picking up, you know, the win that they did yesterday. So coming into this one, they will now move into round 2. It's going to be Ventilation and Workshop for our next site. And once again, I would expect to see BDS going in looking to take this over on the top floor. We did see some rather strong top floor holds yesterday coming out, and it wasn't always successful for this site. So if you're going to use those verticals, if you're going to open those verticals as defenders, you've got to make sure that you're getting the most out of them.
What I do love is that once again you're seeing ITB going for the same approach. They haven't sort of wilted away and gone, okay, it's not a top floor site, let's back away, let them in the building. It's a lot more of the same. It's how do we keep BDS at bay? And that's a question that teams would pay a lot of money to be able to answer. But I think ITB, for the most part, are finding the answer. It's about slowing them down. It's about looking to punish them as they're looking at every window, doorway, jailway into the building. And Azza's just found Shaiko. I tell you what, he's being deleted in the first couple of rounds here. Leakyfax backstab surprise attempt is not going to come off big for them either. They now know there is a nut trying to cause a spot of bother against them for the most part. That's also Solitov's last call coming out. It's going to be 4v4 from here on out.
Yep, Creed's the latest taken down. The Oryx is always a big loss in the early round, really, because when the Oryx is online, of course, you've got that question mark. Is he on this floor? Is he downstairs? Is he going to hop up a hatch? Is he going to switch it around? Where is it? Just his movement is so free and he's able to move around the map quickly and fantastically. And so taking him out early is a big bonus for BDS. Shaiko being a loss is certainly not. Noah just going to be in this position that we saw him from previously, taking a lot of damage there on the angle. Needs to think about how he continues to play his life in this round.
A minute and 45 is gone, Tim, and he's still being kept outside the building. I know Noah's dangerously low, but he's doing a lot of work, and Az's just completely unknown here. Even with the drones on side, the EE1Ds, the phone calls that we saw earlier on, he has gone unchecked. Oscar finally picked off. BDS still with a good advantage here, I'd wager, given they've got the low health on side of Noah. He's got to get this kill, and he finds it. That is what you want to see. Advantage of potentially round to ITB, unless Predate and Yuzus can go nuclear.
He's just absolutely made the most of the few hit points that he has left there. It doesn't matter what Noah does for the rest of the round, really. That's his contribution complete. He can sit back comfortably and let Azza and Kendrew look to pick up the rest of this round. 30 seconds left to go, and BDS are trying to get themselves into the bathroom here. Azza knows he's going to be challenged from that direction. Now needs to keep his head down lest he lose it.
This is the thing, Tim. It's not even the bathroom site here. Just nothing going BDS's way. Every time they try something, it feels... Oh, Azza! The Ferrari drive-by slams him in the head there. Brede might have found one more, but he's got two to find. He's got the vertical working against him. This one's going the way of ITB and Tim. They've already improved on last time's score with 2 round wins in a row. BDS aren't even on the board yet.
Big round from Azza there, exactly when it was needed. Just... I don't know how many chances BDS were going to give him. We saw him get the kill onto Shaiko, then he took shots as he moved away. He managed to run across the door with the vertical being watched and didn't get taken down. He was certainly using a few of any lives that he has, and we see the shots coming in here. Somehow Azza just managed to keep himself fighting throughout the round, but that was the shot for me. 3 versus 3. BDS really trying to get that top floor working, and Noah just said, nope, absolutely not. And stood firm and hit an absolutely beautiful shot onto the door to keep his team fighting in it. ITB 2-0, and they're looking like a completely different team to the one that played BDS last time. And I just wondered, as it came early in the stage, you know, they were new together as a roster. There was lots of work to be done. Maybe a little bit of nerves because of how BDS had we'd already seen them play. Whereas now they're playing like they don't care who's in front of them.
We've seen 3 different sites, Tim, and we've seen the same setup coming in on the top floor, where you've got at least a couple of players holding up there, but the real linchpin, the key man, the cornerstone is Noah on Madazami. Really looking to make it hell, trying to push inside of top floor, trying to get control of CC. It's simply no man's land, and so far, BDS haven't been able to break it open. I know Noah is 1-2, but the expectation isn't on him to get tons of kills here. It's to waste time. It's to force utility. And think about where we've seen these calls come from Solotov in the last couple of rounds on the Dukabi. It's come while he's been outside the building. That's been them trying to just get anything going to get inside the building in the first place. So when all that utility is being used outside, you're not able to use it for the execute, and we saw what happened when BDS had 2 players left alive, trying to make it work with just them, with no drones, with no information, no nothing. It was an easy and comfortable closeout for ITB. So I've loved what I've seen, but BDS are trying to change things up. They've got a bit of a rush on the go. They've got the intel coming out from Shaiko. They've still got the Dukabi and the Lion on side, but they've changed around who's playing what so far. Whoa, almost. But Kenny! No way has he found the 2! They've let him get away with absolute murder there. The unreinforced sandwich wall. And he's found an absolute dream. Blasted through 2. Shaiko, 0 and 3. Blitz, offline. What a dream.
Kendrew going absolutely huge for the team once again. They're 5-0. Creed's manages to pick one up. BDS, they just haven't shown up yet, Des. This is not what we expect to see from the French side. And look at the bigger picture here. Yes, we've talked about the 5 SI points. Yes, we've talked about wanting that crown, that top place in EU after their performances. But think about it on a larger scale. Yes, they're going to the Manchester Major, but there's going to be a lot of teams at the minute that might just be, you know, a little bit scared of playing BDS. However, they suffer a big loss here to ITB, and maybe teams don't go in with that same attitude against them. Maybe that sort of wave of concern doesn't roll out ahead of them. This could mean big things.
It's going to show realistically that gods can bleed, is the way that I'll think about it. Like you say, there won't be this immortal force rolling in that you're expecting to smash you in the face. Most pro teams will know BDS are beatable. It's hard, but they are beatable. And ITB, I think, will start to expose a lot of that here today if they keep on playing this way. And you can tell ITB have started out with the intent to come in and win big time. 40 seconds on the clock here with the 4v2 still to play. BDS are in and getting this plant down. They've just about missed out the angle there, but the reverse. Yuzu's spinning on a dime and finding Oscar. You only get one shot at these boys. If you miss it, you will pay the price. But Azza, he continues what has been a strong start to this game. Gets a couple of kills. ITB are up 3-0. A line that I never thought I'd say today, Tim.
I think Oscar's going to be breathing a sigh of relief that round goes over the line there, missing those shots. He's got the height advantage. He's looking down from the catwalk. It's really his to take at that point. Users, I mean, let's be honest, it's Users. He's hit some absolute worldies throughout the stage, and that was just another to add to a long list. Spins on his heel, 180, and slams Oscar, but Azza is there to mop things up, and Kendra, of course, again, just having another fantastic round. All in all, ITB just looking fantastic right now. The win yesterday has obviously done wonderful things for them.
Ooh, BDS. Finding themselves slightly challenged, it feels, maybe the first time this stage. I think the battle is as well, like, one, it's map one, so they can still bounce things back. There's still plenty of recovery that can happen even here on border. You know, they've got this tac timeout coming in to have the conversation. They'll figure out what needs to be done across these next 3 rounds. But if nothing else, a loss in the regular stage doesn't feel too bad. It's a best of one. It can happen. It's a kind of middling map for both sides. But border, when you're coming in and looking at it, like, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's like the best map BDS have got in the world, but it's up there with a map they feel very, very confident to come on top of. Like, I think in terms of prep, it's quite midway down the table overall. Like, the guys in the desk said they don't want to show too much here, but you still expect to come out and really be putting up big numbers, and so far that just simply has not been the case. Shaiko especially has been kept silent by the side of ITB.
We know that Shaiko's contribution to the team is, a thing of legend, essentially. But we also know that they've moved towards a style that is maybe less reliant on it, is the reality. Yes, Shaiko will still do Shaiko things over and over again, and do not rule him out here. But the team are getting it done around him as well, and there's less of a requirement on him, whereas previously it was all built around him doing those things and everybody facilitating it. It's not so much the case anymore, and BDS have definitely been the stronger for it. However, if you can keep him out of the game, you can never discount how big of an impact that's going to have on things. And ITB doing that, shutting him out, is just leaving BDS very, very quiet at the minute. And they do need somebody to stand up and grab them around at this point.
And who is going to be that player? Who's going to be the hero when the chips are down and things are slowly crumbling? Back to the similar setup as we saw in those first couple of rounds, where Solotov is back onto playing on the Dekebi, and we've now got Buck coming in for Leaky back once again. For Solotov, I'll remark on the same things as before. He was often kept out the map entirely, really bullied. However, I've just caught the changes coming in here as well on the other side. Noah's now not on the Azami, instead going across onto the dock, and it's Oscar that's playing on the Azami instead. So a small change up here, things that might keep BDS guessing at least a little bit, and also a different position being played, as you can see. Fountain, rather than, at least for now, inside of CC.
Oscar going to be taking the peak onto the main stairs there. Nobody's challenged just yet. You can see Leaderback is making progress underneath. Just going to use that ping information, do a little bit of damage to Noah, but once again on the dock, he's just able to juice himself up and keep himself in position and fighting further into the round. Azza picking up an opening kill. Creeds manages to find a trade onto Solotov. Noah and Oscar do go along the way, and that gives BDS access at least into CCTV, but it's a 3 versus 3. They've lost 2 bodies in order to do it. Users picks up Azza underneath. That is a big kill, and it could be a key component to BDS winning this round.
It could. It's a starting point. Can they now get it over? Oh, 3 days so close to being taken out. Stepped away at the perfect second there, down to a slither of HP, but HP is enough for that gun to still be pointing in the right direction in towards that enemy team. Minute and 15 still to play, though. Does feel like a lot of time for the French side to make some magic here happen here, Tim. And I think we may see them going towards getting that first round on the board.
Shaiko going to be clearing off the stairs, I think, longer than he's survived in the previous rounds so far. And definitely in a position to have an impact on this one, which is, as you feel, something that BDS needs. Users has started out strong and continues to be so. 3-3 at the minute, at least, getting somewhat active in each of the rounds. But Kendrew, as we know, 6-0, has been absolute dynamite so far. The question is, does he have a little surprise explosion?
Do they know?
Ready to come out of Sandwich.
If they know that he's there, they've got the yellow ping, they know. And that's the danger, I think, is he's painting himself into a bit of a corner here, unless he's now stepped away, which he has. If he stayed inside that corner, he would have been in a lot of hot bother. Shoko's got the right sort of idea. Creeds tries to make the backstab work, but Breeder, they must have had a drone on him there. Caught it out. Nade's coming on through as well. He's under so much pressure. The reticule goes red. We know what comes next. Tim Kaboom and BDS take their first round.
Andrew managing to get his kill as he was on the way out there, but nothing more than an exit frag as the nade was already in position and it was too late to do anything about it. Users with that final kill, and BDS finally getting themselves their first attack on border. They're going to look to chain 2 more after it, I would expect. A 3-3 half going to be the minimum that they will find acceptable here against ITB. And ITB, in contrast, I think they're still going to be pretty confident. They'll likely go up to the top floor again, although, given their performances on that first floor over the couple of rounds that we've seen, there is the opportunity potentially for another ventilation workshop or bathroom tellers. They've been very, very strong so far, very confident, but BDS seeming to adapt now and just get a bit more of a heads-up idea of how to take down that CCTV hold.
That's it. I think they're starting to work their way through it piece by piece here, which is the important part. That reverse kill is the most important one because Noah has really had their scores from that spot the majority of this game. Starting to warm into things. As like I said earlier on, as I keep on saying every map sim, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. And I would expect that you'll see BDS equally, you know, really warming into this as time goes by. Attack is where you'd expect to see them being the most successful. I think ITB will be ecstatic. They've got even 3 rounds here on the defensive side, given this is normally a map that will favor the attackers. So nothing to be too upset about as them if you do lose the next couple of rounds and BDS bring things back to 3-3. You're then starting to look at that second half, which could be very spicy.
Going to have that similar hold once again then, as you've already picked up on Des and explained fantastically well. It's going to be Noah who is the linchpin in trying to hold on to it this time on the Azami rather than the Dark. Switches between depending, you know, exactly what they're trying to achieve, which side they're trying to hold on to. And this time it's going to be the downstairs. We will see him on the Azami. Plenty of success. Look at this from Solotov though. Absolutely speeding through Passport into Custom, and that's going to make it very dangerous for people downstairs. But how about that? Noah, forget about holding CC. He's going out of the door instead, and he's going to claim himself too. Leakafak and Shaiko, could you pick up 2 better names? Just takes them down and leaves it in a 4 versus 3 as the trade does come in, but he'll have given his life for that every day of the week. Oscar on to Solotov, Users picks up Azza, but it looks like it's another round heading towards ITB.
Key one for me is not only have you got Shaiko and Leakafak, 2 huge names to take out, look at the operators you've removed again. The DKB has been, has been a massive focus, I think, of this half. Not supposed deliberately, but Solotov's been stuck outside buildings, stuck in 1v1s against Noah. The calls haven't really been used inside the map to make progress. It's been much more about getting inside the building. Whereas Noah said, you know what? Forget about waiting for you to come to me. I'm coming to you. Has got rid of DKB and has also got rid of Shaiko. Of course, playing on the Deimos, which is absolutely lethal in the right hands, as we saw from Mowgli in the series earlier on today. So I think just having those 2 operators offline, a lot of information disappears. 2 big players are removed. 2 very powerful operators are gone as well. Massive play from Noah that may just be what decides the round.
Oscar's just going to bide his time there inside of Archives. We've already seen them play this position. Nitro on the fadeaway, not going to catch its intended target, and that's allowing Users now into that top floor. It also opens up a little vertical for him. Certainly not the end of the world, so he can start just trying to get those angles down into side. Kendrew, however, is in a really key position. Falls away. Not sure if he's going to choose to maybe try and head back up Metal later on, but with 40 seconds left to go, decides that those Warden Glasses would be of better use inside of sight. The DMR is going to open up some limited verticals. Soft breach as well from Breeder will allow a little bit more, but BDS, verticals are not your problem. Time is going to be the biggest factor for you now.
And potentially also the shotgun of Oscar when the time comes round. He's ready with the SMG. There rounds the corner, can't quite find his man. I said earlier on to Yuzus, I think he tried to spray him down with an SMG, missed, and Yuzus full on 180'd and just slapped him off the top of the waiting room balcony. You only get one chance against players like these. Down he goes. Azza in to clear things up, and Kenny up top as well. It's a closeout for ITB. 4-1 they go, Tim.
Yeah, one of the BDS players just suffering to that goo mine initial damage there as they tried to push in on low health, and it just showed how perilous a position BDS were in at that point. 4-1 for ITB in an absolutely dream start for them. As I always do, I look at that map veto though, and I look at the maps that are yet to come, and it's just so difficult playing against BDS, isn't it? You're beating them on border, which is a map that they've been very good on so far. ITB, of course, have had 2 victories there. They were slammed by BDS prior to that, but they have come back strong on this map. And then you move on to the second, it's going to be Clubhouse. How rough can it possibly get? ITB have chosen that, but we know how good BDS are on Clubhouse. But their map pool is so deep, it's just becoming very difficult to get any sort of win against them in the map veto stage.
Funny thing to look at is we were talking about Wolves earlier and saying they'll play on Club every day of the week, right? And look at what happened there coming up against Secret, right? It's just one of those kind of times where, yeah, teams are coming towards the major, for example. Things can get a little bit crazy, a little bit hectic, and that's exactly how this game has started. Anyone tuning in now and seeing ITB are up 4-1 on the defensive border against BDS will be like, what? If they're on the attack, maybe you'd understand, but no, they're making it happen on the defensive side and still layering things in. Castle's coming out once again. Noah back onto the army. You know, all these things are just really working in their favor and giving BDS a few too many challenges that outside of one round, they just haven't been able to find their way through so far.
Top just going to be working to take out the castle barricade on Passport. We've seen him enter through there a couple of times. Need to be careful, of course. ITB may well pick up on that. It does happen. Player tendencies will get spotted, and they will start to work against it. He's not actually going to be entering through there. Somebody else may, but for the time being, he's going to take out not only the castle barricade, but the pre-placed nitro. It's common trick. You do get it every now and again. Not too much in competitive play. It's one that you can take away and try at home. Get a nitro on the back of your castle and just wait. Listen for the castle being hit by somebody with a melee attack. Don't blow it immediately. Try and time it because they're coming back to that window and usually dipping away each time. And as you get close to the second or third or fourth beat coming, bang, trigger that nitro and get yourself a nice little kill.
I wonder if here there's a piece of Psycho dropping away from playing on the Nomad, which we've seen him be on a few rounds here, because he just knows that it's nigh on impossible to get anything done. There's no point bringing a Nomad if you never actually get inside the building, and he's got to get him. The Demon King is being slaughtered where he stands repeatedly. And even with the Capital coming in here, trying to force them away from playing inside, it simply isn't happening. Bride is going to get in there and force this one over the finish line. He is down to a slither of HP. And now Noah on Eastairs is dug in, ready and waiting to get pushed. Bride's already hit the deck. Kenny's found another. What a game he is having at 9-1.
Absolutely flying at the minute, and you can just see, I think, you know, we've always picked up on the fact that Kendrew feels the emotions of this game. There's no two ways about that, and right now he's feeling the confidence, he's feeling the jubilation, Des, of qualifying to his first major, and boy, is he playing like it. What a performance from him so far.
Whew. Dug in, waiting. 2 flashing red health bars for BDS overall is the concern here. Go on, can he make it number 10? No, he cannot. Solotov. I said it earlier on, Tim, you only get one chance against these boys and they will punish you if you don't take it when you get the chance. Smallest sort of head was shown, and his head got removed very quickly afterwards. Still a bit of time here with about 35 seconds to play as well. It's far from over for BDS. 3 versus 3, yes, a shot or two will be enough to see 2 of their players dispatched, headshot or otherwise. They've got to get a bit of a move on. I imagine with Bride coming down here now, it's a case of getting in through a wall that's already open for him. Wants to make this happen, but look who's waiting. It's Noah. He's dug in and ready. He's going to find the one that's diffuser down. Now BDS have got to make this push forward and find these last few kills, but I don't think they're going to have time, Tim.
He might not have the hit points either. Solotov's going in seriously low health. It's going to take a sneeze in his direction to take him down. It's ultimately Noah that manages to find that final kill. ITB, who had ITB closing out a 5-1 defensive half against BDS on their map choice in map 1. on their bingo card, because I don't believe you if you're going to tell me that you chose that one, because nobody expected this. ITB, I'm not putting them down. They've had a fantastic back end to the stage. They got this job done in style yesterday. They've come in here, though, against a team that have just looked head and shoulders above everybody they've come against. You know, even ITB winning, absolutely fine, no problem. You just don't expect it to be in this fashion against BDS.
Just, wow. What a half that has transpired to be. This could end up being the opposite result to what we saw last time they played. It was a 7-1 to BDS prior. It could be that it plays out the same way for ITB. They now go onto the attacking side, and there'll be questions here about how much teeth BDS show on their defensive side. Do they give them the ITB treatment back onto ITB, getting up at windows and doors, looking to challenge, denying entry into the building for the side of ITB, or is it sitting back a little bit deeper and looking to play more denial inside of the building itself? Shaiko being on that Azami there, I'd imagine we'll see at least some press out around the map. You can see him dug in here out towards the right-hand side of things.
5 seconds to go.
Probably looking up towards these stairs, and that'll be his lock-in spot. You've got users playing inside of CC, so a good little spread coming out here, but it is going to be that full top floor control coming in for BDS.
Really strong performances so far coming out of Kendrew. Azza, you got to put Noah on the list as well. You know, might not have quite as many kills as the others, but the work he's done has been absolutely pivotal to a number of those rounds. Oscar, you can't take away. Just everybody getting involved in the action, but the question is, can they now do that on the flip? I spoke earlier about the way when you change from defense to attack or vice versa, the pace of the game changes, the rhythm of the game changes. Are you finding yourself in those same spots, those same advantageous positions or not? We will see as time ticks on. Shaiko on the Azami is looking to hold on to Office for the time being, so they're obviously anticipating a little Archive-sided push coming in here, which could well be the case as Kenny lines himself up on the Amaru there on Archive's door, and he's snuck in without anybody seeing.
That's it. He can get in here and make the stab happen. Finds one, I was going to say almost missed his shot, but found it in the end. In and confirms the kill. 2 quick kills for ITB, and they're in for the plant. And Tim, there is no real denial they can offer here as well. Kenny should get away with this one. It's going to be completed just as Shaiko rounds the corner, but he's going to try and stick. Can Noah or Oscar make this work? Shaiko's got the right sort of idea, but he can't win the 1v1. Oscar, one of those players that we remarked in the pre-show to, has been around this game for the longest of times, and here he is, putting Shaiko into the dirt. Uses finding one. It's a 1 versus 1. All he's got to do is hold and play this one out to the clock. Uses trying to get the very edge of this one that he can. Has got the right sort of idea. A nade coming on through. That should be enough here. Out he comes, and Oscar still wins it out. Look at him. Calm, composed killer. BDS Slayer down 6-1. What a time and what a game this is proving to be.
Beautiful use of his utility there to close out the round. It was just so well placed. Nothing else that Users could do. Users, one of those players that you know can win that gunfight given the opportunity. But Oscar was guns up, ADS ready for the peak. He knew that Users had to move off that spot. It was a close one. Kendrew very nearly taken off the diffuser at the end there. It was so close, but he managed to get it down. You see there, just a fraction of a second late, Shaiko. And then Oscar, when he won the fight with Shaiko, Shaiko played it really smart, straight on to disable the diffuser, baited the challenge out and nearly won it. But just not quite. It was just not quite close enough for BDS and ITB. You've just got yourself 5 rounds in a row to try and close this out.
What a mirror result this will be if they can 7-1 it here, Tim. One more round to do it in. BDS have got 5 rounds to bounce it back. Woohoo! Good luck, guys. It feels like a bit of a tall mountain to climb, even if you are what many would describe to be the best team in Europe, but there may well be a new king on top when it comes round to the Manchester Major. That top seed being secured, ultimate prize money, SI points, you name it. They walk away with everything. I actually, someone, I think it was someone tweeted this, I forget who it was, but just saying it's really lovely actually seeing different teams go into the, I know BDS being there is a great thing, but you know, the usual suspects that we're used to seeing at majors, only really BDS are the ones to make it there, and they were even missing from the last one. So just the sheer fact that we're in a spot where we're talking about Secret going, about ITB going, with new player names from Europe that many wouldn't have seen, just kind of challenges the old guard in many ways, and players that we've seen around the scene for years now.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's you know, it's always nice to have things mixed up. Azza on the entry there is going to take an awful lot of damage. They're sending him in to try and clear out that half-wall position. It's going to be Solotov who's playing there on the Legion, so important work for Azza to do with the book. There's nobody else really that can do that in the same way, as quickly and as efficiently, so needs to be careful that he's not going and losing his life from there.
Oof. Similar sort of comps coming out overall. Like, I was going to say the line and the Dokkaebi on side. This one, already seeing the line removed though. Kenny, fantastic first half that he had. At least being denied here early into the second half as things stand. An equalization coming back out. Solotov taken down by Noah. All at long range. That has really been a war between those two. Playing around CC and out on towards balcony has been huge. Creed steps in though. Users just none the wiser about what was coming. And now that 90 is exposed, Shaiko is forced to start a move. He sees one but completely misses Creed, who puts him in the dirt. Leakifat gets the trade back, so it's been back and forth between the two teams. But Tim, we've got 90 seconds to go, and it's a 3v2.
Yep, and Breede's had a quiet game so far. I know he's got 5 kills to his name, but it's not a name that we've had cause to shout too often, and he's going to have to really pull it out of the bag here. Leakifat in support, and again, 2 kills for him. It's 2 players that have maybe not been involved and may not be quite as hot as they would like in the gunfights at the minute, coming against Azza, Noah, Oscar, all players 7 kills apiece who've been really involved in things here. Noah has done such a great job. I can't stop shouting his name enough. Clearing out Solotov from that half wall this time around where he was defending it previously. Azza just looking to creep around underneath and use that open hatch for an angle up into archives potentially.
Like a piranha just ready to snap at the heels of any who dare come too close. He's got the right idea because the yellow pin was there, but it's like Leakifat has moved away at least temporarily. Right sort of idea. Flash up top, which should enable Noah to come in here for a swing. In he steps and sees the head. Beautiful bit of team play coming out. Just one left standing, and it's Breed 8 at range here. Noah's going in, Plant's going down. BDS are about to get 7-1 by ITB unless Breed 8 can pull off a miracle. But downstairs there is one. We'll find the head at the very least. The C4 to finish him off as well, but has now got to find 2 for himself. Has got the right idea. One outside on window. Sees his man, and Breed 8 is made for moments like these, Tim. One more out towards main breach. But Breeder doesn't know that. He assumes he could be in towards metal. He could be in towards CC. That's where he's rounded himself and is looking from now out on the balcony too. It's the right sort of idea, but he's got to win this 1 versus 1. Out on the run he looks here. Can he hit his man? Yes, he can! Of course he can! It's Breed 8 into 1. It's not going to matter about the air jab. He's managed to find himself a bit of recovery. It's not going to be a mirrored result. But what a clutch that is coming out of Breed 8.
Does the moment make Breed 8, or does Breed 8 make the moment? There have been so many of them across the years that 1v3 just goes onto the list. But how impressive it was, hitting shot after shot, but just the game sense to know where that last player was going to be holding from. Absolutely wonderful stuff from Breed 8. It's going to be the first step on a long journey. It might not be enough for BDS, but at least it maybe gives them something to cling on to heading into Clubhouse if they don't come away with the comeback on border.
Okay. I'm not going to say it's the start of a comeback. It's 4 rounds they need to win here, and it's taken a 1 versus 3 to even keep the game going. It looked to be a 7-1, if not for a real clutch coming out towards the end. ITB probably kicking themselves that this one wasn't done and dusted, and we aren't already starting to think about Clubhouse here. But they've got themselves 4 more, as you'd say, Tim, back to the cherry to get this one over the line. Similar story I'd expect to come out here. In fact, no, Noah's Army on side. I was going to say, surely we see that come out once again because it's proven so effective for both teams to some degree. But Shaiko this time around has dropped away over to the trusty Legion, one of his go-to operators. Got a bit of denial coming in the form of the Kaid as well.
Solotov again going to be looking to hold on to this CCTV position, I think. Capcan, again, he tried to do it last time. Noah was able to pick him up from distance. I think, you know, maybe a lesson to be learnt there. Don't overexpose from that position. At the end of the day, they can't do anything from those ventilation units. They have to come in. They have to play into your gun. They do spot out 2 of the Capcan traps. They may well have seen the others, but just need to make sure that they don't forget they're there. They do have Creeds on the IQ, so shouldn't be a massive problem. He will be getting to work very soon as he approaches the building. But again, you know, as I said at the beginning, and as I always say about border, one of the most important things for defenses, Des, is to keep the attackers from getting inside of the map, and it's more true on this one than many other maps. Once the attackers are in, they've got a great chance of winning the round, and BDS have done very little so far to stop ITB getting themselves established.
It comes down to, at least with the IQ on side, they can sniff out these cap cans, they can sniff out devout cams, a lot they can do in this round. And of course, if they've really needed to help get rid of Liquefax and Electroclaws at the same time, both deployed out somewhere around the map, so those are worth hunting down, no doubt. Solotov dancing around here, a great spot, and Creeds exposes himself for a fraction of a second. And unsurprisingly, Solotov removes his noggin.
And importantly, if those EDDs have not been picked up by Creeds at that point, it may well be that they are now reliant on drones to find the other three. We could see them factor later in the round. Azza is going to open up a smaller angle. Doesn't want to use his skeleton key there because it would, of course, reveal too much of his own position. So he's just going to use the smaller angle to try and get something going through onto Archives as they now push into Fountain, open up that wall and head in. Nitros are going to be hunted from underneath, but if that's the position, it will be unsuccessful.
I tried with the C4, but I think just a bit too shallow there. Rather than looking into the office side of things, it was actually inside of what would normally be the Armory Archive site. Used this with the right idea, though. Again, just a little bit too late on this one. I think they've already found themselves stepping across. And it turns out actually he missed the ceiling altogether. In fact, no, shot it down. Sorry, my bad. For a second, I was like, surely you don't miss the ceiling at that range, but I'm pretty sure I just shot it down when he realized it was misplaced.
Yeah, I think that's the case. If you're unaware of that one, you can just shoot, if it's a soft surface above you, you can just shoot a few pieces of it out around the nitro and get it to drop back
Not
down.
the actual nitro itself.
No, don't shoot the nitro. You just want to shoot either side of it until the ceiling crumbles and it'll come back down. Just like Kenny, he's going to come back down through that hatch. He's looking to get that diffuser down. The cover is in place, and I'd back Noah with the way that he's playing at the mate. There it is. Kendra manages to come off and get a kill as well. Pushed by a second. Liquefact for the trade, but can BDS fight back once again in the post plant? This time they've got 3 bodies alive against them. It was the same for Brede before. He hit the 1v3. This time they've got the advantage of a couple of other operators to try and help, but the damage is coming into BDS slowly. They've got themselves on the vertical. This one's RTB's all day, Des.
Absolutely is. They get the closeout with some excellent angles held in the post plant, and they'll take themselves BDS's map pick. Very impressive performance, excellent defense on board. I don't normally see halves like that, to be honest with you, Tim. And they do enough in the second to get it over the finish line, which now means we have to turn towards map 2 to see if BDS can fight their way back in, or if ITB can claim that top spot inside 2 maps, which would be one hell of an achievement.
Really would. What a way to finish off the stage that would be. And let's not forget, Clubhouse has been ITB's map choice. As good as BDS might be there, ITB obviously bringing a lot of confidence into it.
They will be indeed, no doubt. Let's go to our desk and get their thoughts on what no doubt is a surprise result for us all.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, we are back. And I don't know what you're talking about, a surprise.
No, we
defender-sided border, you know what, 7-2 victory against BDS.
Who are BDS?
Never heard of them.
I mean, we have talked about BDS building a super roster. The one player they're missing is Kendra.
That is true.
Do you know what?
Fair.
I was so hoping for the 7-1. I'm really annoyed Brede's got that clutch because it would have been just poetry about BDS 7-1ing ITB in the regular stage and then ITB coming back at 7-1ing BDS. But we've got to talk about their defenses. I think their defenses, the fact of the matter is, they got 5 defenses on border. They came out, they dominated. They honestly, and it's kind of weird in this game because we did say that in a way there's nothing on it, in a way there obviously is a lot on it.
Yeah.
But ITB played with such a freedom on their defenses to get aggressive and get in the face of BDS and really prove a point back at them, and it was honestly great.
I mean, I think your keyword here is aggression, right?
Yeah.
Look at the operators that they were picking constantly into the breach. They just took good guns where you can take fights and then sprinkle in some castle in there as well. But his gun with an ACOG...
Hey, Kenny was gunning on the castle.
Yeah,
absolutely.
His gun with an ACOG isn't bad either. And they took the game to BDS, and I think that we haven't seen that in a very long time. Enter kills is another one that is very important in this game. For the first 7 rounds, every single enter kill went into the breach. Yep. And do you remember, Jack, the other game that BDS, or the other map that BDS have lost this stage, how did it play out and why? Do you remember it?
Ents, yeah.
All entry frags went back into Ents' favor, and they completely demolished BDS.
Yep.
Well, they didn't completely demolish them. It was a very close game. Into the Breach, however, completely demolished them this map.
Now, we cannot neglect the top player on that ITB roster. We mentioned it before going into the breakdown for it. It's Kendrew, the in-game leader for the Squad Fresh.
Yeah, I wanted to actually highlight Kendrew. He's obviously had a great day and a great game. Particularly that nasty angle that he had on the castle over towards the East Stairs. But I just wanted to actually just token towards him, actually, you know, from a continuation of yesterday about how well he's kind of bounced back. You know, we saw in his storyline, his timeline, going from Na'Vi, Pro League champion, and then he dipped down. He had to be at some teams where it didn't necessarily go too well in terms of Kavana, in terms of Secret, bounced back, found his home at ITB. Honestly, hasn't had a great stage, but that map from him today was excellent.
And with those previous teams as well, he got a lot of blame for their failures. And now he goes to prove that maybe that wasn't so much on me. I just had a lot of flame in me and I wanted a lot. And now that I'm getting it, this is what we can go for.
Yeah, we all remember the famous Kendrew reformation around 2 or so years ago that was also needed, and he talked about it himself on interview or also on social media. But here he is now piloting what could be the best team in EU. Well, we don't know yet because ITB could take it 2-0 or BDS could fight back and take it to a map 3. We'll talk about all of that and more after the break.
Okay, let's start. I think my first option will be
Shaiko from BDS.
I don't really need to speak much on Shaiko because Shaiko is probably, if not the best player in the world.
Put as a second support because I think his playstyle fits the draw very well.
He's amazing. He has one of the best teams in the game.
My first pick is British, the best support in the world.
I will pick Benja from my team. I would put him like lurking on my roster.
My second pick will be Deadshot.
I've played a lot with him and Huge teammate, never negative, always positive.
He's good at entry. He's good at playing more flex.
Knows how to stat in entry. So
for my dream team, I will pick myself
because he's like a good entry.
He really plays good, like he has strong gun power, he makes a lot of frags, so it's important as well.
At the moment, I'm the best first entry on the game.
I think I will take Tyrant. He showed a lot of good face during all the stages he did with the M&M.
I think we need more support here.
Shepherd is like the hard support
because he's one of the good support on EU.
He's like the most like calm, cool, and collected like player.
Has experience in the back lane.
A really good statistic of plans.
Yeah, we take Dan. Of course, of course.
He's just a goat. As an entry, as a flex.
He can play whatever he wants.
To be honest, no, I would pick Deepak and I would put Deepak as support.
Deepak is like the second flex support.
He's really good.
Deepak's probably one of the best fragging supports in the world.
I would say it's Noah from ITB, and he's keep improving. He's also playing really good as a flex.
I would have Azza from my team on flex. He helps me a lot with like calling and stuff. A really good teammate.
I think I will pick Alemão. Sometimes he's calling crazy stuff.
To IGL, I would take Laikifak from BDS.
For me, I think it's one of the most talented young players. For pick, I would pick Doki.
He's really good at entry.
Like even if he dies early, like he's still like super vocal and like he's a super positive guy.
So I think it's important to have that X factor in your team. I'll pick always to like vertical.
I will pick Savage from the Team Secret.
I think he's reliable player.
When we're playing scrims versus them, it's really hard to play versus him.
He has ideas to give to a team, so I think on a flex role he could perform with that team.
I think I'd probably do Liloon from Wolves as my coach. Her players speak of her really highly.
The last option for me will be coach for Wild with Zeus, because like they have really good performance in the last year stage.
So for the coach, it's Agdar.
I know him personally. He's French, of course.
No matter the player you will give him, he will make result out of it.
Put the answer coach to be the coach, but he would have to listen to Benji, so...
Really working hard since the beginning of the game.
I learned a lot with him, so he will be the coach for this team.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Blast R6 EU League Grand Final for stage number 1. Into the Breach lead the series 1-0 on border against BDS, and we're ready to jump in on our second map, Clubhouse. Hi, I am Milosh, and with me on the desk are Freshbean, and here it is Clubhouse. ITB's pick this time on defense, Mr. Fresh. What are we looking like?
Yeah, not surprised. I think they obviously wanted to feel comfortable on a map that they've played a lot this stage. Clubhouse, they've played it 3 times, won it 3 times. They beat G2, they beat Wild, and they beat Ents on this map. And then for BDS, actually, it's a map that they've allowed teams to pick into them. It's a map they've been comfortable playing against teams that they feel are weak on it. They've also won it twice. They beat Virtus Pro and Wolves on it just yesterday.
I think that what we have to look at from here on out, with the result being as it was on border, I don't know what sort of BDS we will have showing up in the second map.
Yep.
I don't know yet if they're able to come back in a best of 3, like mentally, because we haven't really seen them in that environment too much, have we? If they come back, I think that they will still clinch it out on this map. Like, I still think that they're a stronger team. but they need to really reset here.
Now let's pull up Clubhouse and the preferences for our teams on it. Jack, can you walk us through it, please?
Yep, so once again, it's reasonably high preference for both teams. I've once called BDS one of the best Clubhouse teams in the world. I'm not there with calling ITB that yet, but
really.
They keep proving me wrong. So yeah, I think both teams like it. It's a map that both teams are comfortable on, and the key thing to look at here is the attack win rates, because any team can be a great defensive team on Clubhouse.
Yep.
Obviously, you should win your church bomb site, you should win your gym bomb site, and it's down to that tertiary one, so you should be hovering around 67%. But the attack win rates for both teams, more often than not, they're achieving at the very least a 3-3 split. So both teams are more than comfortable attacking this map.
And if we look how the map will play out, obviously it's a very different one from Border that's very heavily reliant on the individual gun skill. This is a much more 1-2-3 step base map, right? So I think it would play out very differently, and it can actually help BDS get back into the groove by forcing them to play like a team.
Of course, it is not the grand final of Stage 1 of EUL without it not leading to a map 3. At least that's what we are hoping. Thank you very much, Freshbean. Let's bring up our casters on the screen and say hello again. Des Ace, you're casting this, which means I expect it to go to a map 3. What is your prognostic, Dr. Tim?
Yeah, I think...
I am still here. My camera just hates me.
I just thought he was trying to be
That's
asleep.
you, that's your face.
There he is. Look, he's back in the room.
I was always here. I don't know what the camera's having a moment today.
He's
I don't know.
ice cold that he freezes the camera.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Dr. Tim, you were saying?
Yeah, I would still expect a map 3. I wouldn't be surprised. RTB looking great, but are BDS going to have 2 maps like that? We haven't seen them have 2 maps like that all stage, so I wouldn't bank on it, and they're a very good Clubhouse team. I think they're going to be tough here. So yeah, I think we might see all 3.
Well, you know what? That's Ace. Take it away. Enjoy map number 2.
Charlie Milosh, and it's a good job most of my time isn't spent on camera, Tim. Otherwise, I'll be royally screwed with how this is treating me so far today. We do have map 2 coming up. As said, Clubhouse is one of those that you look at and just think, I know ITV have picked it, but BDS should be winning it, really, right? Right?
It really is one of those feelings, but you know, we thought that about Border, and look at where we are. A brilliant 7-2 win for ITB to take us 1-0 into the second map. And I mean, what, like you said yourself, Des, in the last game, what a dream finish for ITB that would be. It's just, you know, they've already got the icing on the cake, haven't they, by going to the major? They've locked themselves
on the
in for that. But then this would stick the cherry on top as well.
Oh, I could listen to you just talking your
Just let
funny
me go and
ways all
delete
day.
a tweet. Hang on a second.
Oh, you made me laugh, Tim. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Right, straight into our vans then. ITV are straight in with the Maverick. Not too surprising for this map overall. Habana also a pretty good choice in it, but for the most part, it's going to be a Maverick. Keeping some of those hatches closed up if so desired. We saw Bibi working some magic earlier on with the Kaid on this map when the Maverick wasn't brought along. And my God, did he punish them for only having the micro EMPs. Yin coming away, no massive surprise either. Spoke a lot about that already today, Tim. We saw when it was unbanned earlier on its uses coming out from walls. Valkyrie also going to follow, completely unsurprising there, which means we may see a drop in the amount of IQ being picked. Both teams picking an awful lot of that. That's a great way to end that sentence short, and we may see a drop in IQ. Tuber also going to come through then as our last ban from ITB.
Well, let's get on into things then. We'll be going into round 1 of Clubhouse any second now. We've got BDS versus ITB. If you're just joining us, the first map was Border, and it was won by ITB 7-2. Yes, you heard that right. 7-2 to ITB with a fantastic performance as well. It wasn't about BDS losing rounds. It was ITB just going in and taking them for fun. They were winning gunfight after gunfight. There wasn't a position on the map that they couldn't hold when they were on defense, couldn't take away when they were on attack. It was absolutely wonderful stuff. And personally, I'd love to see it continue. I enjoy watching BDS, as I have throughout the stage, be this phenomenal team. But the siege that ITB were delivering was just absolutely sublime in map 1.
Camera's done the freezy thing again. I've just seen it off on the side screen. I can't do anything about it. Now I properly look asleep over there as well. I don't know what's going on. Oh, well, the microphone works. That's what counts the most, Tim. We're going to start things off with ITB on the defensive side, as noted. And we step with some Kai coming along. I'm not at all surprised to see that because we've had the Maverick banned away. We've had the Tuber banned away. So Kai suddenly becomes ridiculously powerful. A real smart couple of bans coming out from ITB overall, I think, here, to be fair, because BDS not banning away the Kai does mean that both he and realistically the Bandit both become pretty powerful on this map.
And ITB especially starting on the defense. They're going to be the ones that take the early advantage. Kendrick getting aggressive, and he continues his performance on defense. Shaco and Leakify get sat down in the first 30 seconds. What a start from ITB.
Just Kendrick casually 1v2ing Shaiko and Leaky Fat. You know, two of the best players in the world, like it's no bother at all. I think Kenny really wants to go for that King Kenny spot. Solotov going to find Noah at least on the rotate back in towards sight from that hatch. Just one mistake being made there, and Yuzu's trying to snake his way through, right? Sort of idea. There is a player inside of Moto, but can he deal with him? Oh no, the sound effect going to give him away here as well. And rightly so, turns tail and sprints back up main stairs.
Yeah, Yuzus had a real opportunity there to pick up the man inside. I imagine it will be Oscar on the Kaid in there, but his life is saved by his own electricity. Well, it could be the bandit batteries. It is the bandit batteries on the wall, but nonetheless, it is going to be saved as Yuzus dips himself away. And ITB now, 1 minute 40 left to, I'll say, survive. They do have the man advantage, but BDS are going to have a lot of time ahead of them. The Capitao here is the really big loss. Most of the other stuff they can get done. They've got the soft breach to replace the RAM, for example. They can still breach what they need to with the thermite, but the Capitao is going to be a really big loss. There's hard breach charges. There's a bit of everything has gone, really.
Yeah, at least so far, right? I'm still looking towards that C4 in Oscar's back pocket and just waiting for this push to come on through because, you know, he's itching to get that out and chuck it skyward towards someone pushing in. Normally from main stairs, you'd see, not that he needs to worry about it here. They found him inside the Moto for free, and the last two players now coming in from blue. It's a little bit of a death box being set up for BDS as ITB have got them cornered in. Azza finds one. Solotov, the last left standing, with 10 HP to his name, and Azza's going to find him at range. What a series Azra is having, by the way. I know we've celebrated Kenny and we've celebrated in towards Noah on the Azami a lot in the last round too, but Azra's been hitting some really big rounds here and there.
Yeah, it's great to see Des. He's on my fantasy roster for this play day.
That's why you're happy.
Has been for a long time. I've had a phenomenal day today. Let me tell you that. It's just a friendly, fun one that Jesse, our wonderful analyst Jesse runs. Yeah, I've got Azza on my lineup. I had P4. I have Deadshot. I have Peepoo and Savage.
This is ridiculous.
It's been a day. Let me tell you that. It's been a day. And Azza just
points there, mate.
And Azza just continues to provide here on Clubhouse. He had a good game on border, as you say. Sort of went under the radar a little bit, really, because of those other players that, you know, as good as Azza did, they were doing even better. And that's why ITB came away with a 7-2. They've just had a great start here. Church and Arsenal, of course, it's a site that we expect them to lock down. You know, we expect them to be really on top of that one. Now the test comes when they're looking at these top two floor sites. The two top floor sites. But that was quite an emphatic win for them, really, down in the basement. And BDS, they just look a bit punch drunk at the minute.
They do a tickle. No doubt some recovery to go on if they want to keep themselves in this series and not find themselves bowing out 2-0 at the final hurdle as well. The thing is, there'll be some sticks out there who are like, look, game doesn't matter. They're going to the major anyway. We said it already. 5 points make the difference, and BDS more than most should know that because I believe they were the team that missed out last year. Those 5 points do really start to stack up when you start looking at how things sit towards the end of the year, though I imagine, regardless of how this game ends, BDS do not want to be in a conversation about having to fight for that last and final place at the major this year like they had to last year because they missed out on one of our majors overall. Still, as it stands, 60 seconds inside or so, those calls coming out once again. The Dekebi really forming a massive part of this BDS attacking lineup, rightly so. She's extremely powerful in the game right now. But on the charge on through, Sholotov has found Noah. Down he goes. A bit of a quieter start to this game from Noah. It's only been a couple of rounds, but he has been found out in both pretty easily.
Yeah, great start from BDS in the round there. Less than halfway through. They're now getting themselves into a position to push into construction. They're going to be able to use the windows, so they can likely get over and get that jacuzzi jacuzzi wall open as well if they want to. They've used the Selmas so far, but Brede will still have those exothermics. He has one remaining, and that he will be able to use on that wall. So everything's coming together for BDS here. They're usually a very good side when it comes to attacking this site. We'll usually see players like Shaiko pushing into construction, getting aggressive onto that door, and he's a nightmare to be able to close him down. So they're not rushing either. They know what the conditions are for the win here. They know that it's just push from as many sides as possible, leave them as uncomfortable as possible. They've got windows, they've got jacuzzi breach, they've got construction now. They could well take logistics. It's becoming a smaller and smaller defense for ITB to try and hold on to.
Oh, the sequel from below. Ready, out over the top. But users will be like, oh, what was that noise? Something in the distance. Nowhere near him. Not even going to affect the point of damage. Oh, but fires Azza through the soft wall of the garage door as well. Easy quick close out there. A couple more kills rain on through, and BDS now are going to roll over them like a tide. A flawless round, and they are on the board, Tim.
I think a little bit more of what BDS fans will have been expecting being delivered there. Azza, maybe a little bit of a mistake in the garage. He used the impact nade to open up garage wall, and it just really gave him away. It was such a loud noise for users to be able to pick up on. It's a difficult one. Of course, he can go for a punch hole. It'll be much quieter, much less likely to be picked up with a few comms. You know, he can ask his team, make a little bit of noise near the users, and I can put this punch hole in the garage wall. But the problem is you're not necessarily going to get the angle you want. It's much like, you know, much more limited. So he's trying to use the impact nade just to give himself as much scope as he can and hope to quickly pick somebody up before they can fight back with him. But it just didn't work out, and it was a big alarm signal, really. So that's going to leave ITB moving across the top floor into CCTV and Cash for round 3. They're going to want a 4-2 half here against BDS. They need to find a second site that they can hold on to. Church and Arsenal was great. They haven't had any fun with gym and bedrooms, so they will try this one as what will likely be the last option. I'd be very surprised to see them in bar today.
Yes, it would feel like... I remember actually had a couple of games where teams have just brought that out seemingly out of the blue and just gone, yeah, bar stage, why not? And it's a bit like, what? You always look at it and just think, are my eyes deceiving me? Because it is normally not one of those sites that we see as part of the rotation. I'd have to go and dig up the stats and look at exactly how many times it has been played around the world in stage 1, but I can guarantee you it's going to be in the single figures, if not below 5 in terms of total play overall. Either way, Electro Bros back on side. Kaid and the Bandits still really looking to make use of those bans. The operator bans that ITB have brought along here really playing into the strength of those two operators. So not at all surprised to see it stick. Last time around it was Brede running around though on the Blitz Tim. Here it's going to be Solotov.
Pre-placed outro goes out from Creeds on the Kaid. I'm not sure what information they've got for logistics to understand whether anybody's dropped or not, but here comes the shield. Solotov going all the way up to top wide, but losing his life to Noah. There's a second coming in behind. They did predict it, but Leakafak even still able to manage to just peek his head around that handrail, find the kill, use us into sight. Kendrew down, and it looks like there's a few BDS players have been able to get into sight long ahead of anything else happening. No breach is open yet. Creeds, he manages to get one back. The fight is on, but Oscar, he can't do any more than down Brede, and it's going to be all up to Creeds in a 1 versus what is effectively 2, but it doesn't matter as it only takes 1 man from BDS, and it's him once again, Users, doing the job.
One of those where for a moment it looked like there might be a bit of a fight back coming in, but I think once BDS had got control of site and had players, the craziest thing is they had really 2 players that charging into site, one top red, one actually inside of site, whilst main breach wasn't even opened up yet. So they've kind of done the hard part of getting site control without breach on side, and then have gone, oh, I guess this is ours for the taking. So good clean round coming out, and I think that second one in a row is enough cause for ITB to say, boys, we really should be getting more done here on the defensive side of things. To have already be down 2-1 after just 3 rounds, starting to get a bit worried. So Kangaroo Kenny in the ears of his players with some words of wisdom to help get things back on track in the way that they plan it to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's about the right time as well. You know, given, I know that it's early, but given the fact that they've lost the top 2 floor sites, I can't get that right today. The 2 top floor sites. Given that floor sites. It's a difficult one for some reason. Given that they've lost those 2, only held on to Church and Arsenal, they know how strong BDS are going to be on the defense when they get there. It's now becoming essential, really, to win at least 2 out of 3 of the remaining. They could do with all 3 is the reality. So yeah, I think it's a good time for the tactical timeout.
You really got me thinking about tongue twisters there, because I've done some before on broadcast, if you can recall. It's a really good one where for a few times over you have to say Irish wristwatch. Go on, Tim, give it a go.
Irish wrist. I can't even say it once.
You can't even do the first one. That's beautiful. And then the other one is genuine, unique New York.
Genuine, unique New York. Genuine, unique New York. Genuine, unique New York. That one I'm not too bad at.
You got that one. You got that one. That's good. That's not bad. I did Google one, and I'm going to be very careful in saying this, actually.
I'll let you do it then.
I saw Susie sitting in a shoe shine shop. Where she sits, she shines, and where she shines, she sits. You can imagine how very wrong that can go incredibly quickly on a broadcast. It felt like walking on a tightrope, Tim. I love it.
Walking on a tightrope right now could be BDS if they don't get a few more rounds on the attack. They are looking good so far, but as a reminder, they are one map down. And so Clubhouse is an essential win for them if they want to take the top spot in EU, the extra 5 SI points, the bragging rights, the message that goes out ahead of them that coming into the major, BDS were nigh on unbeatable. And Solotov, he's going to start trying to cement that with a kill against Noah to open things up.
It does feel like if things carry on at this pace, we will be very quickly careering in towards Chalet as our map 3. A very different BDS here on Clubhouse so far, and it's going to be like the first series, Tim, where we're seeing that turn of either team playing incredibly well on the other team's map pick. We always love to see it, just suggest that map 3 being that step for that decider may well prove to be pretty exciting. Solotov taken down by Creed from above. Was playing a little bit hot potato with those bars, dancing in between them, and finally gets himself sniffed out. Azza hits the deck, Breeday's in. Plant is going down inside a church, and no one has a clue here. Oscar's in with a C4, but it's not going to find his man. What can he do to round here? He does the right thing, but not quite going to find him yet. Gets the down, but it's still going to find 2 more. Sees the back, but can't quite find his man. It's a 3 versus 2 here. Surely ITB can clean up house. They find one more. Shaiko into another. They've got to bring him down to get this round closed out, Tim, and there's not a lot of time. It's a 1 versus 1 against Kenny. Can he bring down Shaiko again? Because he's done it so many times this series already.
Who else to win out a 1v3? First, it's Breedy. Now it could be Shaiko taking damage from the impact nade. He just needs to play this smart, and we know he will. As Kendry comes around the corner, Shaiko's already gone. He gets it, but just not enough time. Shaiko holds on for a second long enough, and that is going to be a successful 1v3 that puts them another round on the board. Great play from BDS.
Really good stuff from Shaiko at the end as well. It was that 3 versus 2 that became a 3v1, and I thought, oh, they look chalked at this point, but managed to position himself really smartly to isolate separate 1v1s rather than running headfirst into a crossfire. And well, you saw the outcome. Did just enough, may have fallen at the end, but did enough that the clock became the 6th man and got them over the line. Good stuff. And no doubt now ITB are probably thinking, well, that was our attack timeout. Things look better, but still not incredible. BDS have 3 attacking rounds. I'll be sweating a little bit if I was ITB.
At this point, yeah, I think we could definitely be looking towards Chalet. Like I said, Clubhouse, as much as, yeah, it could be a map that you think that you're good at, that you're comfortable on, you sometimes have to look at the opposition, you know, and there's 2 rosters that over the last 12 months you really don't want to play on Clubhouse. One of them is in the game now, and it's BDS. The other, of course, was our SI champions, the now Furia roster. You know, they've been so deadly on this map, absolutely perfected it between the 2 of them. And ITB are finding that out the hard way right now. BDS certainly having a resurgence after that 7-2 loss to get themselves back to 3-1. They want some Chalet, they want a map 3, they want to take those extra points and all the bragging rights that go with it.
I'd take a couple of series that go to the 3rd map and it's max OT. Why not? Last one admittedly ended on round 14, but OT is still more than enough for me, Tim. I wouldn't mind a round 15 to close things out, admittedly. Could yet find ourselves going there. Onwards we start here then in round 5. Shaiko across to being on the Brava. Normally brought along when we've seen on previous maps, and you see things like the Evil Eyes being brought along. However, there is some next level trolling available when there is a cap can on the other side. And if you can get in, hack out some of those traps and see your enemies blown sky high by their own gadgets, that just hits that little bit different.
No one knows that there's a presence just outside of gym window there. Does have a little look out, but can't find anybody as the rappel was just heading up onto the rooftop. Priest just watching the drones from underneath. Knows that the droner was up on the roof. Keeps himself off the radar for the time being, so has the potential for flanking up red stairs. It will depend obviously on any flank drones or anything like that that could spot him out. But again, could be a thorn in the side potentially for BDS.
Out of mag.
Bathroom being opened up. Very common spot where you'll see defenders looking to hold down. Ooh. Looking back onto Azza. A good start on the entries, admittedly overall for BDS, and they've been going pretty strong the last 2 or 3 rounds. Creed's got the right idea, but does he know? They know the call's there. They've heard the player. Oscar's also hit the deck. Luke, in fact, really wants to find this kill as well, because otherwise you've got Creed charging back up main stairs. And that is not a player that you want swamping down into your back line either way. He's found himself very isolated here too. He tries to move up top. He'll find himself shut down. Good patience being shown by Leakifak, and BDS are off to the races, Tim. I don't see how you slow them down here.
No, it's becoming really dangerous now. They are looking to return that 7-1-7-2, and I know that it's early in the game and we can have that side swap, but BDS swapping onto defense, I'll tell you now, is not going to hurt them. If anything, it's going to make it more difficult for ITB, so they really need to start finding anything that they can out of this game, and it's getting very difficult for them. We're seeing BDS find their feet. This is more like the BDS we've seen sweeping through the map, kill after kill after kill. All of a sudden, 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2, just happy to hold their angles, catch them on the rotates. They've already taken sight. It's just clinical from them on Clubhouse at the minute, and a well-deserved 4-1 attacking half as it stands, with 1 more to come.
I can't see a way where ITB get this last round here realistically and give themselves some breathing room going into that second half. And I'm always a big proponent of the saying 2 hours to a game of Siege, Tim, but I think BDS and defense are going to find themselves in dreamland. Probably also charging ahead with this game towards what could be, quite ironically, a bounce back to their last game against ITB. Yes, it was on Border where they won 7-1. This is how the scoreline sits. It feels like it's going a very similar way. Full kudos to ITB though. Good idea, I think, in the banning phase to bring along the Bandit and the Kaid. However, it sort of landlocked them into playing that strategy, and BDS is finding ways around it here that look very hard to stop.
Oscar looks like he's prepping, ready for a little bit of a jump out or a peek or something going on there, and something that BDS need to keep an eye on. Leakifak is far enough around that corner that it won't be a danger to him for the time being, and I think Oscar's probably left his window by now, but we will find out as the round progresses. We're going to have Breeder just looking to drone in the other team members as we would expect from that support player. Again, BDS looking for that top floor clearance, looking to get themselves into CCTV, cache, garage, and just try and get control of as much as they can before pushing on towards the site.
Waiting for someone to rotate in here, expecting someone to rotate through bar, expecting ITB to be playing the map. For the most part, though, they are not. I think a lot of that sort of enthusiasm pulled away from them admittedly when BDS have really rolled over them for the last 3-4 rounds. At this stage, it can be hard to feel too confident about getting out aggressively around the map. That said, there are these players involved in the extended hold out towards Cash and CC. And from there, it's less about trying to get kills. It's much more about wasting time. If you can chew through 90 seconds and get out of danger, then fantastic. But you have got to be really concerned about BDS chewing you up and spitting you out before you can get anywhere near site. And Kenny, I tell you what, it's concuss, flash, vertical damage, people pushing you on doorways. You can do absolutely nothing. BDS have well and truly bullied him out of there, and they've now got 3 kills for the privilege, only 2 left on site. It's looking like a 5-1 half.
For a second there, you could have been forgiven for thinking Kendrew's monitor was broken or something. There was just so much going on there. Flashes, concussors, just absolutely everything. I've rarely seen the like of it, but there was absolutely nothing Kendrew could do to keep himself in that one. And ITB, it's looking sort of same across the board, really. 2 versus 4. Azza and Oscar with it all to do. They've struggled to get into this one, as has everybody on their team so far. As BDS now just take their foot off the gas a little bit. They know that they've got time. They can make sure that they're still ticking those boxes. However, that wall's not going to open as easily as they might have hoped.
No, and they're also out of the impact TMPs here as well, so we're going to have to leave that wall closed up. Have to worry about the drop here. I mean, Oscar's got the right sort of idea, looking to challenge. Obviously got to be conscious of those flashes coming on through. There are still 2 more in the back pocket of Brede. Yuzu's out come the bees. They get sting into him. They feed that information across. If anyone is playing inside of them, they are screwed. And with that, they know that Jim is clear. They don't have really any drones left to play with, just 2 available. 1 in back pocket, 1 no doubt watching the flank somewhere as well. Chico's going to hit the deck. Can they clutch this one out? It's starting to feel like it could build up to that.
Oscar manages to finalize that kill. They know that there's one pushing up main stairs. Asa gets caught out by Users in showers, who spins around, and he's just had such a great day today once again as Users, but if anything, he's getting better and better as the game goes on. BDS 5-1 now and really starting to pull away on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I've really thought for a second then we were going to see the use of that prepped castle barricade. Earlier on, we'd seen the bandit bashing that in so that if they did try and plant inside of Jim, he could one-hit it, charge into Jim, get the kill, and he would be the hero. However, they didn't realize the player had got inside a bathroom, and that was where everything in a possible 2v3 there came undone. Solid half from BDS overall, though, Tim. 5-1. That is a complete and utter turn of fortunes compared to what we saw back on Border. Feels like this is now really their game to lose. They should be closing this out here in the next couple of rounds. And then, as we said, Chalet awaits as map 3 to determine who is the best team in Europe after stage 1.
Another one of our fantastic esports skins just popping up at the bottom there, the PSG Talon one. Plenty of absolute beauties, to be fair. BDS have got their own, of course. You can catch all of them in the store in the game. Support your favourite team and look pretty flashy while doing it, usually.
There you go. Fence to downstairs, bit of a roaming around the map. Like to see it. The interesting thing about, I always used to say the joke about BDS was when they were, how would you know they're roaming? They're playing Valkyrie. And that was the only real roaming operator they used to have back when Lems was on the team. If you saw a Valkyrie on side, you know you'd have 1 player off site, and that would be a Lems on the Valkyrie, and that is about it. Otherwise, they were a guaranteed turtle team, and it would let a lot of teams really abuse and bully them for that. But like you're seeing here, you've got players wandering across all 3 floors, arguably. You can see the Legion playing upstairs from Leaky Fat, who can do a little bit of denial work inside of Logi. Open up the floor here, get rid of anything off the hatch. Sees a couple of those Ex-Kairos on it, for example. Misses the net, that's unfortunate. And also wants to try and get rid of these boogies, doing just that. So it's a little bit of a headache for ITB. They're going to have to go upstairs. They're going to have to clear him out. That or smash the site, which is what they're trying to do now, Tim. They managed to lose 1, lose a couple, got a couple of trades coming through, but not quite enough for them, unfortunately. In towards that, we see 1 more hide as he hits the deck. A 2 versus 2 then, with Leaky Fak and Solotov being the only 2 left on their feet.
This time Azza and Creeds instead of Azza and Oscar looking to close it out, and only a minute into the round they're popping Goyo canisters to try and prevent the push from BDS, and it just shows that ITB are on top of them at the minute. BDS just a little bit...
Oh, there it is.
I was going to say concern, but no. They stop them getting back into their own site. One way, it doesn't matter. They'll find another way back in.
It concerned me a little bit. There were 3 reinforcements left in pocket for BDS, and all of Church was soft. So someone, I think, has forgotten their responsibility there when it comes to getting the site fully locked up. Ultimately, doesn't matter, as all the action takes place around blue. A good call from ITB to identify, okay, lots of players are off site. Let's go fast. Let's go now. But again, chewed up and spat out by this French machine. Onwards we march then, up to map point, 1 more, and we find ourselves at map 3. Same as the first series, a dominant map for either side as they take each other's map pick. And then Chalet, who knows who walks away the winner.
Obviously, the problem for Chalet being that BDS are going to carry an awful lot of momentum into that one. It's going to be very, very difficult for an ITB side that have been pushed from pillar to post here on Clubhouse to go in there with confidence. It is their 3rd preference map, won 1, lost 1 recently, so it's definitely, you know, somewhere that they are comfortable, but, you know, I don't really need to say it too much. It is low preference for BDS, but they've won it twice in the last 2 times that they've played it.
Yeah.
Their map pool is so deep, it just doesn't seem to matter recently.
Well, it was a fun run at least on Clubhouse, guys. Chalet then could yet be another one of those that proves to be a difficult one to go on top of that. And even with the Thatcher on side, they've been caught out there by timing a little bit. Solotov getting down one of those electro claws, deployed onto Catwalk. It will electrify both of those walls below, deny it being opened up. which is where you've got to bring in Noah realistically to help EMP those off. And speaking of Noah, again, had a brilliant game back on border. Has struggled to have an impact on this one. Sat at 7-1. Oh, sorry, 1-7. 7-1 would be lovely to be on right now, but sadly not the case. Azza's just ready to burn out the bandit tricker here as soon as this window gets shot through. Hopefully catch out. Brede is already down to just below half HP. Here we go.
Should be a fairly simple process now to get the wall open. You can see the flames erupting as the manages to pick up an entry onto Shaiko, taking him down with a headshot, so that will create a little bit of space at least for ITB. Starts the attack as they mean to go on. The garage catwalk is still going to be the key area. Solotov, Likafak are both there. They've got to keep a barricade to play behind as well. There won't be any more of those forthcoming once that's been taken out now that Shaiko is down. But without that catwalk, you feel like it could be a big ask. Oscar is going to currently be on the drones. His teammate has also pushed into logistics as well. So now RTB, after getting that breach open, they're trying to push from multiple sides, which I do like.
Which is the way it should be. It just gives them constantly something to think about. You're always worried about what's going on behind you, outside that window off towards your left, what's even happening in front of you, and before you know it, you're just being overwhelmed and flooded in by multiple players at the same time. And those style of pinch attacks, essentially, are what makes a team amazing, I think. When you can time it where you've got 2 or 3 players all pushing someone at once, it's a thing of beauty to witness, and it always delivers results. At the very worst, you guarantee a trade. Best case, you get a kill for free when someone's not even looking at the right angle at the right time. Still, BDS are down that player here. I'm more concerned about time, though. We've got about 60 seconds to go. Yes, you've got Kreese underneath on the book, able to get things opened up to make things a bit easier for those at least surrounding the site here to start their march on forward. This one looks a little bit pre-prepped. They're ready to go. Chewing this wall out here. No electrification. Wall will be opened up. But what does the execute look like? In fact, no, it gets jammed out, Tim. At the very last second, it's going to stay closed here. Now, as he's found himself a second on the march on through, 3 left standing, sort of into 1 more, and the flooding towards site begins. They didn't know that Noah was in on top of them. Leakyback finds 1 more, and he's waiting for 1 more to swing in. Finds the down, but he's going to get 2 kills for himself. We'll find another down. If he gets Azza, this is done and dusted here and now, Tim.
17 seconds left to go. Picks up his man, doesn't want that information getting fed back in, but Azza has made a smart choice there. Gets Kendrew back on his feet, but Leakify puts him down. It's now 1v1, 5 seconds. Azza's going to have to go for the kill, and boy, does it! It's a beautiful headshot on the reverse angle and grabs RTB around, keeps them fighting on Clubhouse.
Just when you thought Leakify might have just made a massive moment in his highlight reel for the year. Denied the 4K at the very end by that man again. Azza, I keep on calling him out for how he's playing this series. Yes, he's not been top of the leaderboard. He's not the one performing absolute miracles, but the consistency across a number of rounds to net multi-kill after multi-kill, to win a clutch here and there is enough to win his team some very critical rounds. And this one, arguably the most critical of the lot. Otherwise, the map is chalked and things are done. A great 1v1 to win out here as well, but arguably Leakify should have never let him cross into sight in the first place.
6-2 it stands then. BDS moving across to gym and bedroom this time. You feel that it's almost an inevitable outcome here. We do see these games run back sometimes from even 6-1 or 6-0 score lines, but you've got to say, with the way BDS have been playing so far on Clubhouse, it's unlikely. It feels like we're almost waiting, for them to have that bottom floor available again. Go back down to Church and Arsenal, and it's going to make it real difficult, for ITB to pick that one up. They also won gym and bedroom back in round 7, so we now get back into that territory for ITB where they're having to win sites that they haven't won previously. To be honest, on this one, I'd just like to see them take really good control. We saw BDS do it. They were fantastic at doing it. Into CCTV, getting cash, getting top red, garage catwalk, construction. Just take all that control. So then put somebody on the windows, open up jacuzzi wall, and just have that triple threat coming in.
They are cooking something here though, Tim. And I think they may well find themselves in multiple points of ingress to make some magic happen, but it's all going to ride on Noah on the glass. As mentioned, it's been quiet for him so far, but he is that linchpin in this round. The smoke's in back pocket to make use of the Amaro to go in for the plant as well. The calls to come in from Creed, of which the first one has already happened. Is it going to be a hot breach in? Okay, not quite sure what the game plan was there.
I don't know if there was maybe a little bit of an intention, or I doubt it, because it'd be suicide, but...
Oh no, don't die here, man.
I don't know what was going on there. Just gets away with that one. The glass looking on in, cannot find Shaiko, just bouncing about around that master bedroom door, as we so often see him doing. It's a spot of the map that he knows fantastically well. Every angle, every pixel, he will hold on to that for as long as he can. Kenny has managed to get himself in and underneath, so he can maybe put a little bit of vertical pressure up the hatch. And it looks, I'm not sure if ITB are aware of Solotov out in garage. Is he going to try the impact nade? Obviously, Users was able to take advantage of that when Azza tried it last time because of the sound. Or does he go for a punch? It certainly looks like the impact nade is going to be the play, and he's going to try to take somebody off the windows.
It's also the pressure that he applies inside a garage, that no drones can come through here, and he's found the one. That's what he needs. Again, I mentioned Noah being the kind of key man here. Goes down with both smokes in back pocket. No chance to obstruct sightlines for his team. But it was also the fact that we had the Solus denying away information, or drone-wise, in towards CC. They had no chance of knowing if someone was about to step onto West Main window when he's sniffing out all the drones from there. Kenny, though, is lining things up. That kill is enough for him to be inspired to make a go of things. And in he goes, but he's been shot out by Shaiko, playing at longer range. Traded out by Oscar. A 2v2 ensues with 45 seconds still to play.
Brede really low health here could be a big factor. Solotov's going to play underneath almost certainly to try and prevent any plant going down. So Brede just needs to keep himself active, alive for as long as possible. It doesn't have to be the entire round. He just needs to burn as much time as he can. He comes out for the swing. He's taken down by Azza. There's an opportunity potentially to put the diffuser down. Fighting back upstairs. Leakerfact is shut down by Azza. That's another round for ITB. 3-6 now, and it's just one at a time as they slowly reel BDS back in.
It's these kind of moments where you're wondering to yourself, is this futile, or is there actually a chance they can bounce this back? They found themselves in a pretty good position as it stands, able to keep on fighting their way in, but it's still a big hill to climb. It's still 3 rounds that ITB need to pick up in a row. That means winning essentially every single site, because I guarantee you BDS are going to find themselves rotating through each of them until they find themselves some success, and it's coming close. It's coming down to 1 or 2 players being left standing. It's not like this is a walk in the park for ITB, where these last couple of rounds have been easily won. It's still been hard fought from start through to finish. It only requires a mad moment from someone like Shaiko, like Leakyfact, or anyone really on BDS, and this game is done. They cannot make any mistakes.
In the last 2 rounds, they've shown us that capability to keep those mistakes off the board and to keep rounds going onto it. 6-3, and I think you get one more. If they can get themselves this Church and Arsenal, they've then had a full attacking sweep. They've had all of the 3 main sites with successful attacks, and with only 2 rounds left to go, I think you start sending the message. You maybe start letting yourself think then, maybe we can do this. At the minute, the focus is completely on this round, but maybe they start believing a little bit after this one. We're going to have Leaker back up on the top floor on the Solus. Not too much of a surprise. Just going to be trying to take out as many drones as possible. 4 have gone already, so great work being done by BDS to deny that intel.
Rounding ourselves into kitchen then, no doubt. It's probably be absolutely surprised there. They want some kind of kitchen control. And you can see why. You've got Shaiko and Users both sat underneath it. A lot of space that you can play with inside of Arsenal whilst that part of the map is in your control. But the big focus for this round has to be Kendrew coming in on the Monty. The march down dirt coming on through, which means they need blue control realistically, and they want kitchen control. Kitchen just force those long angles off towards the right from being used against them. Blue, so you're not immediately challenged as soon as you try and step inside. So a backstab later in the round will be needed. Probably from Azza, probably from Kreese. They are the 2 that are currently playing up towards that side of the map. For now, Kendrew's got to worry about Brede playing at close range, though, with a shotgun on side.
The player that BDS really needs to stop at the minute is Azza. Last 2 rounds, he's come in with entry kills. Now sits on 11 and 6, and he's going fantastically well. Kreese, however, says he wants a piece of the action. Goes in with a big double. Kendrew bullies the Warden. Kreese finishes him off, and we find ourselves very quickly in a 4 versus 2. Kreese does get taken out along the way, but it's probably going to be too little too late for BDS here, as they are now just fighting for survival.
Lost the vertical, mind you. Here we go. Kendrew's going to start showing him what it's like to be tormented by a Monty once again. Found himself up nice and close there. Gets the down as well, but can he finish his man off? Of course he can. Leakyfact was trying to play the vertical, but it's going to be able to deny nothing. ITB looking likely to get themselves up here to a 6-4. And you now start to dream, you start to wonder, Tim, can they get this one over the finish line? Facing off against the Monty here. We'll try and do what he can, but Oscar's got that closing kill. 6-4, Tim, 2 more, and we've got overtime.
Like I say, you start believing at this point, I think. You know, 1 more, and you're in round 12. You really do think now that this is a lot more possible. They've also won CCTV Cash, Gym and Bedroom, Church and Arsenal. Where can BDS go? That was, you know, you look at it and say, just go back to Church and Arsenal. You've got to be able to close off the basement. You BDS, you're on Clubhouse. That's the side. But they've just absolutely bullied them with the Monty. What's the answer to that? It's very, very difficult for them to deal with that.
Whew. Okay. What else have you got for us, ITB? We've seen the Monty come out. I imagine BDS will have some degree of expectation. Here it's changing away from that entirely, but still leaning in towards the Dekebi, as we've said so many times over. It's been a big part of their game plan. Gonna have to worry about working their way into this top floor and all the way down. So BDS still out there, still trying to slow ITB down and put up a few obstacles they have to work through first and foremost. Last time round, ITB just flooded the site when they realized there were 2 or 3 players not on site itself. If you remember, Tim, it was that slaughter inside of Blue that really saw their would-be rush put to a close incredibly quickly. So here may well prove to be the same story, or ITB take it that little bit slower, which I imagine they will, given there's now a Ram and a Monty on side.
I think it's going to be, you know, much the same technique here from ITB. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Try and get themselves in behind the shield, brute force a little bit of space, get the diffuser down and see what they can do. What is going to be the plan for BDS? I don't see a smoke on site. A smoke would have potentially been a good option. Played inside of dirt. We see it so often to try and prevent that shield pushing down. Instead, it's going to be up to Breeder on the mute. He's got a nitro in hand, so that's something at least. So Kendrew is going to be very reliant on the gun behind him.
We've seen Breeder really reliant on the mute as well. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, thank God for that. Whew. Moments before disaster.
Moments before disaster. Shaco is going to take down Creeds. It's always a dangerous angle to peek. You've got somebody watching up from the top. They've got tricking going on. This round is looking very different for BDS so far.
I guarantee you guys, the St. will find itself opened up once again. Zapped out here. They'll get one on towards the top side of things, so it will at least move. They just ignore the glow canister here. Surely it gets blown out. You'd at least hope so. They're just waiting for the Monty to push that little bit too far forward, I expect, and then look to either force him forward where they can then bully him or force him to take heaps of damage on the back out from there. This is also a great start as well. You now need someone to round and expose themselves to get rid of that Keeper barrier. The Monty can't do it himself. If he does, he puts himself in grave danger.
Yeah, this is brilliant, being really well played by BDS. They've managed to still keep the kitchen hatch closed. I think now ITB are confident that they can get it done, hence 4x Kairos pellets going on at once. They're using that shield instead. And they've got Kendrew up there to just try and oversee that hatch being opened.
Shaco,
yeah, Shaco's just absolutely dominating from the back of Armory there with the Keeper barricades at the minute. They can't move him.
They might assume that they've just abandoned dirt entirely. Maybe this is where BDS have got to show respect to that. I know Noah's dug inside of there, but the Monty's backed out and instead gone towards kitchen. They'll know that he's changed where he's currently playing, and they might just think, okay, dirt's now vacant, it's empty. But no, Noah has a real opportunity to do a backstab here if BDS don't keep mind to the fact that someone could still be there. In we go for the drop then. Kenny is in, not taken out. Azza is at least going to get pushed out here, and Noah comes in. Shaiko showing the respect. He gets what he needs, and with that, BDS have got 1 kill to find to close things out. Oscar with it all to do against 4. Something tells me, Tim, this one feels like a bit of a stretch too far. BDS are going to find themselves taking Clubhouse, which means, Tim, things are going to end here in the playoffs on that 3rd map. It's going to be Chalet to determine the best team in Europe.
How many times have we seen Shaiko turn out a great performance when needed? 11 kills in that one to only 7 deaths and a triple at the end there to push them over the line. MVP goes to him for that map. Clubhouse is won by BDS, and we are going to map 3.
It feels like a natural law of the universe. If Shoko has a bad map where he's shut out of the game, the next one you just know he's going nuclear and going to make sure that he's remembered as one of those greats that can just turn it on when required. Big performance from BDS shows that they aren't rolling over and dying here in this game. It is going to take Chalet to determine which team looks the strongest. Both of them might turn around and say, both teams and say, well, we're having to show everything here. We wanted to keep this hidden for the major, but it's going to take all three to get over the line, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly is going to do. ITB definitely, I think, came out with that strong start. You really felt like they could do it in Clubhouse, but no, absolutely not. BDS digging their heels in and saying, you know what, we're number one for a reason, and we're going to fight to prove it.
Well, let's go see what the desk has got to say about Clubhouse. Over to Milos and the guys.
Thank you very much, Ace and Dez. And a comeback was in order for BDS to take it to map number 3. It got close, but 6-1, and then, you know, a few rounds where things got a bit hazy. 7-4 victory for BDS, Fabian.
Yeah, you know how Days have their standard line of we're going to overtime, whatever.
We're going all the way, Des!
Now me and Jack, we have come up with, we're going to map 3, Jack! That's my best.
Horrible.
Listen, I tried to sound like 100 years old, so I would sound like Ace, and I think it was pretty good for him.
We're going to map 3, Fabian.
He doesn't have Parkinson. Doesn't shake like you are.
Honestly, just game aside, we'll get to that. The amount of people that do impressions of Tim.
Absolutely.
Fabian's just done one, but also in the studio today, one of the guys in production has done one, and our makeup artist has done one as well. Literally, everyone's just does impressions of him.
You want me to spill the beans?
To be fair,
my wife and I adore listening to Tim specifically casting.
Yep.
Not them, just Tim.
Just Tim.
And every time he says, you know, obviously the classic Lasergate.
Yeah.
Humdinger. You know, all that. It's just there's something about it. It feels
It's an
like
icon.
It feels like you're at home, but iconic performance for BDS to take it to that.
Yeah, let's talk about the game because we've just gone through all of the highlights, praising Tim and recreating lines from him. I think BDS needed a reaction.
Yeah.
They very clearly had a poor game on border. Individual-wise, they tried to be a little bit individual and a little bit free. Got punished for it. Got themselves back onto Clubhouse. Granted, it was not their map pick. Put 4 attacks together that looked very, very clean, very composed. And I think the big difference, ultimately, was their entry play.
Yeah.
They were tighter, they were closer together, they were achieving the entry, and they were operating as a unit, which we didn't see on border, and therefore they were able to set their stall out and get 4 great attacks.
As we said, we were expecting it to a certain extent because now they're forced into it, they don't have a choice. It's one of those things that are so interesting with BDS as well, because if you looked at Shaiko's operators played for the attack side, he played Flores, Capitao, and Brava. Can you imagine you would have seen a BDS team that did that a year ago? You wouldn't have. But that goes to show how the BDS team that we've been hyping, yeah, they had a hiccup in this game. They had a hiccup against ENCE, but that is one map, and it's every now and then, and now they're back on it.
And that was the hiccup on the map. What if we compare that performance between the 2 maps then, Fabian, and just put it visually for everybody?
So I wanted to show off the stats for the team as a whole, and you can see the entire change. Like, this is the average for all the players, right? And you guys can see how clear of a difference it is in the EPS, the KD ratio between the 2 teams, which is BDS versus BDS, map 1 versus map 2, and then obviously the entry duos as well. And this is more or less the numbers you need to start achieving to start winning maps. Yep. And the first one obviously showed why they lost it.
I love that you've just proved my point with the statistics there on the entries. Significantly better on the entries. In the second map, won the map.
But that's what we talked about their game against ENCE too, right?
Absolutely.
That they struggle with entries. And if they can just get a few of them over on their side, they are a different beast.
Seems like we found that one bit.
Yeah, but
yeah, I know. We're grasping at straws.
We are very much grasping.
Absolutely. Well,
just kill them first. That's the straw we're dragging onto.
Gone. Fair enough. Thank you very much, Freshbien. We will take a quick break, and when we are back, map number 3 to decide who is number 1 in Europe for the stage. We'll get to it in a bit.
I was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof, and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement because of the COVID, so I start playing more Rainbow Six as like the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level when I used to watch the Brazilian League back in the days. There was players like Nesk, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me become a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well. Like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat MCurse, and in Challenger League we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you're gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
Welcome back, friends, to Blast R6 EU League. By the end of this match and this specific map, we will know which is the best team in Europe of Stage 1. Is it Into the Breach or is it BDS? Well, we got Chalet to talk about here. Hello, I'm Milos, your host. With me are Freshbean, and let's just step directly into Chalet for our winter retreat. Fresh, please walk us through.
Yeah, I mean, we'll start with the preference actually, because BDS, whilst they have brought Chalet into their pool, they're very clearly showing a 9-map pool, given that this is going to be the second or third time. Third time I think they've played Chalet now. Oh, yeah, there you go. Time's played. Right below it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm getting delirious. It'll be the third time they've played it. And yeah, they've brought it into their pool, but it is 8th preference. Chalet was always a map BDS never liked, so I understand why it's low preference. However, it's BDS. For Into the Breach, they liked it, they have played it, it is high preference, but it's not necessarily a map that they've seen good returns on. They beat, obviously, G2 on it, but lost to Fnatic in the stage. That's what's making their attack and defense win rate not look so hot on it. So, based off pure results only, you would have to favor BDS on this map.
I mean, I would say that before, if I saw all 3 maps before the game started, right? And I looked at the playstyles of the 2 teams, this would be BDS's map together with Border. But if we look at the playstyles and compare them map to map, I think Border and Chalet are much more closer in playstyle than what Clubhouse is to either one of those 2. Which makes me question, is the advantage on BDS's side? I still believe so, just because of how good I think BDS is as a team. However, I wouldn't be surprised if Into the Breach puts up a really good fight just because of the comparison of being more attacker favored, more individually frag based, just like Border.
And I do need to put you in the limelight right now, both of you. It's the grand final of Europe Stage 1. You gotta decide who takes it on map 3.
You can go first.
No, you go first.
I don't like to be in the limelight, I like to be in the lemon light. I just made something up. I think BDS will take it, just simply because I think that they're the best team in Europe.
Of course ITB are taking this. Of course.
If I said ITB, would you have said BDS?
Yes, absolutely. But ITB on Border impressed me significantly. Bounce back on that map, and like Fabian said, it plays out in a similar way to Chalet. Obviously, there are intricacies and there's differences. If Into the Breach are brave, which they've shown throughout both maps that they are brave, and they are confident going head-to-head with BDS on this map, no reason why not. I'm going to go Into the Breach.
I just think the mentality for BDS have been recovered sufficiently on Clubhouse to take them back to what we know that they can be. So yeah, Into the Breach still stand a good chance because of what they showed earlier, but I will have to leave in BDS.
Ligafax said it yesterday on interview when we talked to him, is that the league ends today, not yesterday with the qualification to Manchester. BDS have been burned once prior. We talked about it in qualification for the Invitational. Those 5 points that they needed, they want to get as many as possible because you want to maximize in the league and then maximize yet again at the major.
Yeah, and I think we can't state this enough. BDS got burned by not having 5 extra SI points. Now, those 5 extra SI points didn't necessarily have to come from Atlanta either. They could have come from the EUL stage in Stage 2 last year that they could have won against Virtus Pro, but lost this game specifically in the last stage of EUL. So, realistically, I think BDS are going to want it a lot, and I think that's for the SI points. Into the Breach, I think they just wanted to be champions of Europe. Because for them, that will be a huge status thing. It'll be a huge confidence boost to this relatively rookie team.
All right, you know what? I think it's time for us to call up our casters. Can we make a little ring noise?
Bling.
Bling.
I can't remember
It was
how
you know, you go to the health pad and you press the...
Hello, Nino, speaking. There you go. Nino usually brings up...
Nino, that's Blitz, no?
No, it's a train.
The Blitz train.
It's a Blitz train. Well, you know what? Des, Ace, I need to put you in the limelight again here because it's best of 3, final map. We have to make it to overtime because you're casting it regardless. How do you guys feel it's going to go? Des, go ahead.
I think now that BDS are fired up, like Shaiko, I said it at the end of that last map, once you go like, what was it, 1 or something ridiculous on the first map, he came out with a vengeance second map, and I don't expect BDS are going to slow down now and suddenly go, oh, well, we've had our map of fun, we're back to kind of losing again. That's not the BDS way.
So what you're saying is, once you go Shaika, you never go back.
Absolutely.
All right, Ace, your thoughts? I mean, we were praising you already by the end of the previous map, and you know, I thought
the
that
man's
felt
a walking
good.
jukebox. I love it. I need like a soundboard for Tim.
He is our soundboard.
He is the soundboard.
If you join the Ranky Discord, it is full of Ace of Pie. I was playing it to these two actually earlier on. There's a great one actually. There's a great one where Tim says, "My brain's well lubricated."
Yeah. Oh my God. I can feel it. I can feel it moving. Slippery in there. It's
slippery in there.
We won't comment the Tashanka one, will we?
No. I've heard all of them.
We do have the Taflanka though.
Yeah.
We do.
Flanker.
I did put a clip. I've put a clip of your impressions on Twitter. It really made me smile. Did that? As I've said, I'm just a guy who bought a game, and now there's a lot of people in and around that use those lines, and it's always fun to hear. I like it. It's good.
So Tim, who are we going to hear you cheer for, or if not cheer for, at least see that they would come out as victors for the stage?
I think probably BDS, in honesty. I'd agree with Des. I think they're a team now that once they get started, they're very, very difficult to stop. They've got momentum there on Clubhouse. RTB came back at them. I don't think it's going to be one-sided. I think it'll be a close game. But yeah, I think BDS will probably have enough.
All right. I think there's a lot of questions that can swirl in our heads around it. I mean, you mentioned the kind of similarities, Fabian, between Border and Chalet in this case and the potential for comeback. But I'm wondering if we're at least looking at the player cams, if there's something that we can extract from that. BDS looked a bit better in the second map. How do you feel?
They looked happier. There's one thing with these teams at this caliber of gameplay that my old G2 team used to have when I played. And it's one of those things where you can look at them in the face and you can see, do they know that they are a championship caliber team?
Just waving goodbye to doesn't it?
We're bringing them back. We're trying to just get the lobby started.
But basically, what you when you feel that feeling like you can win anything, you just need to get back on that track and just like get into the groove of things, and you will win your game. It's like you can feel it before the game even starts. You know what sort of mood you're in for the day. The first game was definitely not the mood for it, but looking at the face cams, I think they'll run away with it.
But Into the Breach have no pressure on them.
No.
This is all BDS putting it on themselves. Like, hey, we want to be number one. We want to recover that spot because in the day, it was BDS's number one. We want the maximized points. That's them on the pressure. It might start slipping.
It's a curious thing, pressure, as well, because they'll have come into this game knowing, in terms of Into the Breach, knowing that they had no pressure, knowing that everybody would have expected a BDS 2-0. Yeah. Literally everybody. And, you know, even, I suppose you, Fabian, in the pre-game of this, turned around and said, will it be by a country mile or will it be a close game? There was never an expectation that Into the Breach would win this game. Then they come out and put in that domination on map 1. And everybody on that team will have allowed their minds to start thinking, what if, right?
Yeah.
And that what if is then what creates the pressure on the players and the teams, because they're like, holy, we could do this. We could do this. Suddenly everyone stiffens up a little bit because like, oh, we really need to focus up now. And that fast, free-flowing siege, that aggressive siege, that brave siege that we saw on map 1 doesn't necessarily translate to map 2. And now I suppose they're back in that place of no pressure. Because it's just a one-shot,
It could also be that they think that, oh no, we're letting it slip away. We had it in our hands.
Yep.
We never know which team we'll get, especially when we're not in them.
All right, I think we can flip a coin at this point because it seems like these two teams are equal in more ways than we can imagine, which we would not have imagined if you would have asked us 6 weeks ago. So let's get directly into our game. We'll pull up our casters on the side and say hello again. Hi, Des Ace. I will not stop you for long. It is time to get honking and tonking on the server. BDS versus ITB, map number 3, Chalet, to decide who is the best team in EU Stage 1. All yours, gents.
Thank you very much, Milos, but I don't think you can say the word honking around Fresh. He uses that word far too often to mean bad, right? Tell you what the thing is with Fresh to me, just comes out. I know you have your lines, but Fresh just picks a word. When we were out in Sao Paulo, it was vamos, and he just said it all the time.
Becomes iconic, though.
Then it became honking. I swear he's got some other things in there as well that I'm sure I could pick out from previous events. He just seems to do it every event.
I love it. I wait for it every event. I think, you know, what's going to be the word?
What's the word that I'm going to see in WhatsApp more often than any other?
Yeah,
Gee,
exactly
I do
that. But yeah, it definitely was Vamos at Star 24 in Sao Paulo. Very fitting.
It was fitting for sure. And the beautiful thing is we were talking about your classic lines here, Tim. Actually, Chalet was the map where Lasergate was first born. It was the first map that we cast when she was in the game and she heard it for the first time, and you really laid it on thick the first time, and I was in bits for the next 60 seconds. It was brilliant.
Yeah, I've never laid it on thick since.
Never really, no? I think that's a lie. She doesn't get played that often really anymore. I know we saw it in our series earlier with
much chance.
They're playing a lot of Aruni and DeKB, so they're really up the Mark 14, but outside of that, no.
I mean, as I said, that stuff blows my mind. You know, at events, we have people turning up with signs with laser gates written on it, and I had a guy turn up with do you remember the artwork he'd had done? He'd had actual artwork done of the laser gates, and he had like a special one.
Just in the line outside,
printed for us to sign it, and you know that stuff blows my mind. I don't want to get, too sentimental, but it's a good opportunity for me to thank everybody who's followed along over the years and had a lot of fun with it. But we're going to have a lot of fun with this one. BDS versus ITB. It's map 3. They've found one apiece so far. Clubhouse going to BDS, Border going to ITB. It's been a brilliant performance from both. I can't say that teams have been losing rounds because they haven't. It's just been people coming in and winning them round after round. I hope that level of siege continues because we're in for an absolute treat. We already had one earlier on between Secret and Wolves that went the distance on map 3. It wouldn't surprise me to see the same here on Chalet. We just need these two to deliver a little bit more of that magic that they've given us so far.
It is really interesting because there's almost opposite tails of the tape here, where for BDS at least, this is their second least preferred map. They played it twice and they've won it twice, but it's not their go-to pick that they'd normally like to settle things on. Bank is the permaban they have locked away, and then Chalet is right down there, one of those maps they are not too fond on going on, except for the odd time against a team they feel confident against, which is Fnatic, who they beat just over a week ago. Whereas you look on the other side of things, this is right up there for the side of ITB. Their third highest preferred map. They very rarely, if ever, ban this away. In fact, just 7 days ago, they played it against G2, as many who are faithful watchers will remember. I believe it was ITB who came out on top, admittedly, in the 7-5, so it was very, very close. But that does mean there's a lot of tape for BDS to have reviewed here to bring into the game.
Asa been going fantastically well so far. This time is going to be bringing along the Finker. The drone will spot out users inside of library. I think it would have been a fair assumption that he would be in this position for ITB, so it's not going to be, any news in particular. But Oscar is there with fire arrows, will be able to force users to move out of this spot. Depending, he is on the Wamai, so he might well have himself protected. In comes the burn first of all, and users knows what's coming. The real burn that would follow.
I was just like, how has he not been white flashed yet? Like, all these nades raining over his head, and I'm pretty sure all landing inside a sandwich, and none of them actually getting the kind of line of sight to into full white screen. But he's drawn out a lot of flashes there. All used all the way through. We had a frag over the top as well, so they've really tried to force him out of spot there. They've had at least some success in doing that, but this shield rush is going to stink him. There's two shields coming bearing through. There's the stim coming out from the Finker as well. The mark begins and uses has already got one.
Breeder manages to get another onto Noah, which was a trade as well. 3 versus 3 as Azza onto Leakafat. Kenneth is still a big problem for BDS. Manages to knock one down, but the cover is there from Shaiko. Azza, however, continues to go big with Creeds finding Shaiko along the way. It's up to Azza and Creeds. 2 versus 1. Creeds it will be to close him down, and that's going to be ITB. They're the first ones to strike. They're the first ones to draw blood. It's 1-0.
All right then, not a bad start. Chaotic, admittedly, but still around there taking. Noah's feeling it. Look at him. He's in the zone, man. Look at him. Who dances? Normally they're so locked in and focused, and he's there just like, yeah, just having a vibe. Get myself warmed up. All good. Have a little dance before the next round gets underway. I dig it.
A good start from RTB, certainly putting the spirits high. BDS are going to move on the defense. They are going to look at dining and kitchen. What do we expect from Chalet, you might ask? It tends to be, I don't think I'll go as far as to say attacker-sided necessarily. The attackers, it's not unusual for them to come away with an advantage here. We would expect attacking sides to be competent. Obviously, the defense is very strong at the minute, all around the map pool. But BDS, the reality here, I think, is more about momentum. They've had that win on Clubhouse. It's more about, letting ITB know that they're there. They don't want to leave it too long until they start getting around on the board, because it could be that ITB can get themselves, an insurmountable lead before BDS get going. We're only one round in. It was a close one. Came down to a 2v1 at the end. BDS, they need to hold on to top floor. It's going to be Master and Office this time that they need to hold on to so they can keep those verticals down into sight in kitchen and dining.
Absolutely. I mean, at least for now, they've changed off playing the crazy shield, double shield to start things out ITB here. So no nasty surprises awaiting BDS on the other side of this round, I'm sure. Still got to contend with things like the Lion, the Dekebi that have been a very, very prominent part of these 3 maps that we've had so far. especially on the first. We saw it being brought in pretty much every single one of BDS's attacking rounds. It was just so often sniffed out by the side of ITB. But that combined with the Nomad will restrict the ability for the defenders to be able to get too aggressive around the map. So although you might see these more extended positions being held, I can't imagine you'll see too much roaming aggressively around the map and really looking to keep the other side in danger. Great awareness there coming out from Leak, in fact, too, knowing that he's being watched at the longer angle. And he's going to find that keeper barrier, keeping him safe for now, but he's being pressured from the Solar side, being pressured from bathroom window, just everything looking to shut him down here. Has got the support from Shaiko on the other, a great C4 over the top as well. Azo is going to fall, and he was really the cut there to stop them being able to play back across down towards Piano, but they have just punished ITB on the dropout here. Brilliant aggressive roaming coming out from BDS.
Exactly what they needed, really. I think a little bit of aggression certainly won't hurt them. It just sends a message to ITB, the BDS are here to play, that they're going to come in looking for kills, and they are players to be afraid of if they are coming looking for kills. They're certainly not ones that you want to take 50-50 gunfights against. Noah, there you go. That's exactly what I'm saying. Noah knows where the man is, has the advantage, but Solotov is still able to peek into that and come away with the kill. And BDS right now are shaped up for a flawless round. There is a minute left on the clock, so Kendrew has plenty of time to try and get something going, but in a 1v5, it's going to be a huge ask, especially with that hatch open as well. They're just going to bide their time and wait for the drop as soon as they hear him move away. This is really tough now.
Well, ITB may have hit them with a bit of a haymaker in round one, but BDS took it on the chin and just come straight back with one of their own here as well. The drop, Leaky back, not quite going to secure his team a flawless round, but it's all but that. The 4 players still being left standing and only 30 seconds on the clock. It's highly unlikely Kenny ever gets away with a clutch in this situation. 1 in a million years that you see these kind of things come out on side. So you can paint it up as being a one-on-one. And that just shows that, again, we've got a competitive game coming into map 3. We had a similar story back in our previous series where we had a dominant map for one team, a dominant map for the other. Then map 3 was just back and forth haymakers between the two. This one feels like it may yet prove to be exactly the same. Shaiko with the close, 1 apiece.
Solid round from BDS there. Just bringing that aggression, as I said, just letting ITB know that everything is going to be contested. Everything is going to be challenged. They are going to get absolutely nothing for free. So BDS managed to get themselves one on the board. And as I said before that round, it was important that they did it sooner rather than later. Really, they want to be building as much of a, a solid defense as they can. 4-2 would be brilliant before they head onto their attack. BDS, we know, are a great attack inside, so it will give them that confidence then, and we'll just have our replays coming in of exactly how the action unfolded. But unfortunately for Kendrew, in a 1 versus 5, he could only find the one onto Leaker back and then was closed down. We're going to have our third choice site here for BDS. It's going to be the top floor, master and office. I don't know how well this suits what they've just done in the last round. So they've just been able to play with a bit of aggression, get up to the barricades, get up to those challengers, really take the fight to ITB. But they're on a site now that's going to see them sort of forced to turtle a little bit more. They could maybe play out into games and sort of library area a little bit, but they're not going to stay there too heavily. There's not going to be too much movement from them, I wouldn't expect here. Not as free as they were in the last round.
No, and I think when you're coming up against this comp here too, it's going to be very focused from ITV overall, right? It's Glaz on side once again. We saw Noah picking this up on that last map, not really managing to have a significant impact with it. But you've got the smoke bolts, you've got the smoke nades in back pocket. There's a lot to work with there and a lot that he can do. But the one thing I think I'm always nervous about when seeing a Glaz picked up is some players do get themselves into very aggressive positions early on where they're not making use of the smokes. They're just more going straight in and saying, right, I'm just going to hold this angle and hope for the best. You lose that Glaz and suddenly one of your win conditions in that round has just been completely removed unnecessarily and you're paying the price for it. So I'd really like to see ITB make sure they're putting these operators to the best use case here to give themselves the best chance of success. Overall, they're starting things out on this little window, though. Again, it's that cut through the site that really matters there. Denies top piano being played. No one can rotate in through bathroom comfortably out of fear of someone being there ready and waiting. Unless defenders really want to challenge onto that window with a C4. But here comes these smokes that I was talking about. Oscar is in and looking for his man, can find no one. And Kenny was in trying to make a plant happen, but he's been downed here, Tim. Imagine that was the C4 coming out from Brede. And now suddenly it's all kind of panic stations really for ITB. They've got to get someone in to make the plant happen. And it's simply not going to be a thing. A 4v3 for BDS, and they are in full control once again.
BDS just proving that they're so good at creating these no-win situations. ITB, yes, they get a kill, but there's two come back for BDS, and then a third. They 3v2 now. They've got that manpower in their favour, and you just know that they're going to keep it there. They've got the diffuser on the ground, down cold as well, and they just have a way of manipulating these situations so that anybody going in is going in to a negative, is going in to a lose-lose, and the best they can hope to do is take something with them, but they are going to lose more for it. Azza goes in through the Ivy window. Is he able to get anything started here? Yes, he will down Solotov. Manages to go through and pick up the kill. 2 versus 2, 50 seconds. ITB do have the time here, and they have drones that they can use.
The real pain for them is, one, they need to know where these last two players are, and two, someone's got to either try and recover that diffuser and get it stuck down whilst the other covers, or they're just going to have to go outright for kills, knowing that there's probably a mirror window still to play against, and you haven't got a lot of information as to what's going on with those two players themselves. Yeah, all 4 drones these two players have got, admittedly, are still on side, but you're sort of out of time for droning at this point. You got 25 seconds on the clock. You've got the mirror ready to swing as soon as Noah rounds himself inside a piano. It's looking ugly, but I'm concerned that ITV are taking this one a bit too slow. Breeday's not going to miss those, Tim. He's an absolute demon. They showed him the tiniest little bit this round, and he's taken every single scalp. A 4K for the Frenchman. It's dominant from BDS in that round.
I think it's very important these days to recognize, and by these days I mean stage 1, to recognize the contribution from Breeder to this team. And you know, everybody knows it, but it's easy to end up not really talking about it because, you know, User, Solotov, Leakerfax, Shaiko, like there's so many star names on this lineup that it's easy to overlook the guy that's last alive most of the time. It's easy to overlook the guy that hits a 1v3 clutch on border to keep them at least fighting in it. Like, you know, Breeder has so many huge moments. Yesterday, the Nitro kill onto Jacuzzi Wall from inside a shot. It was just absolutely genius. It was brilliant. And, you know, I love watching Breeder play. He's so cool, so calm. Nothing rattles him. And he will, given the chance, just pick up kill after kill, proving it there. 6-1 in the game so far inside of 3 rounds. Great play from him.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, on we step then. First quarter done and dusted. Probably meaning we see a replay of those 3 sites. Admittedly, of course, seen ITB pick up one along the way, so that could well mess around with that order at least a little bit. That appears to be how things are going to start, and we're going to find ourselves, I believe, here down in the basement. In fact, no, I'm an absolute liar. We are indeed back up inside of Bar on Gaming once again. So, more of the same. Last time around, we actually had the Wamai dug in. I believe it was Yuzu's playing on that. Last time was really dug inside a corner in Library. Had loads of flashes go past his screen. Didn't find himself white screen really at all until the last one went off, but managed to safely get himself dropped down through the hatch. They've drawn out a hell of a lot of utility. And of course, got themselves into a relatively good position until ITV managed to close things out when it came down to the closing 2 versus 2. So for BDS, they want to see themselves in a bit more of a shored up position here. There are no shields, there's no blitz, there's no Monties we saw back in round 1. So quite a change up overall, and it's ITB now are really the ones that you're starting to ask questions of.
Still holding onto mezzanine there is Solotov. Important position that's going to need to be moved. Doesn't spot the Twitch drone, doesn't hear the little laser beam shooting off either. I think he's now aware of it, but can't find it as it's been dipped back onto the stairs. So that will have the opportunity to continue taking out some utility, but it's not going to be enough at the minute because they haven't really got anything else in place to be able to move Solotov. They're trying to get themselves on into Library, but he's just going to keep holding them at bay for the time being. That's half of the round burnt, and just feel ITB are maybe stalling out a little bit.
Got to watch out here really for Solotov, who can swing across and take a challenge as he will do, but Azza is going to come out on top. They were stalling out a bit, Tim, but really making sure that this play was going to come off. They've got box control. They'd smoked off on towards Hatch, for example, so no one's going to be able to take a shot up from down inside of Util, straight up and towards the double windows. They come vaulting on through. So good play overall for ITB, but that's only phase 1. There's more to unlock here, and they've still got 4 players on the side of BDS to worry about. We did have a couple roaming around this side of the map earlier on, but I think they've now dropped away. Yep, Shaiko is playing underneath, but that does mean he's got some control over lobby, so they've got to be so careful of dropping in from mezzanine.
just in that droning phase before the final minute execute will come in. Just wanting to try and get a handle on the last couple of players and where they are. There's one off in dining that I'm not sure if ITB are aware of, so that could be a little thorn in the side for them. And who else would it be but Shaiko? Certainly something that we can keep an eye on as the round progresses. And ITB try to drop down because he could really hurt them from there. I'm just looking at what utility he's got. He's got the bailiff as the... Oh, no, he's actually got the SMG secondary, by the way. No, he should have the bailiff as the secondary, which is going to allow him to open up that line of sight potentially and cause a problem for them. Creed uses double, though. Brede manages to find one, and there he is. Shaiko pops up to join the party. BDS close it out, and ITB, beyond getting Library and Mezzanine, never really felt like they had enough control over site to have any hope of an execute going down there.
It's exactly it. They got phase one done really well, really coordinated, got that top floor control they needed. It was sort of the next step where things then started to fall apart. They had so much focus on intel inside of sites itself, and even when they chose to execute and say, well, we know where a couple of players are, let's take those gunfights, they lose them out anyway. Shaiko was really there as an insurance choice. So good from BDS, I think, to hold their ground, be willing to take those gunfights, but for ITB, phase one was really as far as they got themselves in that round. BDS up to 3-1 then, starting off strong here on the defense of Chalet. Interestingly, obviously worth noting that the teams chose defense both in regulation and in overtime. So when we get there, you'll see ITB on the defense in overtime, and BDS chose to start here on the defensive border. I think it was a different conversation. They chose to start on the attack. In fact, no, I think it was the reverse, I want to say. I have to go back and check. I'm pretty sure both teams on this map chose to start on the attack, though.
Yeah, I think you're right. We spoke about it before.
They did, yeah. Just checked it. They did, yeah.
We spoke about it before we came onto the cast. ITB did choose the attacking side, which again, you know, if you're an ITB fan, it should unfortunately be a cause for concern, because this is the side that they wanted. You know, they obviously thought they could come in here and get themselves a little bit of an advantage. That's not been the case so far. And heading on to the defense, if, you know, they're concerned about BDS on the attack, could be a little bit of a problem coming up for them. A couple of rounds that they need to be winning here. Round 5 to kick things off. ITB are going to get up onto the double window rappel. It's always a good one if you can hold on to it. You need to be careful of the runouts, of course. There is a number. That's why you generally play the Nomad in that position. And you can just hold the cross. The rotation itself becomes a line of sight for you right through to piano. It's my frequently used position when I'm attacking on this map, and I can't tell you how many kills I get from there. Through to piano, people completely forget that you can see through there, but also the cross from bathroom and closet out into piano as well. So it can be a real help to players trying to get a plant down at half wall, because nobody can come across. So once you kill the players in office, that's it. Somebody on double window completely stops the defense being able to do anything about it. So it can be a real power position.
So expecting someone just to break out on that window and have a go at him. And he's got the right sort of idea. It's actually Solotov taking that, but Noah, he's called a master of the fisherman. He's caught a big one there as well. Solotov taking things at long range, not playing on the direct window itself. Now Shaiko's fancying his chances to take over that window and remove Noah from the bathroom watch. Right sort of idea, but equally he's got no idea if he's being watched as well. A real war over this window taking place.
Is going to open up piano window, and again, it's just about making BDS feel a little bit more pressure, but I just feel like BDS are immune to pressure. Shaiko bursting forward before any flashbangs can detonate. They were too deep to affect him anyway. Kendrew manages to pick up Leakifak, and this one is just back and forward. Kendrew's going to be heading through into bathroom. This could be a real backstab coming through here if BDS are not aware of this, but they've dropped themselves away, and that leaves now a position for BDS to just hold on to sight for this final minute.
Just beautiful stuff, I think, in terms of overall pressure from Shaiko. The fact that he's moved so flawlessly throughout the map and picked up those couple of kills has really taken the sting out of ITB, is the best way I can describe it. Yes, they've managed to keep things at a 3 versus 3, but it was a lot of damage being done and removed all that pressure out onto piano and bathroom balcony. So in a position where they've got to do something here magical in the last 35 seconds or so. Shaiko obviously still on his feet and able to go absolutely nuclear here if the situation calls. Brede ready and waiting, posting with a shotgun as well. This could be a bit of a trap here for BDS, for ITB.
As it goes in, yeah, absolute freebie for Brede, who steps up, but Kendrew's there with a huge triple, closes out the round. How many times is he going to do that for ITB today? He is digging his feet in and saying, not on my watch, we continue fighting. Unbelievable.
On our hands, it's the way that it's starting to build up. ITB making sure this one stays competitive, that it doesn't run away like before. Otherwise, BDS again, instead of back in map 1, had that chance to run away up to a 4-on-1. Suddenly you start thinking, oh dear, it's going to start running away from them. And yes, Brede has gone absolutely nuclear, but they've done enough to hold on here. Kendrew, a huge map 1, is continuing here on map 3 as well.
Round 6. Final defense for BDS. Going to be that top floor this time, so a similar attack I would expect from ITB. There will be double window pressure, as I explained last time around. The plant spot is valid on either side. You either go to half wall or you go to bomb chassis if you're in dining and kitchen. It's all about keeping the defenders from being on that side of the map, so I would expect to see them present there again. No surprise that there is a castle barricade on that window for that reason. The big question mark for this site is always whether we're going to see any solar sided presence or not, or is it just going to be straight into library and try to push through? I'm not always the biggest fan of that. If you combine library with a double window and you can get, it's essential that you get the breach open, otherwise you get really funneled in through that piano door. But also with the way that that wall is being played now, the double wall, there's usually somebody, a defender in and around half wall that's going to look to get aggressive onto Ivy for that reason. So it can just be a very funneled attack, and so I'm glad to see them getting straight up onto Solar, stretch the defense a little bit.
So he dug in a little bit deeper as well, rather than playing it on the wall itself, has really kind of peeled himself back in towards the piano. As wide as the castle barricade present to help keep Brede safe on that mirror window and able to challenge in towards Solar. So a good thought out setup here overall, but this is where you're looking towards Creed. They're saying, right, you're on the Ash. We've got Flores, for example. We should be able to get some of these moved away so we can expose the mirror, push them further back, for example, and start to slice up this BDS lineup, start to divide them a little bit, start picking them apart. Right idea from Leaky back, admittedly, on towards that double window. But Kenny has already caused a bit of bother on the previous map with the Monty. He's doing exactly the same here once again. Solar looking to be the main point of focus, though, for ITB.
Terror drone is going to be sent in to start taking out a little bit of utility, or maybe open up that soft wall, but that is not going to be done as it gets taken out itself. Minute 30 left on the clock, so plenty of time for ITB, but not too much progress yet. Users playing in behind this mirror. What a lethal combination. The Warden with the advanced warning of the mirror window in front of him. Creeds, I'm wondering where the Ash is to come and deal with this and prevent them from being able to play behind it. Instead, they're going to use the smoke canister. Use this, it doesn't matter because he's on the Warden. Takes out the Creeds. There's the Nitro. Solitov, Brede just finding kills all over. It's up to Kendrew once again. He gets going with the pistol, but he is at this point severely limited by being on that shield.
Really got to see Oscar work some magic here as well. Yes, Kenny can force their way forward, and that's exactly what he's gone for. But BDS are just there, ready and waiting. They might find themselves a single kill, but for all intents and purposes, that one was a flawless round.
4-2 then for BDS, and it's just feeling like maybe a step too far for ITB to try and win this one. BDS, by contrast, showing their sheer quality. We said coming into this, they were expected to win. It was, you know, certainly they were the favourites, it's fair to say. ITB have shown up and given us a fantastic performance. It's not over yet, but BDS just keep taking step after step after step to show how much quality they've got running through this team, and it hasn't stopped yet.
The battle, I think, is like, there's always two halves to a game of Siege, Tim. You know what I mean? I absolutely love that expression. I love the saying. And Brede has had one hell of a half there, going 10-2, really coming up big in at least a couple of those rounds that otherwise could have found themselves going in the other direction. ITB not quite able to make it work on the attack, have now got to try their hand at the defensive side of things. Admittedly, this is where you could see a very different team come to the fore. We said before about picking defense and the attacking side. Now things have changed over. They started to choose on the attacking, started on the attacking side, sorry. But like we saw back on Border, things worked incredibly well on the defense for them.
BDS on the attack straight away, looking towards that top floor. Creeds is up there on office door, just waiting for any noise of rappel, any noise of movement on the ladders, anything that he can potentially aggress onto. Noah just watching that main door as well from mezzanine. So all pretty standard positions being taken up by ITB so far. BDS, they're going to hope to have a little bit more joy. RTB did a pretty good job of clearing out the top floor, which I'm sure BDS will likely be just as capable of doing. But the difference maker is going to come when we see whether BDS can push onto site more aggressively, get the execution going, get a plant down, which is something that ITB struggled with on a number of sites.
Very similar lineup as well. Let's not forget to what we saw ITB running, right? The Capital becoming very popular. And I think amongst a lot of these top teams, you're going to see more and more of it. We spoke about it for Secret earlier on. We've seen both of these teams running the Capital throughout the series. Always been a massive fan. The fact that it's a 3-speed, decent gun, tons of great utility to bring along. Micro EMPs or the hard breach if you want them. Just adds a hell of a lot to a lineup on just one operator. Not so much when you don't really have the chance to make use of it, mind you, because there's so much scrapping going on at the early start of this round. The firebolt's already come on through, as you can see. But it's a 1-for-1 to start things off inside that first 90 seconds. Creed's also to full. BDS building on their advantage here, Tim.
Solotov starting to have a great game here. A nice double to kick things off. One was the entry and then one was the trade for Likafak, who was taken out on office foul. We knew that Creeds was itching for that run out, itching for that peek out of the window, just anything to get a kill onto that balcony, and he did get his man, but still his team are at a disadvantage here. BDS 4 versus 3 need to get moving. As I said, it was something that RTB struggled with. They did a good job of clearing the top floor. They never got themselves into a position. I'm not sure how aware Solotov was of that position, and this is what happens when you try to take top floor but you haven't cleared out that trifecta of positions. You start losing bodies.
It works in reverse, right? You get one chance to step forward there unseen by the Azami and get yourself a kill onto Mez, but you miss that shot. Well, guess what? Oscar is right there, ready to step up and pick a kill up in reverse. Beautiful stuff. ITB might have just managed to fight their way back into this one. BDS still with a bit of time to work with here. Brede getting the last little bit of intel collection that he can do on that drone, and now it's time to start thinking about this closing execute. Brede already finding himself being chewed alive here as well. As a down to a bit of HP, but Kenny goes unchecked. Finds one, finds two, and ITB might bring this up to 4 and 3 here, closing that gap to the French side. Unless Shaiko can go absolutely nuclear, but Tim, he's got a goo mine in his foot. He's got 2 players to bring down, and he's got 3 seconds in which to do it all. It's simply not going to be enough. A closeout surely for ITB to come in here as well as soon as they see the man. In fact, no, I was going to say, please don't miss it. Kenny gets the closing kill. 4-3. Things still remaining close here in map 3.
Yeah, another big round from Kendrew. We saw the 4K back in round 5. It's a 3K this time in round 7 to keep ITB fighting. I said at the beginning, it wouldn't surprise me to see it go all the way. I will stand by that. ITB will have some defensive rounds in them. It's just whether they've got the stamina to keep going through this intense of a best of 3 right now. BDS made mistakes in that round, so maybe the intensity is starting to show on them a little bit. You know, going into top floor like that, thinking that you can just work in and around and operate in Ivy when you've still got somebody on blue stairs with a shield, you've still got somebody at the top of mezzanine with a shield, and you're thinking you can just wander around there? No, that's not going to happen, and BDS were punished for it, ultimately losing the round. Kendrew having a fantastic game yet again on Chalet. ITB a little bit reliant on a couple of those plays. They might have lost the rounds otherwise, but still, he is delivering.
He's the one, he's the man. He was back on map 1. He's doing it again in map 3.
5 seconds to go.
We kind of joked earlier on that he's the one who's kind of been taking on all the kind of young blood in a way and really kind of being seen as Captain Kenny, steering them all the way through, but really showing that he can equally put up some huge numbers of his own. And long may it continue. It's really him versus Brede at this point as well when it comes to numbers. We've already remarked on Brede's excellent first half, but as we saw from players like Deadshot earlier on, things can go very different once you switch sides. We've of course seen that come on through. The question now comes to Brede is, can he keep on doing work like that? Does he even need to? Because of course his role changes somewhat here, being on the attacking side, being the planter, being the thermite, for example. It's much more supportive. So even though he might be the one hitting the shots, the attention now turns to players like Users, Solotov, like Shaiko, Likafak of course as well in that mix too, to be the ones who can make magic things happen here.
Trying to jump out. It needs a double jump out to get the job done. Creeds loses his life, but Noah is there on the Ivy window to close it out. 4 versus 4 then, and that takes the ace off the board. So that will reduce their hard breach capability down to Breeder. So the reason that that's important on this site is there's a number of breaches you want to get. Really, you want to get the main breach on the front side of the site, because even if you're not going to play there, it just creates a lot of phantom pressure. Having that big open space, the defenders will be aware of it. The next place you want to breach is trench or electrical wall, just next to the boiler. You want to get down there and get that opened up into your plant spot inside of Wine. That's your Thermite's job, those 2 breaches. The third job is where the ace would have come in, and it's that wall that has just been electrified. You want the long angle to play from Big Garage all the way through to Connector. That enables you to be getting your plant down so long as you're in charge of dining. So that is a big loss, is the ace, and it genuinely could be the difference maker in this round.
E4 at the ready too, just hoping, I think, at this point for someone to step forward wrongly in towards the hatch. Of course, you're going to see no drop, but also through the doorway if someone's hovering out around trench, but dancing around a little bit like we're seeing out of the IQ. And C4 could prove to be absolutely mega for them. Down to that last 60 now, and now 4 versus 4. BDS are going to have to start thinking about what this execute looks like. It looks to be this trench execute. Fire off in towards Pillar. Smoke things off if you must, and they can make this happen. But here comes the potential retake. Noah has stepped across and got Solotov. That was the key one, Tim. We see this so many times over. You need to have control of that hatch. And the defenders have just regained that ground. That is the critical moment that they might need to make this work. They could try and fire out on top of it as well to keep them a little bit further back. But I'm not convinced it's going to be enough. In they come. It's Oscar with 2. ITB draw a square at 4 apiece.
And that shows why that trade was so worthwhile at the beginning. It just made it really difficult. BDS having to funnel in, having to play inside such a small area under that hatch just meant that ITB were able to pick them up one after another. Great stuff from ITB to level things out 4-4. Honestly, I thought coming into this second half, BDS were going to have the momentum after that start that they'd had. I thought they were going to be looking good on the attack. Both sides, as you say, choosing to start on attack when the choice was theirs. But it just hasn't played out like that. And ITB are seriously fighting back now.
And that's it. All it takes is a couple of rounds and suddenly the fortunes are turned. And maybe where you start feeling a little bit nervous here for the side of BDS is they have yet to win on this side of things. The even scarier thing, Tim, is they've got the entry in both of those rounds and still gone on to lose said rounds. Yes, one of them was off the back of a mighty Kendrew 3K. The last one there, a little bit chaotic towards the end, where Oscar picking up those 2 kills in the close that seemingly managed to slip by those that were holding the angles for the side of BDS, but it was enough. And with that kind of composure, that could be what they need to turn it to one more round, then another 6 and 4 before you know it. BDS are about to lose those critical 5 points that ultimately meant they didn't go to SI this year. Just that reminder again, we spoke about it a couple of times so far, but they were 5 points behind FearX, 3, 4, 5 points to 350, and that was why BDS did not go to SI. That's how close it can come down to. So sit here and say saving strats, haven't got to worry about it all you like. BDS will tell you more than anyone, it does matter a hell of a lot.
Of course it does. Rotero drone is going to open up that double cast barricade that's just hiding the line of sight from main lobby in towards games corridor there. So that's going to open things up a little bit for BDS to start pushing forward. Just make sure that they're not going to get played onto from underneath. They're, of course, attacking onto the top floor, but they're taking ground quickly. 50 seconds in, Solotov potentially pushing Ivy at this point. Azza's going to be forced back, and there you go. They are completely unaware of Solotov's presence, and they're just not ready for it so quickly into the round. Oscar loses his life and takes a bunch of magnets with him.
That's the thing when you lose that, right? The Legion can be the same, the Azami can be the same. Those rechargeable gadgets, the longer the round goes on, the more effective, arguably, that operator becomes, because the more utility they can get out around the map. Equally, you don't really want to be throwing a Warden, for example, up against the window and saying, hey, you go for a spawn peek, or hey, you be the entry in this round. 1, you're really slow, so you make a lot of noise. 2, those gadgets are extremely effective when an execute comes in. The smokes and flashes galore laid out seemingly everywhere. Shaiko's got at least eyes onto his man here as well, wants to try and find him at range. Must be mortifying knowing that Shaiko is a Deimos, right, coming after you. I think everyone would fear that.
Shaikos on a vendetta. It is a scary prospect. Creed just takes a little peek around the corner towards Mezzanine there. Can't find his man, but does what he needs to do and prevents the push coming forwards for another 10 seconds. 1 minute left on the clock. Kendrew activates those glasses on the Warden, playing from behind, but it doesn't matter what glasses he's wearing. He can't see his way to the kill as Solotov manages to find him with a headshot. Shaiko on the pistol to Noah. Creed's with the trade, but it is not looking good. It's all up to Asa. 1 versus 4, and he's down in the basement. He's having to chase all the way back, and surely BDS will know where he's coming from. He manages to get his one. Can he find any more?
Really unlikely here. They've got half wall to play behind. They've got breach to play around. They've got arguably a lot of that piano hall also, and you can see the single doorway out onto the office balcony here also working against them. Brede with the close. He plants, he kills. Brede go win is the strategy being employed there towards the end of the round. And BDS back in front again, albeit only by 1 round.
Is there anything that Brede doesn't do? That is the question.
Like you in the stack, Tim.
Oh, so true. So true. That's who I model myself on, to be honest.
Don't blame you, mate. Great player to model yourself around.
I'm looking to be the Brede of ranked.
Just that one thing you've really got to work on, Tim, and that is your apparent magnetism to frost mats.
Absolute nightmare. I thought you were going to hit me with the meme there. Just one thing you need to work on, and that's your
communication,
gun skill,
teamwork,
mechanics,
skill,
aim.
Yeah. No, just that. Honestly, mate, you solve that frost mats problem, and you will not have an issue. You'll be pro in no time.
I'm happy with my rank progress up into Diamond for a second season. I'm happy with it.
That's good, mate. It's good fun.
Let's see who's happiest with the outcome that we have here in round 10 and Chalet as a whole. 5-4 now to BDS. They get themselves back in the lead, picking up their first successful attack, and more importantly, stopping the bit of momentum that ITB had managed to gain 2 rounds in a row since they've got onto the defense. But ITB won't hate that because they can now cycle back through those same sites that they've already won. If they can do the same again, go 2-1 in this quarter, it's 4-2 overall, and we go into overtime. They have the opportunity then, and I believe, as we've said, they will be on the defense, which may just suit them down to the ground at this rate.
As I said a couple of times, it feels more like a horror game with Siege when Shaiko's the one hunting you down with that vendetta. Oscar apparently his target at this point, but the mute, of course, worth noting when the track comes out. If you're inside a jammer's range, well, guess what? You won't be scanned out by it. If you do get scanned out by it and step into a mute jammer, it is at least disabled whilst you're inside the radius, but it will come back on once you leave the second time. So not too easy to remove, as Creed is now finding out, because he knows that Shaiko can't be too far away. Run, my son, run.
Of course, we did see on our screens there that Deimos' location is given away as well. Not quite as specifically, I don't believe, but it is nonetheless. How about that from Oscar straight up to the window? There will be no more Deimos problems as Shaiko gets shut down. 5-4 to ITB in terms of man count, and they've got a real opportunity to level this up and force us through to 12 rounds.
Oh, a matter of pixels, man. It's disgusting. There's a shield, of course, there in front of his face as well, but so many times you've seen players just looking for that and literally having a pixel or two between their crosshairs and the head of another player. Shield now gone. Creed's feeling his chances once again. He's had a couple of jump outs in this game, at least as it stands. Noah's finding himself shut out. Leaky back has bursted his way forward, and Mezzanine is now under their control. If they can guarantee this side of the map is clear, which it looks to be right now, library is fully theirs. They can now start thinking about the site with just over a minute still to go. Plenty of time, and still those 2 smokes in back pocket from Brede.
Yeah, they've definitely got what they need, and Kreese needs to be getting himself back to site here realistically, but he's been cut off. Solotov knew it was coming, and that leaves us 2 versus 4 for ITB. BDS could be about to get themselves on to match point here. They're looking to get themselves inside and think about that execute. 50 seconds though. They certainly don't need to rush anything. Brede has diffuser in hand. He's ready to go at a moment's notice, but he's just waiting for his team to call it. We better hope they don't leave it too long. Kendrew manages to pick up the first of 4 that they're going to need. He takes down Solotov, leaves them now 2 versus 3. This is possible for 2 of what have been the top players for ITB so far.
As it's kind of proven to be the Hatch Guardian in a sense here, at least hoping for the very best. But now that he's lost this, push can begin. BDS have managed it so well with that 70 seconds to play with here. Off towards his right-hand side, sees one, goes for a second, but there would have been a third to his right. Wouldn't have been able to bring down all 3 there with 1 mag, I'm afraid. BDS take the round. And Tim, that's 2 on the bounce, just when it looked like ITB might be building up some steam. BDS, remind them, we're still top dog.
Yeah, it was a tough finish there for Azza and Kendrew. Kendrew trying to make a move, but was cut down. BDS just had a really good read on that. I think, BDS showing their ability to adapt, given the way that the attack onto that site went last time. They've learnt from that. They used the time really well, got that top floor control, but then had the next steps. They had the rotations cut off. They've recognised that ITB have been playing with somebody in basement for the last couple of rounds. So this time, you're not going to wander back up West Main Stairs and get involved in the fight. We've got somebody there ready to lock it down. The flank watch was really good. BDS getting themselves a well-deserved map point and series point opportunity now.
That's it, and that's why this is the point where ITB have thought, right, it's time for a conversation. What can we do to turn this around? We had 2 rounds. Yeah, admittedly, one of them was incredibly close, but we still managed to get it over the finish line, which is the important part. But since then, BDS have just turned up the heat, and it is hard to keep them at bay. No more mistakes allowed. 2 rounds must be won. Buy into the breach, or BDS can declare themselves well and truly the best team in Europe. No longer a statement that many say without real evidence being suggested, I suppose, purely on playstyle so far. But now the results will back that thought up as well. But regardless of outcome, Tim, I think ITB have really put them to the test here, which is a great thing to say again about a team that, until, a good 6 months ago, we didn't really speak much about. As remarked, it's good to see Secret and ITB making it to the major, and who knows what's going to join them in that 4th place spot, because down in LCQs, there's Virtus Pro, there's Wolves, there's G2. Terrifying to think that some of our best teams in Europe are going to have to fight through the LCQs for a single spot.
Absolutely. I mean, you've already mentioned, the new faces at the major, of which we have a few that are gonna be there, not just from this region, but from others as well. And I've got to say, I genuinely believe this when I say it, that for me, ITB are, at the moment, one of the most exciting teams in the world. And I don't mean that in a sense that they're the next SI winners. I'm certain that they could be. But in terms of potential, in terms of the journey, the story, in terms of the players and the way they do things, ITB are genuinely a very exciting team. This might be their first major, but I'm not sure it'll be their last, Des.
I can almost guarantee you it will not, but this could prove to be their last round. Noah already finding himself figured out by the other side. He's lost his life early on. A 5 versus 4 for the French/British/Turkish team all coming together as a combo. Now, you can't really call them a French team anymore. A French org, yes, but a mixed team overall now, finding themselves in a commanding position. It's 4 more kills stand between them and those glorious extra 5 SI points, Tim, but also, again, that title they've been chasing now for the entirety of the stage. Certainly in no rush, though, because there's 2 minutes still to play, and it's just about figuring things out.
They've got all the time that they need to figure it out. They're going to be sending in the Roteros to clear out the utility. They're concerned about the FNAT. It wasn't activated at that time, but better to get rid of it anyway, because obviously it could be activated as there is still on the board as the Fenrir. So that's going to prevent that happening. And it just, again, frees them up for that work around underneath the hatch, going in for the plant. They're going to open the wall now. Kendrew's there, but he's not going to be able to stop it. He's going to get aggressive. He knows that he needs to make a move. Out he goes, but he's going to be shut down by Breeder. Azza manages to get one, but is down. The kills come in. It's 4v1. It's all but over, Des.
Oscar had it all to do, and it's simply not going to happen. Leak it back with the close, and it may have been a bit more of a challenge than they anticipated. But ITB really gave BDS a run for their money and find themselves capitalizing here, taking the series, taking it all, and really crowning themselves the best team in Europe for stage 1.
Both teams already qualified for the major, of course, before this game, but BDS, like you say, taking that top spot, those extra 5 SI points, and just continuing that winning mentality through to the Manchester major. I'm sure there's plenty of teams that will rather avoid them if possible.
It does set us up really interestingly, because it would have been, if you came into today and saw BDS just run away with this game, you start thinking, okay, ITB have fought their way through. Are they now going to flop when it gets to the major? I think, but based on today, there is no concern about that. You are going to see them putting a lot of teams to the sword, and I can't wait to see how they deliver. But the celebrations for today are all about BDS. They are the best team in Europe. Let's go over to the desk and get their thoughts on this series.
Thank you very much, Ace and Des. And yes, it is done. BDS are victorious. They are the #1 team in this stage. A change of form from last year that was basically taken by Virtus Pro twice. This time, BDS are able to bring it back in today against Into the Breach. Gotta say, a screamer of a match that we had. No expectations going into it. Honestly, I think EU is being reborn this stage.
I'd agree. I mean, we are not surprised about BDS winning this in the end. I think that after the first play day, we were already, okay, this team looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
But you're right, Gaston. I think we're seeing something going absolutely incredible in Europe right now. We're seeing a rebirth of the region by basically like a phoenix. Like we went inwards and now we're coming back out with flames. New teams that we never expected to be in the positions that they are. All of a sudden we have Secret and Into the Breach going to the major, and then BDS leading the charge with the performance they had this entire stage and the comeback they had today. Insane.
And BDS who made bold decisions.
Yeah.
It would have been very, very, very bloody easy for BDS to have gone to some Wolves players and said, yeah, do you want to come to us? Gone to some what is the current Ends players and said, yeah, do you want to come to us? And done a French rebuild and still been a strong team.
Yeah.
Would have been super easy. That would have been the easy road. What's the hard road? Change yourself to English. Go to two, I wouldn't say English players, but, because it was an English team on
English-speaking players.
Go to M&M, English-speaking players in Usus and sort of get them in and actually go through a lot of the hard yards that you would need to do as a team.
Yeah.
Even Liquefac IGLing now in English, go through those hard yards because they know the potential is higher there. And I think it bold decisions and it's favored them.
This is the rebirth we have been waiting for. EU, I mean, was it NA throughout the early stages of 2020, 2021 had a major shift. There's a lot of new players that came in and overhauled the North American scene. We get to see more and more of it through the end of 2023 and now in 2024. There's a reason why the Phoenix was the old logo for EUL, for those that remember those days, in the or at least a year and a bit ago was when we still had that logo. And now we get to see it in action in the server. Our champions, again, we celebrate them, and I hope all of you celebrate with us. Congratulations once more to BDS, our champions for the stage, from not making it to SI, just off of hitting that 8th place at Atlanta and even the issues that they've had in 2023 to now at the top in the online phase. They look pretty much untouchable.
Yeah, pretty much untouchable. Like we said, one regular season loss, a little bit of a hangover, I think, from being at Atlanta the weekend before, and whatever. It went wrong one day. It went wrong on one map. That's it. Everything else, they've looked untouchable.
It's just such an incredible team. It goes to show that they can have anybody from that team can step up. Today it was Bride. We're going to get back to that later. But we can look at every single player in that team and say, that game he won for them by individual performance. But that's not it. They have a team play and a coordination, and they're a complete team with everyone being a star in their own way.
All right, how about you talk to us about Bride? We got a graphic for it to help us out. Let's put it up. All yours.
Yeah, so this is Bride's stats for the last game, or the last map rather. And he had one outstanding game. And what we can see him in this, just overall this matchup, in the last map before this, he had 3 kills. And this goes to show the capabilities of the players in BDS. One map, they're silent, and Bride is more of a backline player, right, being the support one. All of a sudden, he's in the front line getting frags left, right, and center, because that's what this team needed of him in those situations. It's just so much flexibility, and all of the players, they have insane amount of that.
There's a reason why Bride is seen as all reliable for the BDS roster and has been since he was brought on after 6th Invitational 2020. For those that remember 4+ years ago, where we said Bride is worth his weight in gold as a transfer on the squad. Here is shining once more 4+ years later. But joining us on the interview is actually one of the golden geese on BDS, who has pushed them to victory and pushed them not just here, but also to win the major a year and a half ago. Liquefac joins us on the interview. Congratulations. How does it feel like to be #1?
Hello guys, feeling really good. Like I said yesterday, we are here to be the first. So yeah, I feel really good.
Liquefac, I'm going to bring it down just a little bit because we don't often get to interview teams who lose, and obviously you've won, but you lost on Border. What happened there? Was that a little bit of a wake-up call for you guys? Because, you know, obviously EUL, apart from that, has been pretty good.
To be honest, I think yes. Also that the first map, warm-up map, I will say it. And also ITB play really aggro on the defense side, and we were surprised to see this face of ITB. But after we adapt on the second and third map, and all went good.
Good stuff, good stuff. So now obviously you've booked your place at the Manchester Major in Phase 2. You'll be Europeans' #1 seed. Are there any opponents at the Manchester Major already that are qualified that you're looking forward to playing against?
To be honest, not really. I would say FaZe because it's an incredible team also this stage, and Furia because they won everything, and we want also to beat them. But no, we are here to win all our match, even if like a APAC team, NA team, we don't care.
Very good. I mean, we put you on that same level as FaZe and Furia just off of watching you through the online phase. So we're very excited to get to watch that performance in Manchester. I guess my question to you is, now that we know all the teams that are going through LCQs, we have one more spot to send to EU. Who do you think is going to walk out of that? Just to hear your thoughts as the #1 in the region.
I would say the G2 with a wake up on the LCQ, but I hope will be Wolf or Ents, my friends, French friends.
All right, definitely not biased in that answer, but speaking of it, I think it's time for us to end it here. Anything you would like to say, Liquefact, to your fans and all the BDS fans, be it in English or in French? Go ahead.
Thank you guys to following us the whole stage. We are first now, finally the work paid, and we see you guys on the major. Merci à tous de nous avoir suivis pendant ce stage, ça nous a fait plaisir. On vous a montré qu'on était la meilleure équipe en Europe, et on va continuer de vous prouver ça en Europe, dans le monde, excusez-moi.
Very good, that was very well done. Fantastique. Congratulations. Fantastique. Bien joué, Liquefact et toute l'équipe de BDS. On se verra peut-être à Manchester. Mais bon, Liquefact, congratulations on the win for you and BDS. We hope to see you performing at your best at Manchester. Let's just say EU's hopes are definitely behind you. I can tell you that much. No pressure whatsoever. On that note, have a great night. We'll see you in Manchester.
You too, guys. See you.
And there it is. Always good to have a chat with Liquefact. BDS victorious, the top of the region. But in total, we're sending 3 teams into Phase 2 in EU. And I cannot be more proud of these 3 squads, Fabian.
Yeah, these 3 squads have had a really good stage. And if we look at them from the different perspective, we start with BDS. After seeing them for a few play days, we totally expected them to be in the first place. So they really lived up to the expectations that I individually put on them, and I think that every single person who's been on this desk put on them. Then we come to Into the Breach and Team Secret. What a surprise that would have been. Have you told me that 2 months ago, that Into the Breach and Team Secret would be your 2 other seed, well, in Phase 2 teams?
Yeah.
I would have been like, nah, you are taking the piss.
Un poco loco.
Yeah, a little poco loco. But honestly, they have deserved it so much, because the teams that they have built and the groups of people that they've put together and assembled in their teams, it just makes so much sense, and they're such good teams right now.
Realistically, before the stage started, I had ITB as the team that was the barometer for, if you was a team that was going to the major, you would beat ITB.
Yeah.
If you were struggling, you'd lose to ITB. Expected them to be bang middle of the pack.
Yeah.
I expected Secret, honestly. I didn't really know where to place them. Didn't think they would be, necessarily as good as they were. Then the Malta tournament happened where they did actually excel. And I was worried about roles. There was a lot of worries, actually, the first week or so for Team Secret. Honestly, they've both overperformed significantly, but rightfully deserved their place at the major. It's incredible.
Yep.
The 3rd place team at SI, Virtus Pro, in the LCQs.
Yep.
The 4th place team at SI, G2, in the LCQs, and Wolves, who went reasonably deep, they were in the bracket, can't remember exactly where they finished, in the LCQs as well.
So our 3 teams we sent there, they're not even going to this first major. We can only have one of them. And it's not even safe that one of them go, because Ants have not been bad either.
Fnatic could turn it around, maybe? What? No.
No. Let's just say that. We don't know yet, because we don't know what sort of Fnatic will show up, Yo-Yo team as they are. But it's just incredible how deep of a depth we have, well, deep of a depth, that makes no sense. But you understand what I'm trying to say. The European region has so much potential right now, and I love to see
The
that.
cat's well and truly amongst the pigeons as well. It really is, because
Okay, there you lost me.
like everything's got mixed up. It's all gone a bit doolally.
Yeah.
Because honestly, looking a little bit further forward, SI points this year, you need international performance.
Absolutely.
We're going to have some of our top teams not even attending one of the majors. Realistically, if it goes all a bit wonky in stage 2 and those teams turn it around and go to the major, I don't know.
0 European teams at SI.
No, just the one, BDS, but they'll win it, so it's fine. So, yeah, that's the trade-off, I guess.
Hey. I'm going there too. I'm about to win my.
Do you know what? Do you know what's great? You're on PSG Talon. You'll be stage 2 of the major. You'll be there, phase 2. You'll get to lose to ITB. You'll get to lose to Team Secret, and you'll get to lose to BDS. And then you'll be on a flight.
Listen. They haven't met my super Koreans yet.
I see.
Anyways, we go to cam 1 here. You can see the smirk on my face because this means we get all these big teams that have been talking about super teams or whatever over the years. They're all fighting for that singular spot into phase 1 in the challenger phase and eliminations. What does it look like in our LCQ bracket? Well, simple as here it is. We'll go through it one by one. Of course, Wolves you recognize in there, ENCE, Virtus Pro, Fnatic, Wild, and G2 from EU League. But we have a few teams that people might not know. Make Your Destiny, a French squad with also the Forgotten Days from days of old. Back when I was a caster and Fabian was a player, that's how long it has been.
Yeah, some of them in that Forgotten Days roster, they have been around just as long as me. I mean, Hungry has been, I don't know how long he's been in Tier 1, but that's like 7-8 years, something like that.
After he kicked KS.
Yeah, so yeah, but it's been around forever. So there are some players in these teams. We have one of my favorite players in terms of name, at least, Baby Shark.
Oh no!
He's in Make Your Destiny. So we have like another French team that is coming up. It's so impressive to see what they have been able to create from there.
It's the French Reconquista. Remember in the day, the French were half the league, then the UK took over for a bit, but it's time to bring it back.
The baguettes are flying free.
They absolutely are.
Yep. At some point, Finland will make a comeback as well. That's what I was just thinking about. Maybe we'll have some good Finnish players.
I'm sure baguettes are always on your mind, Fresh. But let's take a look at our schedule for our next play day. Here is what it looks like. That is next Monday, by the way. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. We're starting off with Make Your Destiny versus Wolves, and then ENCE versus Virtus Pro. Same as we had today, pretty much. But the qualification is about, hey, you lose, you are out of the tournament, no longer in the running. For Manchester, you have to keep winning until that grand final and take the win in the final against whoever is on there to make it into phase 1 of Manchester. There will be a lot for us to debrief next week, and that'll be specifically you and me, Jack, with who also is...
No, maybe.
No, okay, well, we haven't decided on whomst.
Yeah.
But there are a few guests that are joining us, even from other regions, but also a French friend of ours that you usually see at LAN. So I'm very excited to get in with all of that. But I think it is time for us to say goodbye from this studio because it's done, EUL in the studio. And next week we'll be working from home. I'll still be on it. You'll be on some parts.
I will be there at some
You'll
point.
be busy in preparation for Manchester.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm not wanted. Maybe that's better.
No, we want to have you on. Honestly,
no, I'm prepared for the major.
To attend, sure.
Yeah, we have a ton of stuff working on.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I cannot wait to see what would be posted on social media during it, also from the PSG Talent squad and everybody.
They're all coming to Europe.
Around. I'm very excited for it.
You're screaming Fresh and Friends.
We're screaming Fresh and Friends.
Absolutely. Very much looking forward to that stream in many ways. But gents, thank you very much, first of all, for bringing me in and holding my hands through my first time back on the league for over 370 days. I feel old for it, but EUL is my home, has been my home since 2016, and I hope it will be forever with all of us here that make this family happen and run, no matter how dysfunctional it may be. Freshman, thanks so much. Thanks so much to all of our casters and to our production team here at Blast and Ubisoft for making this wonderful game. We will see you next week for LCQs. Till then, we love you so much. Good night.